Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Bang! The door slammed shut with a loud thud. Viserys sank into his chair, closed his eyes against the throbbing headache, and let out a weary sigh. Creak! The door opened again, and Harold's voice echoed in the room. Your Grace, the prince has been adored by the princess since childhood. Your proposal is too sudden and harsh for him. He must face it eventually, Viserys responded, lowering his head. Rhaenyra is gentle and lacks a clear vision. If she inherits the Iron Throne, it won't benefit her or the kingdom. But you still chose the princess, Harold said, sounding a bit helpless. Yes, she and I are similar, a weak father and daughter, Viserys admitted, a self-deprecating smile on his lips. He just wanted to rule by winning hearts and minds, but it was just an excuse for his own mediocrity and incompetence. In his heart, he envied his brother Daemon and his eldest son Rhaegar, both of whom embodied a fearless spirit and the audacity to wield sword. But Viserys was naturally weak. His life had been smooth, and the throne had basically been handed to him on a plate, so to speak, allowing him to reach the pinnacle without much effort. Everything had gone too well. His grandfather Jaehaerys had not lived long enough to instill in him the courage to lead decisively. Now, Viserys was hoping for a strong leader to take the throne after him, to bring back the glory of House Targaryen. He thought his eldest son, Rhaegar, could be that man. After a moment of silence, Viserys beckoned Harold and said with a weary breath, "Summon Rhaenyra. Tell her I need to speak with her." Harold glanced at the sorrowful king and nodded. "Yes, your grace." Rhaegar was in a hurry as he ran through the corridor, his panic getting the better of him until he found himself outside the castle. By the time he realized where he was, he had reached the cliffs. Roar! The cannibal let out a low growl as it sensed its master's presence. Its massive form loomed above him. The dragon could tell that Rhaegar was scared, which was out of character for the usually bold prince. Rhaegar looked up at the enormous black dragon, towering like a mountain, and gasped, "I need some air, partner." The cannibal stood up, wrapped its tail around Rhaegar's waist, and hoisted him onto its back. Roar! With a mighty flap of its wings, the dragon took off, soaring into the sky and cutting through the clouds. Flying in circles was a simple task, but for Rhaegar, the sky and sea offered a much-needed escape, washing away his confusion and fear. Inside the castle, Rhaenyra washed up and walked down the hall for breakfast. Alongside her was a haggard-looking Alicent. Rhaenyra ate small bites of bread, her demeanor light and carefree. Alicent, on the other hand, didn't seem to have much appetite. She glanced at Rhaenyra from time to time. She opened her mouth several times as if to speak, but then stopped herself. Rhaenyra couldn't help but chuckle to herself. This former sister of hers had a real flair for drama. She had no idea what Alicent had been through the night before, and subconsciously assumed that Alicent had some kind of agenda. "Princess, the king has summoned you," Harold said softly as he approached the table near the end of breakfast. Rhaenyra wiped the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and asked, "Where's Rhaegar? Has he had breakfast yet?" "Not yet. The prince had something to attend to and went out," Harold replied, forcing a smile. He hesitated before adding, "It would be best if you saw the king first. It's very important." "Yes, sire," Rhaenyra responded, frowning curiously as she left the table. Not long after, Rhaenyra entered her father's room. Viserys had been waiting for a while and greeted her with a smile. "Please, have a seat, Rhaenyra. What did you want to see me about?" Rhaenyra asked as she slowly stepped forward and pulled out a chair to sit across from him. Viserys' smile seemed a bit too good to be true, deepening her suspicions. He poured himself a glass of wine, took a large gulp, and then looked down, his expression troubled. Rhaenyra's eyes narrowed as a thought crossed her mind. Pursing her lips, she said leisurely, "Rhaegar returned safely. You gave me a choice. No talk of your marriage today. Viserys interrupted hastily, his voice tinged with fear. Rhaenyra breathed a sigh of relief and laughed softly. What else could be so difficult for you besides this? She had foolishly assumed her father was trying to rush her marriage. She'd already made up her mind, though. Viserys lifted his head, meeting his daughter's gaze, and said with difficulty, Rhaenyra, I think Rhaegar is a fine boy, brave and clever. Of course, Rhaegar is restless, but he always has a plan, Rhaenyra replied, smiling at the thought of her brother. He was the only blood relative her mother had left her, the one she would rely on. Viserys paled slightly when he heard his daughter say that Rhaegar was restless. He drained his glass. Rhaenyra, you are a smart, kind girl. Have you ever felt that being the heir brings you pressure, making it difficult to breathe? Viserys kept his smile, asking tentatively. From time to time, yes, but you have been supportive, and Rhaegar has helped me. I am blessed to have you both, Rhaenyra replied with a smile, clasping her hands behind her back. These words pierced Viserys' heart like a sharp blade. He struggled to breathe, his chest tightening. The dream has come back to me. Rhaegar is the prince of the prophecy. I need to make a decision. Viserys repeated these words in his mind, and then pushed himself up and opened his mouth. Bang! The goblet fell heavily on the table. Viserys looked up, his face serious. Rhaenyra, I need to be honest with you. The reason I called you here is to discuss changing the heir. After holding back for so long, Viserys finally opened up and felt a mix of relief and anguish. At least he'd said it. It was better to be honest, even if it was painful, than to hide the truth. Rhaenyra froze at his words, her breath seeming to stop as disbelief appeared in her eyes. What had she heard? Her father, who had always supported her, was talking about changing the heir. She was going to be replaced. Viserys stood up and walked quickly to Rhaenyra, speaking with difficulty. Rhaenyra, I know this is hard to accept. You've been the heir for 6 years, but your position was always precarious. I had to consider a more suitable heir. As your father, I hope you understand. I love you, and I'm not making this decision lightly. Viserys saw his daughter's shocked expression and tried to explain further, trying to soften the impact of his words. After a few moments, Rhaenyra blinked and processed the news. She lifted her head and looked her father straight in the eye. There was no complaining, no crying, no hysteria. Rhaenyra was calm. She placed a hand over her heaving chest to steady herself. With her other hand, she grasped her father's, forcing a smile as she asked, Father, is it Rhaegar? Dragonstone Island, coastline. The black dragon soared through the sky, weaving between clouds and sea. After a while, it landed on a cliff, settling on the rocky ground. Rhaegar was lying on the dragon's back, closing his eyes to feel the cool breeze on his face. The cannibal roared softly and lowered its body to the ground, connecting its head and tail, ready to sleep. The ground connecting its head and tail, ready to sleep. Rhaegar lay still, eyes closed, and gradually slipped into a dream. He had a brief dream. He saw the castle on Dragonstone Island. His sister, Rhaenyra, was captured by a group of men. A sharp blade sliced through her skin, and blood soaked her skirt. She struggled, screamed, and cursed something he couldn't hear. Rhaegar watched from a distance, unable to help. Out of nowhere, a dragon's mouth opened and bit into Rhaenyra's shoulder. The dragon's fangs tore through her body, causing a lot of pain. Rhaenyra's face went pale as she screamed and cursed the person who had betrayed her. Brother, I curse you. You will fall into the 7 hells. Her curses echoed in his mind. Rhaegar heard them loud and clear. She was cursing him, her brother. Rhaegar suddenly woke up, and the dream started to fade. In the final moments of the dream, he saw Rhaenyra torn apart by the dragon, her body swallowed piece by piece. Her desperate cries kept him awake as he suddenly woke up. No! The image of his sister's tragic death really upset him. Rhaegar sat up, his heart racing and his breathing heavy. Roar! The cannibal growled softly, sensing its master's distress. Rhaegar looked out into the distance, the vivid dream still fresh in his mind. He couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over him. He was alone with the wind, the waves, and the gentle rumble of the dragon beneath him. Rhaegar looked around. The blue sky and white clouds were calm, with no hint of the nightmare's gloom. Just another dream, he said to himself. He took a deep breath and tried to shake off the dream, to separate it from reality. He started to sweat, and he wiped it away, feeling the chill of his own skin. Rhaegar tried to calm his breathing and gradually shake off the fear that had gripped him. When did I fall asleep and have such a bad dream? He lowered his head, holding his forehead, his heart racing with the lingering fear. He couldn't believe he'd fallen asleep on the back of a dragon, let alone had such a horrifying vision. Rhaenyra was his closest relative and his only sister. But in his dream, she was eaten by a dragon, and she died a horrible death. He could still hear her final cry, cursing him, ringing in his ears. Rhaegar looked down at his hands, feeling anxious. Was she cursing me? Was he the one who condemned Rhaenyra to such a fate? No way. It can't be me. After a moment of thought, he sharpened his eyes and solidified his resolve to protect his sister. Rhaenyra will be in danger in the future. This shouldn't happen. He denied the notion that he was the brother in her dream. Rhaegar glanced at the sleeping cannibal beneath him and slid down one of the dragon's wings, heading toward the castle. He needed to see Rhaenyra and talk to his father again. When Rhaegar returned to the castle, he learned from Ser Cole that Rhaenyra had been called away by their father. His heart raced with worry, and without hesitation, he made his way to his father's room. As he approached the door, he saw Harold standing guard. The old knight noticed him coming down the hallway and was about to speak when Rhaegar raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Harold, experienced and perceptive, immediately fell silent and bowed his head, stepping aside. "Thank you," Rhaegar whispered as he reached the door. Just then, he heard Rhaenyra's voice from inside. "I had long guessed this day would come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon." Rhaegar felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He reached out to push the door open, but Harold gently held his shoulder, signaling him to wait. Rhaegar looked at him in confusion, but Harold's serious expression and silent gesture made him pause. "Rhaenyra, you're a great girl, but the Iron Throne needs a strong leader," Viserys said from inside. Rhaegar leaned against the wall and listened closely. "Father, I'm also a dragon rider," Rhaenyra replied, her voice firm. "I'd rather be a knight, leading a charge than be seen as a liability." Viserys let out a sigh. "The world's prejudice is like a mountain. They think you're not fit to be a knight, let alone a queen. That's no reason to replace me." "You never listened to that kind of advice before," Rhaenyra replied, her voice wavering slightly. "I never doubted your fitness for the Iron Throne because you are a woman," Viserys said apologetically. "But I had a dream of a prince crowned with the Conqueror's crown, changing the world in blood and fire." "And that prince was Rhaegar?" Rhaenyra asked quietly. "Yes, the night before Rhaegar returned, I had that dream again. The prince was Rhaegar as an adult, and I could not mistake it." Rhaenyra laughed bitterly. "An absurd reason, as absurd as the one you used to choose me as your heir." "Rhaenyra, Rhaegar is my eldest son," Viserys began, but his voice trailed off. There was a sudden opening of the door in the middle of Viserys' sentence. The two people inside were startled by the sudden sound. They turned to see an expressionless Rhaegar standing straight in the doorway. "Rhaegar, I thought you'd left. What are you doing back here?" Viserys' expression shifted slightly, and he reprimanded in a low voice. Rhaenyra glanced at her brother slyly. She tried to form a smile, but her lips only twitched without success. "We're family, and I'm entitled to take part in these discussions," Rhaegar said, stepping into the room. He turned and closed the door behind him. He walked over to Rhaenyra and took one of her hands. Rhaenyra gave a little struggle, but Rhaegar held her hand firmly. Her hand was smooth, but it felt cold to his touch. He looked at her tear-streaked face and said, "Sister, I won't hurt you, and I don't want to take away what belongs to you." Rhaenyra looked back at him, her eyes filled with sadness. She just shook her head. Her father had already decided to replace her as heir, and there was no way to change his mind. "I'm tired, Rhaegar," she said, her eyes red with tears. She had thought about being angry, about venting her frustration, but that would only make her look bad and make her father dislike her even more. Since the day she became heir to the throne, She had never enjoyed a single day of peace. Now that her father had rejected her, she felt even more exhausted. She thought it was pathetic and ridiculous to have even considered sitting on the Iron Throne. She felt completely powerless, unable to even think about fighting with her brother to defend her claim. Seeing his sister in tears, Rhaegar felt a surge of anxiety and hugged her. Then, he let go of her hand and turned to face his father. "Father, it is not appropriate to change the heir, and I do not intend to take on such a heavy burden," Rhaegar said, trying to appeal to his father. Viserys shook his head. "It is not as simple as you think, Rhaegar. The Iron Throne needs a strong king to sit on it, and Rhaenyra isn't very decisive. She will only weaken the rule of House Targaryen rather than revitalize it. I said I could help her. My dragon and I are enough to quell any rebellion," Rhaegar stated confidently. He was haunted by his dreams, unsure why Rhaenyra had suffered so. But he knew one thing for sure. As long as he stood by Rhaenyra's side, they were safe. They were born of fire, and nothing could stop them. Viserys glared at his eldest son, seething with anger. That ungrateful wretch. He was offering him the throne. Daemon would even go so far as to seduce his own niece and murder his nephew just to get a chance at the crown. While Rhaegar, the eldest son and rightful heir, seemed uninterested in it. Maybe Rhaenyra didn't want the throne either. But it didn't matter. Rhaegar was still too young to understand the allure of power. At some point, he'll understand the importance of being an heir. Viserys sneered, his voice forceful. "Changing the heir is not a suggestion. It is an order for you and Rhaenyra. No one can refuse the king's will." Rhaegar stood his ground, meeting his father's gaze with stubbornness. "I will not obey. You cannot force the position of heir on me. You would defy me as well, Rhaegar?" Viserys raised an eyebrow, his eyes darkening. "If your orders mean hurting Rhaenyra, then yes, I will," Rhaegar replied. "Very well," Viserys said coldly. "Both of you siblings have defied your father and your king. You are truly brave." The scene of Rhaegar defending Rhaenyra seemed to agitate Viserys further, a chilling coldness flashing under his eyes. He aimed his words like a spear at Rhaenyra. "Rhaenyra, your brother has learned from your capriciousness, and that is one of the things I find most infuriating." Rhaenyra turned her face away, scowling. She felt like she was just a pawn in this family struggle, a victim of the political machinations. She knew that whatever she said would be wrong, so there was no point in speaking. She was caught between defending her brother and her father's harsh decree. She was at a crossroads, uncertain of her future. Viserys' gaze shifted back to Rhaegar. "I will not tolerate your defiance. If you disobey my will, you will face consequences you cannot imagine." Rhaegar looked confused, not understanding why his father was acting this way. Viserys continued, "As an heir, Rhaenyra's marriage has always been a big deal. Now that she's no longer the heir, she'll be marrying as a princess. Laenor Balerion, Jason Lannister, or Tyland, and even Prince Martell of Dorne are all good options." Rhaegar and Rhaenyra's expressions changed dramatically. They stared at their father, who had always been kind, now dictating their futures. Involved in her own marriage, Rhaenyra reacted strongly, her voice tinged with sorrow. "You have the right to change the heir, but why make it difficult for your daughter? I've already lost the throne. Your indecision is what's got us here," Viserys said. He was determined to teach his unruly children a lesson. Of course, he wouldn't truly use Rhaenyra as a mere pawn in marriage. She was his daughter, his eldest with his late wife, Aemma Arryn. But to ensure Rhaegar complied, a degree of coercion was necessary. And it worked like a charm. The effect was immediate. Rhaegar stood there, looking at his father with a mix of hesitation and uncertainty. It was hard to reconcile the kind man he had always known with this cold, ruthless figure. Rhaegar felt a sense of powerlessness wash over him. For the first time, he really grasped the significance and reality of power. Rhaegar slowed down and said with difficulty, "Father, why do you want me to inherit the Iron Throne?" He couldn't understand why his father was so determined to make him the heir. "Because you're the Prince of Prophecy and the first heir. You deserve to sit on the Iron Throne," Viserys said firmly. "You alone tamed the largest wild dragon ever seen, and you have conquered numerous nobles and savages in the Cracklaw Point. Given your achievements, shouldn't you be the heir to the throne? Viserys believed that Rhaegar was the prince from his dreams, destined to elevate House Targaryen to greatness. Rhaegar hesitated for a moment before saying, "Father, if you seek peace in the kingdom, I can serve as guardian of all the realm. If you want the Targaryen family to reclaim its prestige, I can defeat the pirates of the Stepstones and the raiders of the Iron Islands. I can even conquer Dorne with the dragons and bring the Seven Kingdoms firmly under Targaryen rule. And if you think that's not enough, I can take on the Free Cities, the Slaver's Bay, and the lands of Essos. Even if it takes my entire life, I will bring these lands under the rule of House Targaryen." At this point, he looked back at Rhaenyra and said earnestly, "But for all this to happen, please do not deny Rhaenyra her rightful place. Give me a little more time. I will grow into my role soon. Please, Father, really please." The words of the young prince were heartfelt and sincere, without the slightest hint of falsehood. But whether it moved the king, who had already made up his mind, remained to be seen. Behind him, Rhaenyra was already in tears, covering her cheeks with one hand, unable to stop the tears from rolling down as she looked at her younger brother. Alas, Viserys sighed deeply, feeling his eldest son's resistance. He turned to Rhaenyra and hesitantly asked, "Rhaenyra, what do you say?" His stance with Rhaegar was clear, but now it was Rhaenyra's turn to take a stand. "The heirship is Rhaegar's, and I will return it to him and support him as he has supported me," Rhaenyra said without hesitation, holding back her sobs. At this point, the status of an heir no longer mattered. With Rhaegar's words, despite her 1,000 reluctances, she was satisfied. It was enough. "Rhaenyra!" Rhaegar shouted, unwilling to accept her decision. Rhaenyra shook her head vigorously, choking back her tears. "Rhaegar, from the moment I became heir, I've fought against prejudice. I wanted to be a beloved queen, to abolish unjust rules, to establish a new order. But I don't have the wisdom of a true queen, nor the sensitivity of Aunt Rhaenys. You're my brother, and I can't accept you sacrificing your life to fulfill my ideals." She might not have the wisdom to be a great ruler, but she wasn't blind. Rhaegar was better suited to be the heir. He was speaking for her benefit, and she couldn't just take over his life. At this moment, she had to stand up for her brother. Rhaegar's eyes reddened as he said softly, "Rhaenyra, don't get emotional. I have my own plans." Rhaenyra wiped away her tears and took him into her arms. She turned to their father, staring him down. "As compensation for stepping aside, you must fulfill my conditions. As part of the deal, you have to meet my conditions." Viserys stood there, silent, gripping the round table. It was as if he were in a different time and place from his children. He wasn't sure if he'd made the right call in removing his daughter's heirship and replacing it with his eldest son's. This was in line with his character. When he faced a problem, he was prone to self-doubt. He snapped back to reality when he heard his daughter speak. His eyes were a little vacant until Rhaenyra repeated herself. He nodded repeatedly and smiled in a conciliatory manner. "I've already got a solution for you." Viserys laid out the compensation plan for his children to see. "After the exchange ceremony, you'll keep your honorary position as Princess of Dragonstone, and Dragonstone will be your fiefdom for life." Rhaenyra listened quietly, holding Rhaegar like a doll, with no visible reaction. Viserys paused, looking at Rhaegar. "Rhaenyra, if you still want to go ahead with your previous choice, I'll respect your decision and give you the right of first refusal." Rhaenyra looked at Rhaegar's face and shook her head. Not enough. Being Princess of Dragonstone and having Rhaegar as her protector was already her due. This was not true compensation. She had other conditions in mind. "Maybe we should talk about the terms together, Rhaenyra," Viserys said gently, not letting her rejection of his initial offer get to him. Rhaenyra looked at her father, noting his guilty expression. She knew this was her chance to secure her future. If she lost her status as heir, she had to make the most of this opportunity. Nuzzling her brother's flushed face, she turned to her father and said firmly, "Along with your offer of compensation, I want your promise that you will never interfere with my marriage." Viserys frowned slightly. Allowing Rhaenyra autonomy in her marriage was already a significant concession. Her demand for complete freedom in choosing her spouse caught him off guard. "Father, Rhaenyra has lost enough," Rhaegar said softly, bowing his head as if discussing something trivial. Losing her heirship had shamed him, and he wanted nothing more than to fulfill all her conditions. Viserys stared at his son for a moment before bursting into laughter. Although the laughter was a bit forced, he showed his most generous side. He opened his mouth to speak. Night, Rhaenyra, in a silk nightgown, sat in front of her dressing table, combing her silver hair. Her eyes were red and puffy as she stared silently at her reflection in the mirror. Knock, knock. A knock on her door broke the silence. Rhaenyra looked back and whispered, "Please come in." She knew only one person would come to her room at this hour. Yet, the door remained still. Confused, Rhaenyra stood up and walked toward the door. She hesitated with her hand on the handle, wondering if something was wrong. "Is something wrong?" she asked softly, leaning her head against the door. Nothing but silence. Rhaenyra turned the knob and tried to open the door. Bang! Just as she was about to open the door, she noticed a small crack forming on the outside. Through the gap, Rhaenyra could see a white shadow standing at the edge of the corridor about 10 meters away. It was Cole who stepped aside to let the visitor in. Since there weren't any outsiders around, Rhaenyra said, "Rhaegar, if you have something to say, talk to me in person." Still no movement. Growing impatient and slightly angry, Rhaenyra said, "Rhaegar, if you don't speak, I'm going to sleep." After leaving their father's room, Rhaegar had left without a word. She hadn't eaten lunch or dinner, waiting for her little brother to come to her door so they could have a heart-to-heart chat. The door opened slightly from the outside, revealing a sliver of space. Rhaenyra took half a step back, staring intently at the doorway. Rolling, with a soft, metallic sound, a gold coin rolled into the room, spinning in an erratic manner. Rhaenyra crouched down and picked up the coin quickly. As she lifted her head, 2 more gold coins rolled into the room. She quickly reached out and grabbed them. Upon closer examination, Rhaenyra realized that the coins were not like the unique golden dragons of Westeros. They didn't look like the coins from the Free Cities or Essos either. One side of the coin bore the number 1, and the other side featured a tower encircled by dragons, towering into the clouds to form a magnificent fortress. Rhaenyra rattled the coins in her hand and asked through the doorway, "Where are these gold coins from? I've never seen them before." "It's a relic from ancient Valyria," said a familiar, muffled voice from outside the door. Rhaenyra recognized the voice and smiled, trying to push the door open further. Bang! The door was shut again from the outside. The voice whispered, "These 3 gold coins are the compensation I brought you. 3 antiques." Rhaenyra weighed the coins in her hand and said with amusement, "A good compensation, I accept." Although the coins were useless in a practical sense, she wanted to make her brother feel better. "No, 3 gold coins are not worth anything at all." His voice grew agitated. "Father promised you 3 conditions as compensation, and so did I." "What do you want?" Rhaenyra asked. "I don't yet have the right or the wealth to make it up to you, but I will grow up soon. Keep these 3 gold coins, and when I am older, I promise to fulfill your 3 wishes." His words were a bit childish, but his voice was full of determination. After a day of ups and downs, Rhaenyra's expression grew somber as she sighed softly. She turned around and slowly slid her back against the door until she was seated on the floor. Holding the 3 gold coins in her hand, she sat back and thought about what to do next. She wasn't the only one struggling with the change in the heir position. Besides her father, who initiated the change, her younger brother, who adored her, was also affected. Rhaenyra leaned her head against the door, closed her eyes, and said, "I'll keep them." As she spoke, her thoughts wandered. She was afraid that this would hinder Rhaegar's growth. Despite the tumult of her teenage years, she at least had a good childhood, filled with love from her kind father and strict mother. She had inherited her father's gentle nature and her mother's bravery and pride from the Vale of Arryn family. But Rhaegar was different. He was born without a mother and began suffering from illnesses as a baby. Fearing the pain of losing his eldest son, Viserys avoided seeing Rhaegar, leaving him fatherless in all by name. That changed 6 months ago. Rhaenyra tried to make up for Rhaegar's lack of motherly love by caring for him as a sister. It was clear that Rhaegar was fiercely protective of her today. They loved each other deeply. But how would they face each other in the future? Rhaenyra worried that Rhaegar might become paranoid. The Targaryen bloodline of madness always lurked within each member, waiting to surface. Rhaenyra stopped talking and thought about the future. Outside the door, a small figure crouched on the ground, leaning against the door. He listened for the sound of breathing on the other side. Scattered at his feet were sapphires, ancient books, jewelry, and even a precious space bracelet. He had hoped to use these to repair the damage done to Rhaenyra, but they didn't carry the same weight as the 3 gold coins. His eyes were dark and uncertain as he wrapped his arms around his legs, murmuring to himself, "Sister, I don't want the throne, but I will hold on to it. Any opposition in the future will have to face Dragonfire." His voice grew steadier, traveling through the door to Rhaenyra. "My promise stands. If you want it, I also want it." Today is a day of both joy and nervousness for the author. As a newcomer to writing, many of you may have noticed my inexperience. Initially, my goal was simply to earn some living expenses. My first attempt at a novel, despite pouring tens of thousands of words into it, was rejected, leaving me disheartened and doubtful of my abilities. After several failed attempts, I began to question whether I was cut out for this line of work. Then, by chance, I stumbled upon a captivating clip from House of the Dragon on a short video platform. The sight of the dragons reignited my passion, and I quickly subscribed to watch the entire series. It took me over a week to finish all 10 episodes. While I enjoyed the show, I felt that the plot was a bit too dark and lacked the passion I craved. For the next 2 weeks, I remained in a negative state. Then, I saw another clip from the show and realized that fan fiction based on popular series was still thriving online. This inspired me to write my own story set in the same universe. After much hesitation, I finally decided to draft an outline. Thus, this book was born, beginning with the troubled dreams of the melancholy prince, Rhaegar. To be honest, I never expected this book to do so well. The current success has far exceeded my expectations, particularly after the initial chapters, when I wrote the dragon taming chapter, which became a surprising highlight despite not meeting my usual standards. This unexpectedly propelled the book to new heights. However, I soon encountered difficulties. The plot set on the peninsula, originally planned for 10 chapters, stretched to 20, leading to some dissatisfaction among readers. My lack of experience in writing and understanding of popular tropes became evident. I want to express my deepest gratitude to all of you. Your support and encouragement have meant the world to me. I promise not to rest on my laurels and will strive to improve, updating the book as often as possible. I will also read and study more excellent works to create even more exciting plots. In the days ahead, I plan to increase the update frequency, aiming for 3 to 4 chapters a day. Thank you once again for your support. Let's continue this journey together. 3 days had passed. After a long journey, the royal ship finally docked at the bustling port of King's Landing. Viserys was pale and tired as he was helped by Alicent into a carriage that was taking them to the Red Keep. Aegon, Helena, and Aemon were inside the carriage, attended to by servants, while Rhaenyra and Lionel, the hand of the king, were conspicuously absent. Viserys settled into the seat, visibly uncomfortable, as Alicent offered him a glass of water. After taking a sip, Viserys glanced around, his gaze falling on the empty seats. "Where's Rhaenyra? Where have they gone?" Alicent let out a soft sigh and handed the cup to a servant. "The siblings left ahead of us, riding a dragon ashore." There was a hint of bitterness in her tone, and anyone listening could tell. 3 nights ago, Viserys told Alicent that he was changing Rhaenyra's status as an heir to make Rhaegar the new heir. Alicent was caught off guard by the news, especially after Rhaegar's recent threats against her. Despite her misgivings, Alicent had no choice but to go along with it. The following day, Viserys dispatched ravens to disseminate the news across the realm, canceling their planned journey to Driftmark in the process. Lionel had sent his condolences to the Sea Snake, letting the Valerions know about the change in the heir's status. However, time constraints had led to delays in various matters, including Aegon's dragon bonding. Aegon's progress in taming Sunfire had been slow, so they had to leave early to avoid further delays. This fact weighed heavily on Alicent's mind. After all, Rhaegar had successfully tamed a wild dragon at the tender age of 6, while Aegon struggled to tame even a young one. The question was on everyone's mind. Why had Rhaegar succeeded where Aegon had not? Dragon Pit. Rhaenyra was perched atop Sirach's saddle, wearing sleek black dragon barding. After days of turmoil, her demeanor appeared to have regained its composure. With a bright smile, she looked around at the gathered dragons and their dragon keepers, who had come together at the sound of her call. Roar! Sirach wasn't happy about the dragon keepers with the whips and clubs, so she let out a roar before slowly landing on the ground. Dismounting from the dragon's back, Rhaenyra scanned her surroundings and inquired, "Where's Rhaegar?" "He returned to King's Landing before me." A young maester, with a slight limp and a courteous smile, approached her. "The prince has departed." He was escorted back to the Red Keep by the waiting Kingsguard. Without hesitation, Rhaenyra accepted the news. "Make sure my dragon is taken care of." With that, she left the dragon pit. However, she stopped in the middle of leaving and turned back with a serious look on her face. "If Rhaegar seeks to ride his dragon alone, do your utmost to dissuade him from reckless ventures or summon me." It had been 3 days since she last saw Rhaegar. Upon their return to King's Landing, he took off on Cannibal, leaving her behind. The black dragon was incredibly fast, and Rhaenyra was really annoyed. The young maester nodded enthusiastically. "I'll do my best to give the prince some advice." "Very well. Your dedication will not go unnoticed," Rhaenyra said, her lips curling into a satisfied grin as she continued on her way. As she left, the young maester went up to the dragon pit. The summit of the dragon pit. A massive black dragon was sprawled out on its back, eyes closed in repose. At the front of the platform, Rhaegar was there, watching Rhaenyra leave. Next to him, Eric, looking sharp in silver armor and white robes, stood tall, peeking at the imposing dragon from time to time, his face serious. Tap, tap, tap. Footfalls echoed up the stairs, prompting Eric to turn around, his gaze fixed on the approaching figure. Emerging from the staircase, a young maester tentatively advanced, stealing anxious glances at the ebony dragon occupying the landing. In hushed tones, he delivered the news. "Prince, the princess has departed." "I saw it, Maynard," Rhaegar replied, his tone calm and unmoved. Maynard sensed that the prince wasn't interested in talking anymore, so he backed off and stood by respectfully. Eric scrutinized his movements closely, his mind full of suspicion. A few moments later, Rhaegar turned to face Maynard. His gaze fell on Maynard's awkward gait. "It appears you've had a hard time." "This is the consequence of my actions," Maynard retorted wryly, his demeanor betraying no hint of sadness. During the Dreamfire incident, he had been incarcerated and subsequently maimed during the trial, leaving him with a permanent disability after failing to receive treatment in time. Observing Maynard's meek countenance, Rhaegar arched a brow. "I assumed you would have returned to the Citadel." "Not exactly. I'm no longer welcome there. I've grown accustomed to serving in the Dragon Pit," Maynard admitted. Rhaegar nodded thoughtfully, meeting his eager gaze. It was a hunger for power. After a brief pause, Rhaegar made his way toward the staircase, saying goodbye to Maynard as he left. "Make sure you do your job well. The Dragon Pit is really important for the royal family, so I'll be focusing on that from now on." After the change of power, the Dragon Pit would be under his control, a key asset he wanted to use. To him, it was just a normal request, but to Maynard, it meant a lot more. Eagerly lifting his head, Maynard pledged, "Yes, Prince. I will not disappoint you." "Too close, Maester," Eric interjected, halting Maynard's advance toward the prince. Rhaegar's voice came down the stairs. "The Dragon Pit needs someone reliable to look after it now that I'm the heir." Maynard, brimming with enthusiasm, disregarded Eric's restraining gesture, exclaiming, "Prince, I shall be your most loyal aide." Maynard was a maester with a lot of information at his fingertips. News of the heir change had already reached King's Landing, and Maynard had been privy to it. His waiting in the dragon pit had paid off, as evidenced by Rhaegar's acknowledgement. He had a bright future ahead of him. As the sun set, Viserys, tired from his journey, looked for a way to relax with a soothing broth before heading to bed early. Meanwhile, Alicent was looking after her husband while he was asleep, managing the Red Keep until the late hours. Once she'd finished her chores, Alicent was pretty tired as she made her way back to her own quarters. Despite her desire to collapse onto her soft bed and go to sleep, her royal status and upbringing demanded a modicum of decorum. With a graceful demeanor, she approached the table and took off her clothes, revealing the smooth expanse of her skin beneath. As her dress pooled at her feet, Alicent noticed an envelope on the tabletop with the crimson seal of House Hightower, a tower emblem. She quickly grabbed the letter, recognizing it as a message from her family. Her heart was racing with excitement, as it had been far too long since she'd heard from her parents and siblings. She broke the seal with shaking hands and took the letter out, then sat down on the cool stone bench to read it. However, her initial excitement slowly faded as she read the words her father, Otto Hightower, had written. The letter didn't offer much words of comfort or reassurance. It was just a brief acknowledgement of the uncertain political climate. "The situation is pretty tricky, so choose your words carefully," it said. "Be careful and take your time," it advised, offering little help. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. At the harbor of King's Landing, a sailboat from a faraway land docked, and a guest disembarked. The arrival of outsiders brought a buzz of activity to the harbor, with the number of traders increasing day by day. At the city gates of King's Landing, soldiers escorted a procession of ornate carriages into the city. These carriages bore various noble emblems: roaring lions, direwolves, and sky-blue falcons. After 2 months of anticipation, nobles from all over the continent had gathered in King's Landing to participate in the king's announcement regarding the heir change. Inside the Red Keep, servants were bustling about, decorating the castle and preparing banquet ingredients. As queen, Alicent was in charge of all affairs. During this period, she was the busiest person in all of King's Landing. Having just finished coordinating the banquet performances, Alicent wiped the sweat from her forehead. She called over a maid and urgently said, "Where's Rhaenyra? Tell her to come and help me. I can't finish everything on my own." Her husband, the king, was a hands-off ruler who made decisions but left the execution to others. She needed someone to assist her. The maid, head bowed, replied, "The princess has gone to the dragon pit to look for the prince." "Seven hells! Is there no one in the Red Keep to help me?" Alicent exclaimed in frustration, her chest heaving with anger. Meanwhile, at the dragon's lair, Rhaenyra made her way up the stairs to the top landing, her steps slow and deliberate. She was well aware of the bustling activity at the Red Keep, but she felt no obligation to partake in it. After all, she was the princess who had been replaced. How could anyone expect her to organize a banquet for her own replacement? The thought was simply too cruel. Reaching the empty platform, Rhaenyra spotted a familiar figure. "Rhaegar, you're really here," she called out, surprised. Rhaegar turned at her voice, a hint of helplessness in his expression. "I only have 2 places I can go, and since I'm not needed at the Red Keep, of course I'm here." Rhaenyra quickly stepped forward and grabbed her brother's ear in frustration. "You spend more than half your time in the dragon pit, Rhaegar. Do you consider this place your home now?" Rhaegar winced in pain, but managed to reply, "Soon the whole continent will be mine. It doesn't matter where I make my home." "Nonsense. Father still has a few decades left to live." "It's not your turn yet," Rhaenyra scolded, pushing him slightly. Rhaegar didn't resist, closing his eyes and enduring her anger in silence. Seeing him so passive only fueled Rhaenyra's frustration. She released his ear and pressed down on his shoulder, speaking seriously. "Rhaegar, the day after tomorrow is the heir replacement ceremony. You need to be prepared and focused." "I know. I don't need you to remind me," Rhaegar responded with an indifferent smile. Rhaenyra squatted down, looked directly into his eyes, and said sadly, "I never blamed you. Don't be like this, okay?" Since their return to King's Landing, the siblings had rarely seen each other. Rhaenyra knew it was because Rhaegar was intentionally avoiding her. She even considered moving to the dragon pit just to be close to him. "I'm fine, Rhaenyra," Rhaegar sighed. "I've been observing the dragon's habits lately and planning to restructure the dragon pit." He wasn't lying. The dragon pit was crucial, and as a family that relied on dragons to conquer the continent, he compared the importance of renovating to the period in which the Red Keep was built. Rhaenyra put his hand on Rhaegar's face and asked, "So, have you noticed anything?" "Not yet. The dragon pit here is too simple, far from what I had in mind," Rhaegar admitted, shaking his head. The dragon lords of Valyria lived in the 14 Flames, with natural volcanic and underground caves forming perfect dragon lairs. In contrast, King's Landing's dragon's lair was just a massive dome filled with ground-level holes, lacking the spacious, high-temperature environment ideal for dragons. Rhaenyra sighed as she looked at her brother, who seemed so serious. The thing she least expected had happened. Rhaegar was avoiding her, no longer as affectionate as he used to be. She took him by the shoulders, embraced him, and kissed his neck. "Rhaegar, I'm the one who's been replaced. You shouldn't avoid me. It's really cruel to me." Rhaegar, lost in thought, turned his head to the stone wall, unsure how to respond. He didn't mean to avoid her. He just didn't know how to face her. Now he was at a loss for words. After a while, he heard a soft sob. Rhaegar turned back and saw tears on Rhaenyra's cheeks. She pulled a gold coin from her pocket and offered it to him. "Do you want me to make a wish?" she choked out. Rhaegar stared at the coin in a daze. After a long moment, he embraced her and whispered, "No, I understand." Rhaenyra held him tightly and admonished, "You're the one our mother left me to rely on. No matter what, you shouldn't run away from me. You will be the heir, and your every word and action represents the royal family." Rhaegar buried his face in her hair and said, "I understand. I am the flame that all should look up to." He accepted his status as heir and was determined to live up to it. 2 days later, in the morning, the gates of the Red Keep were opened wide, welcoming the nobles arriving for the ceremony. Leading the procession were the prominent families, each bearing their respective crests on their attire. Following them were nobles from various regions, accompanying their lords. The nobles were led by the king's guard to the expansive back garden, rather than into the castle hall. This area boasted a large schoolyard, an arbor, a pond, and a fish beam, providing a picturesque setting for the gathering. King Viserys and Queen Alicent awaited the attendees in a pavilion, accompanied by their children, Aegon, Helena, and Aemond, who was in the arms of a maid. "Your Grace and Queen." At the sight of the royal couple, the nobles bowed deeply, creating a scene of grand and solemn respect. Many of these nobles hailed from the north, the west, and the Vale, regions far from King's Landing, with treacherous roads making their journey arduous. Viserys surveyed the gathered bannermen, pride swelling within him. He glanced at his wife and then addressed the assembly in a loud voice. "All of you, I am honored to see you here after your long and bumpy journey. I offer my heartfelt thanks and blessings. Today is a great event for the Targaryen dynasty, and you're all here to witness it." King Viserys spoke many kind words to appease the bannermen who had traveled from afar. The nobles responded graciously, applauding and cheering as the king finished his speech. After a moment of calm, Hand of the King Lionel stepped forward to preside over the meeting. Clearing his throat, he announced the main agenda. "My lords, today is the last day of the year, and so we will hold the heir replacement ceremony as scheduled." The nobles reacted differently. Lord Jason Lannister wore a joyful expression, quietly discussing with those around him whether the princess would accept his proposal now that she had lost her heirship. A Targaryen princess was important not just for the king's favor, but also for adding dragon blood to future generations of his family. The Maiden of the Vale, Jane Arryn, seemed pretty downcast. She was Rhaenyra and Rhaegar's cousin. She was 17 years old and a tall beauty with brown curly hair. As a woman, she'd always been Rhaenyra's most loyal supporter, both facing challenges from men and needing to stick together. "It's a shame that Rhaenyra lost her heirship," Jane whispered to the middle-aged man standing beside her. The man was Ybert Royce from Runestone, the Lord Protector of the Vale, and assistant to the Maiden of the Vale. With a heavy countenance, Ybert lowered his voice. "The king has a son. This replacement is not surprising." Jenny sighed, understanding reality. In addition to the main nobles' houses, the lords of each realm were also present. Lord Stark of the North and Lord Baratheon of the Stormlands appeared indifferent, as if the choice of the king's heir did not concern them. The Starks rarely ventured south, preferring to stay active in the north. Lord Baratheon, once a supporter of the uncrowned queen, Princess Rhaenys, was also uninterested. They were cousins, but his loyalties lay elsewhere. Lord Tully of the Riverlands and Lord Tyrell of the Reach, however, were all smiles, paying close attention to the speeches. They were supporters of the Targaryen house and favored a male heir, which aligned with their interests. Lionel wrapped up his speech pretty quickly, which let the two main characters come on stage. Viserys was smiling and holding Alicent's shoulders as they stood in front of the gathered nobles. Lionel stood by, maintaining a solemn demeanor. "Where are the princess and the prince? Has no one summoned their presence? Have they been forgotten?" The murmurs grew as the princess and prince did not show up immediately. Some nobles began to whisper and speculate. "Don't be in a hurry, my lords. The princess and the prince are on their way," Lionel announced, attempting to quell the confusion. The nobles exchanged doubtful glances, puzzled by Lionel's words. What did he mean by on their way? Was the princess refusing to relinquish her heirship and boycotting the heir-changing ceremony? "Maybe there's something worth seeing," someone in the crowd suggested. This comment sparked a wave of murmurs, as other nobles began to speculate quietly. Eyes occasionally darted to the king and queen in the pavilion, anticipating a potential royal scandal. Out of nowhere, a gust of wind swept through the garden, causing the trees to rustle and the grass to sway. People looked up as the wind picked up. Roar! A powerful roar echoed across the sky, and in full view of the gathered crowd, a golden figure broke through the clouds, descending towards the majestic red keep. "It's a dragon." The sharp-eyed among them quickly identified the enormous creature. "This is the princess's dragon, Syrax." The nobles who had resided in the king's domain for years were well acquainted with the golden dragon. Rhaenyra often traveled with her dragon, Syrax. However, many nobles from the borderlands were less familiar with dragons. As Syrax, towering and majestic, swooped down, the crowd was visibly shaken. This was a real dragon. One breath of dragon fire could wipe everyone out. Roar! Syrax sensed the crowd's attention and let out a loud roar, spitting flames that lit up the sky, showing off its impressive size and power. Rhaenyra, clad in black and red, rode in the saddle, her hands gripping the reins as she looked down at the assembly below. "Land, Syrax." After circling the red keep twice, Rhaenyra gave the command in High Balerion, her expression cold and commanding. "Roar!" Syrax replied by folding its wings and landing on a tower of the red keep, crushing the bricks and tiles. It scanned the crowd below, tilting its head with curiosity. The nobles looked up at the beast on the tower, their faces tense. It was a bit unsettling to be scrutinized by a dragon. After a moment, Syrax lost interest and looked away. At Rhaenyra's command, it spread its wings and leapt from the tower, gliding around before landing gracefully in an open space nearby. Boom! As the dragon touched down, a gust of wind kicked up dust, forcing the nobles to step back. Viserys watched the nobles, who seemed a bit confused, and allowed a small smile to form at the corners of his mouth. He looked at Rhaenyra on the dragon's back, and they shared a look. Rhaenyra remained silent, sitting regally in the saddle, her chin lifted as if dismissing the nobles below. "Oh, is this a warning?" Jason Lannister muttered something under his breath. He was blown back by the dust and had to lean on his attendants to stay upright. He acknowledged that a dragon was a formidable and intimidating force, but what did it matter in the grand scheme of things? In his mind, he knew a woman, even one in command of a dragon, would ultimately be subjugated by a man. Jason's eyes burned with greed and desire as he stared at Rhaenyra. Young and unmarried, he saw the princess's loss of heirship as an opportunity. With his status as the Warden of the West, he believed he could capture the heart of the now vulnerable princess. "My lords, the princess is already here, and the prince will arrive shortly," Lionel announced, adjusting his wrinkled collar. Since Rhaenyra had arrived on Dragonback, it was clear there would be more than one dragon present. Roar! The crowd's murmurs were interrupted by another thunderous roar that seemed to shake the very air, rattling their eardrums. "Who?" A gust of wind followed, and the clear sunlight was suddenly obscured by a massive dark cloud, casting half of the red keep into shadow. "Dragon. Another dragon. Where did this black dragon come from? Does King's Landing have such a large black dragon?" People looked up and saw a huge dragon, like a mountain of coal, coming into view. Its black scales, green eyes, and gray horns showed it was an adult dragon. Roar! Cannibal, following Syrax's path, burst through the clouds, green dragon fire splashing across the sky like ink. It was the undeniable centerpiece of King's Landing, circling above the city in its immense size and imposing presence. The whole city was looking at the black dragon with blue eyes. "Is it the Black Dread, Balerion?" people asked. Those who didn't know about dragons were scared. They thought Cannibal was Balerion, the dragon who had burned everything in the Seven Kingdoms. "Don't be afraid, lords," Viserys reassured the panic-stricken nobles with a smile. "This dragon is Cannibal, tamed by my eldest son, Rhaegar, is the largest wild dragon of Dragonstone Island." The king's words aimed to calm the crowd, but the sight of two formidable dragons had already left a lasting impression on everyone present. Today's meeting was a clear demonstration of King Viserys' authority. Since the war for the Stepstones, the royal family's prestige had waned. With the change of the heir, it was time for the Targaryen to reassert their dominance before the nobility. Hearing the king's speech, many nobles quickly understood his intention. Their eyes were fixed on the dark dragon hovering above. The dragon had a leather strap around its neck, attached to a saddle. A small figure sat on the dragon's back, commanding the beast. "Cannibal Dracarys." Rhaegar spoke in High Valyrian, issuing the command. He tightened his grip on the reins and scanned the crowd below, who were clearly restless. Roar! Cannibal, sensing his master's command, unleashed a torrent of green dragon fire that cut across the sky like a blazing river. To the onlookers, the flames seemed endless. In a dramatic display, the pitch-black dragon surged into the sea of flames, the small figure on its back unscathed. Rhaegar stayed put, safe from the dragon fire thanks to his special dragon-riding suit. "Land, Cannibal," Rhaegar said softly once the flames died down, showing off the dragon's impressive power. Cannibal's green eyes twinkled with amusement as it looked down at the crowd below. The dragon changed direction, diving headfirst toward the ground. Cannibal was much bigger and stronger than Syrax, which was still in its juvenile stage. It was like a storm, capable of overturning chariots. As Cannibal swooped down over the Red Keep, the wind from its descent began to whip through the back garden. The gathered nobles couldn't help but glance nervously at the king, realizing the gravity of the situation. Roar! Just as the black dragon was about to crash into the castle, it suddenly stopped in its tracks, roaring at the sky. It came down in the garden with a thud. Luckily, the back garden was spacious enough to fit Cannibal's immense body. Smoke rose from the ground as Cannibal landed behind the gazebo, its sheer size dwarfing Syrax. The pavilion looked pretty small, like a mouse or a cat compared to the massive dragon, which stood towering over it. Cannibal's head reached as high as the tower, and it gave the crowd below a disdainful glance. The dragon's presence was pretty intimidating. Nobles who dared to look directly at it couldn't help but back away in fear, especially when they saw the small figure on its back, a boy less than 10 years old. The sight of a child commanding such a fearsome beast was unsettling. It made you feel like you had a sword hanging over your head, ready to strike at any moment. Rhaegar, perched on Cannibal's back, remained silent, his gaze distant. Roar! Cannibal raised its head and let out a loud roar, spewing green dragon flames into the sky. The air heated up fast, turning the winter chill into a stifling summer heat, making everyone sweat. "All right, let me down, Cannibal," Rhaegar said in a calm voice, breaking the tension and halting the dragon's display. Roar! Cannibal stopped its flames, folded its wings, and laid down. The heat had also affected King Viserys, who wiped sweat from his forehead while beaming with pride. "Rhaegar, let the Lord see your face," Viserys commanded loudly. "Yes, father," Rhaegar replied, getting up from his horse. He hadn't fastened the chains, and Cannibal, attuned to his master's will, ensured Rhaegar's safety without them. The saddle was more for comfort than necessity. Rhaegar descended gracefully using a soft ladder attached to the straps around Cannibal's neck. With a soft thud, he landed and walked from the back of the pavilion into full view of the assembly. Dressed in a sleek dragon scale pattern outfit, Rhaegar's clean, white face, silver hair, and purple eyes of the Targaryen lineage contrasted sharply with the menacing black dragon outside. Leaving Alicent's embrace, Viserys took Rhaegar's small hand and stood tall before the nobles, his pride evident. "My lords, behold your future monarch, the new king of the realm," he proclaimed loudly. The nobles understood the situation clearly under the imposing authority of the two dragons. They erupted into thunderous applause, acknowledging their future king. The sound of their applause echoed, confirming their acceptance of Rhaegar's status ascension. After a round of applause and cheers, Viserys raised his hand to calm the nobles, whose faces showed a mix of emotions. He patted Rhaegar's shoulder and encouraged him. "Go, Rhaegar, help Rhaenyra dismount." Rhaegar nodded and glanced at Rhaenyra, who was still sitting proudly on Syrax's back. She needed to maintain her dignity in this important moment. Rhaegar walked over to Syrax, looking up at his sister's calm face. As he reached Syrax's neck, he petted the curious dragon. He slowly dropped to one knee and said, "Rhaenyra, I'm here to help you." Rhaenyra turned her head and looked down at Rhaegar with a neutral expression. After a brief pause, she undid the chain around her waist, rose from the saddle, and climbed down the ladder. When she reached the ground, Rhaenyra extended her hand. Rhaegar took it, kissed the back of her hand lightly, and whispered, "Thank you, sister." "Rise, brother," Rhaenyra responded, pulling him up gracefully. Hand in hand, they walked towards the gazebo, matching each other's pace despite their height difference. When they got to the pavilion, Rhaenyra saluted Viserys and Alicent, then stepped forward to address the crowd before Lionel could. She scanned the assembly and spoke with passion. "My lords, I'm honored to have you here today for the heir-changing ceremony. Here and now, in front of you all, I, Rhaenyra Targaryen, eldest daughter of King Viserys, Princess of Dragonstone, and former heir to the Iron Throne, solemnly declare that I relinquish my claim to the throne in favor of my brother Rhaegar. I pledge my lifelong allegiance to him, to support him, and to work together to usher in a new era for the Targaryen dynasty." With that, Rhaenyra confidently raised Rhaegar's small hand high, sealing her declaration. As Rhaenyra's declaration echoed through the hall, applause started up, with Jane Arryn and the Vale nobles leading the way, followed by the Rivellins and Reach houses of the Tullis and Tyrells. These were the staunchest supporters of the Targaryen crown. The princess's willingness to transfer the title of heir to her brother sent a strong message of unity. The Targaryen house showed no signs of internal strife or scandal. Today marked an honorable and orderly transition. "Well done, Rhaenyra," Jane Arryn's clear voice called out, her eyes filled with pity for her cousin and ally. Both women were powerful in their own right and supported each other politically. Jane had no choice but to respect Rhaenyra's decision. As the applause died down, Lionel Strong looked at Rhaenyra with a sad expression. "Oh well, my role here has been taken over," he thought. Yet, he stepped forward with solemnity and addressed the nobles. "My lords, the princess and the prince have arrived. Please proceed to the throne hall for the ceremony." The replacement of the heir was a significant event, requiring a dignified and solemn ceremony. It wasn't enough for the heirs to simply agree. The kingdom needed to witness the formalities. "Come along, my children," Viserys said, approaching Rhaenyra and Rhaegar, taking their hands. Rhaenyra sensed the affection in her father's eyes. "You've done well, my girl. What you've lost today will be compensated," Viserys assured her, his voice firm as he squeezed her hand. Rhaenyra's sacrifice proved her loyalty and commitment to the unity of the Targaryen house, keeping external threats at bay. Viserys was proud of her, his guilt for her deepening. Rhaenyra smiled gently, slipping her hand out of her father's and instead holding Rhaegar's. "Father, it would be better if you accompanied the queen," she said softly. Her father's belated affection and hesitation hurt her, but she kept it to herself. The offer meant a life of peace and security, but her father's newfound love only made her resent him more. For now, all she wanted was to hold Rhaegar's hand tightly and fulfill her vow. The heir-changing ceremony commenced in the solemn throne room, where members of the royal family and nobles from across the realms had gathered. The High Septon of the Faith of the Seven stood before them, making the official proclamation under the divine gaze of the Seven. The title of heir was formally transferred from Rhaenyra to Rhaegar. Seizing the moment, Rhaenyra announced that she would no longer consider marrying outside her family and pledged to groom Rhaegar until he came of age. This announcement was a great disappointment to many nobles who had long coveted her hand in marriage. Viserys hadn't expected Rhaenyra to make that announcement, but he didn't object. Instead, he smiled and nodded in agreement, confirming that he wouldn't get involved in her marriage plans. For Viserys, it was important to keep the pure dragon bloodline going, and Rhaenyra's decision was perfect for him. After this unexpected turn of events, Viserys placed the crown on Rhaegar's head and got the oath of allegiance from the lords. Dressed in black robes adorned with the emblems of the realm, Rhaegar surveyed the room with a composed demeanor, his raised arms signifying his acceptance of the new title. From this moment on, he was the heir, just as Rhaenyra had once been. Viserys was thrilled beyond words as he witnessed the moment. This was the prince he had always dreamed of. The coronation was complete, and as the sun began to set, the nobles were invited to the banquet hall, where a sumptuous feast awaited them. Candlelight and bonfires cast a warm glow on the tables laden with food and wine. Viserys was at the head of the hall, with Rhaegar and Rhaenyra to his left and Lionel, the hand of the king, to his right. After the ceremony, Alicent excused herself to tend to Aemond, who was crying. Meanwhile, the nobles enjoyed the feast, eating, drinking, and chatting away. Viserys took in the scene with a sense of satisfaction, occasionally chatting with Lionel in a friendly manner. It was a day of triumph for him, and he wanted to share it with everyone. The only regret was the absence of the Balerion house. Sea Snake Corlys had promised to attend, but they had not yet arrived. "Rhaegar, try this," Rhaenyra said, offering her brother a piece of roasted meat. Rhaegar, dressed in ceremonial attire, lounged back in his chair with a bored expression, accepting the food from his sister. He was still adjusting to his new status as heir and was enjoying the attention from the former one. After eating several pieces of meat, Rhaegar felt overwhelmed and gulped down some grape juice. Rhaenyra teased. "The heir should pay attention to his image, Rhaegar. I haven't even felt the privileges of being crown prince, and already I'm being scolded." Rhaegar joked. "Look at all these people. How many of them do you think will actually listen to me?" Rhaenyra replied with a self-deprecating smile. "How many do you think listened to me when I was the heir?" Rhaegar smirked, but said nothing. He understood that being the heir was merely a title and that real power was still far away. Just then, there was an announcement at the door. It was Lord Hobart Hightower from Old Town. Many nobles had been disheveled by the two dragons' arrival and had applied to return to their residences to change their attire. The Hightower delegation entered, led by the lords and ladies, but one figure stood out even more: Ser Otto Hightower, Queen Alicent's father. Viserys maintained a composed expression as his old acquaintance approached, waiting patiently for the customary greetings. Lord Hobart offered his blessings, followed by Ser Otto Hightower's formal greeting. Viserys responded calmly, showing no sign of discomfort or regret over their past conflicts. Rhaegar's attention was drawn to the newcomers. He tugged at Rhaenyra's skirt, pointed to Lord Hobart descending the steps, and whispered, "Look, it's that big-nosed fool. I remember him." Rhaegar. Rhaenyra quickly covered his mouth, her eyes giving him a stern look to let him know to watch what he say. Rhaegar pulled her hand away and whispered into her ear, "Isn't that man a supporter of Aegon?" He recalled the scene at the Kingswood Hunt when Ser Hobart had hailed Prince Aegon. At the time, he hadn't recognized him. It turned out to be Lord Hightower of Aegon's mother's house. Rhaenyra lowered her voice. "You're the heir, and your succession is secure. Aegon can't challenge you." Rhaegar's status as the eldest son was far stronger than her own had been as the eldest daughter. Aegon, who once had some hope, couldn't surpass Rhaegar in age or legitimacy. Rhaegar glanced at Otto Hightower, a former hand of the king for 2 terms, as he chatted with Rhaenyra. Viserys raised his glass and greeted, "It's been a long time, Otto. I'm glad you're well, and that you've chosen an excellent heir, your grace." Otto replied respectfully, maintaining his elegant demeanor. Their conversation was brief before Otto followed his elder brother into the banquet. As the Hightower family settled in, another noble rose to make a toast. 2 women sat at the table of the Vale family, Lady Jane and a mature woman dressed as a noblewoman. "Your Grace." The lady began to stand, but another figure quickly stepped forward with a glass of wine. "Congratulations, Your Grace," he said. "You have a brave and fearless prince as your heir, worthy of the dragon blood." A blonde, curly-haired nobleman named Jason strode forward and saluted the king. Rhaegar squinted at him and nodded. "Thank you, Lord Jason." Jason smiled and lifted his chin. "Your Grace, this exchange of heirs is truly grand, befitting a prince." Viserys laughed. "Of course, Rhaegar is my eldest son, the future king. I want this feast to go down in history." Jason glanced at the empty seat to the king's right. "Where is the queen? I was hoping to greet her in person." "The queen is still preparing for the festivities," Viserys replied casually. Jason took the opportunity to comment. "That's why men go to war. Women would never make it to the battlefield in time." Turning to Rhaenyra, he asked, "With the burden of being the heir removed, I wonder what the princess has planned for the future." He was still thinking of marrying a Targaryen princess. Viserys opened his mouth to reply, but Rhaegar interrupted. "Lord Jason, what have you started? Must I ride the dragons to Lannisport?" Rhaenyra gave him a sideways glance and silently took his hand. Rhaegar smiled and looked at Jason, who looked a bit stunned. Jason hesitated. I haven't started any war. There's no need to trouble the prince." "Really? That's a shame," Rhaegar replied, feigning disappointment. "Do you have any future plans for war? I heard the Ironborn often disturb the coastline." "The Ironborn are just foolish pirates. The soldiers in the harbor can handle them," Jason replied, sounding perplexed. "With your honor as a prince, you shouldn't be bothered by the Ironborn." "I see. Lord Jason is truly a lord well-versed in military affairs." "I admire you," Rhaegar said, raising his cup in a toast. Jason looked at the fruity grape juice in the prince's glass and frowned, but he raised his glass to share the drink. After finishing the wine, Jason, aware that his presence is unwelcome to the prince, left, his mood noticeably dampened. Watching his retreating back, Rhaenyra whispered into Rhaegar's ear, "An egomaniac, I can deal with that. I just can't stand his stupid face," Rhaegar shrugged. "He dared to covet my sister. I'm afraid seawater from Lannisport got into his head." As soon as Jason left, the Lady of the Vale, who had been holding her tongue and wanted to speak earlier, quickly approached. "Your Grace, Rhea Royce of Runestone has come to visit with the prince." "I offer my blessings to you and your children," the lady said, raising her glass. "Thank you, Lady Rhea," Viserys responded. Rhaegar and Rhaenyra said the same thing, with equal respect. The countess before them was no ordinary person. She was Daemon Targaryen's wife, Viserys' brother, and thus Rhaegar's aunt by marriage. As is proper, they should address her as sister-in-law and aunt. Rhaegar took a moment to look at Lady Rhea. Her long brown hair framed a slim figure. Though she wasn't conventionally beautiful, her features had a certain rugged grace, exuding a dry, heroic spirit. She was a far cry from the unattractive figure Demon had described. Lady Rhea took a sip of wine and said solemnly, "Your Grace, Demon has committed a grave crime. While I bear no guilt, I feel a shared responsibility." "Don't worry, Lady Rhea," Viserys replied politely. "Demon's sins are his own. They won't touch you." Lady Rhea shook her head. "Your Grace, I know what I am about to say may sound treasonous, but I beg your understanding. What is it you wish to say?" Viserys asked, sensing the seriousness of the situation. Lady Rhea spoke with heavy heart. "I have been married to Demon for 10 years, but our marriage exists in name only. He finds me lacking in beauty and refuses to be with me. The scandal has spread across the continent." Rhaegar sat up straighter and listened intently. This was Demon's scandal, and he needed to hear the details. Lady Rhea continued, "I am the Lady of Runestone, and this stigma has haunted me for years. Now that Demon has committed treason, I implore you to end our marriage and honor your loyal subject." She finished up quickly, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She stared at the king with a determined look in her eyes. "You wish to dissolve the marriage?" Viserys asked, his face grim. "No, Demon never considered me his wife," Lady Rhea said. Viserys clenched his glass, his eyes fixed on Lady Rhea, his breathing becoming more labored. Demon was indeed a scoundrel, and Viserys hated him for it. But he was also his brother. If Viserys granted Lady Rhea's request, it would bring shame not only to Demon, but also to the royal family, making them the subject of ridicule. For the honor of the crown, and out of lingering familial loyalty, Viserys hesitated. He didn't want to agree to Lady Rhea's plea for a divorce. The atmosphere grew tense. Rhaenyra looked at Lady Rhea, filled with both indignation and sympathy. She was a noble lady, who'd been married for years and was the subject of endless jokes. Leaning close to Rhaegar, she whispered through gritted teeth, "Demon is scum. Don't ever become like him." "You're wrong to even compare him to me," Rhaegar replied, clearly annoyed. Viserys remained silent for a long time before finally, speaking in a deep voice, "Lady Rhea, Demon has not yet been apprehended. Can we wait until he is, so that you and he can personally resolve this matter?" As an older brother, he was reluctant to make the decision about Demon's fate while he was away. Lady Rhea hesitated, wanting desperately to implore the king to end the marriage immediately. She couldn't bear being Demon's wife for another moment and wanted to be free as soon as possible. "Lady Rhea, my father has already approved your request. All you have to do is wait until Demon is captured," Rhaegar interjected, seeing his father's difficulty in making a decision. Lady Rhea looked at the young prince, her eyes filled with suspicion. Rhaegar smiled and said, "Runestone has always been a loyal supporter of the royal family. The royal family will not humiliate its followers. Demon has committed grave errors, and this marriage should end." Lady Rhea nodded and asked the king, "Your Grace, is what the prince says true?" Viserys, looking sorrowful, replied, "Yes, Rhaegar speaks for me. When Demon is brought to justice, you may settle the matter as you see fit." "Thank you, Your Grace." Rhea was thrilled and turned to Rhaegar. "Thank you for your selflessness, Prince." Selflessness? Rhaegar frowned. What did she mean by that? Was she implying he was betraying his own family? Seeing his reaction, Lady Rhea quickly tried to clarify her words. "I apologize, that's not what I meant." Rhaegar looked at her, still confused. "I'll take my leave now, Your Grace," Lady Rhea said hastily, realizing she was only making things worse. She made her way down the steps, her face flushed with embarrassment. Rhaenyra turned to look at Rhaegar, who met her gaze. "I understand why Demon doesn't like her," Rhaegar muttered with frustration. Rhaenyra smiled, averting her gaze. A woman with such sharp tongue was indeed not easy to like. The banquet continued. Rhaegar took his seat and greeted one noble after another, his smile growing more strained by the minute. Just as his face was starting to hurt from all the smiling, the welcoming drums sounded. Lord Corlys of House Balerion, Lord of the Tides, Master of Driftmark, his wife, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen, and their children and heirs. The herald's voice echoed through the hall, and the doors swung open. A crowd entered the hall, drawing the attention of everyone present. The noisy banquet hall fell silent as many gazes turned towards the newcomers. The sea snake. Rhaegar murmured softly, equally curious about the man his father had spoken so much about. Seated facing the door, he had a clear view of the group. Leading them was a middle-aged man with silver hair and dark skin, his eyes deep and his demeanor calm. Beside him was a striking woman with black hair streaked with silver, her face proud and regal. The two walked hand in hand. Following behind were a pair of silver-haired young men and women, both dark-skinned and strikingly beautiful. Does Valyria have any black-skinned descendants? Rhaegar thought to himself, intrigued. The group reached the center of the banquet hall, and all eyes were on them. Corlys stepped forward and bowed slightly to Viserys, saying, "Your Grace, we're sorry we couldn't make it to the assembly on time. We had to travel a long way. I didn't see you during the day. I thought the Balerion house wouldn't come." Viserys responded with a smile, nodding at Rhaenys. Cousin, Rhaenys replied with a faint smile. Viserys then turned to Rhaegar and introduced him. "Come, Lord Corlys, meet the kingdom's new heir and swear your allegiance." He was eager to see the sea snake's reaction. Corlys' gaze fell on the young prince. He frowned slightly, then said, "Your Grace, you have made the right choice." He spoke earnestly. A male heir indeed brought more security than a princess. Corlys knelt on one knee and swore his allegiance plainly, showing no reluctance. Rhaegar rose from his seat and approached Corlys, extending a hand and smiling. "Rise, Lord Corlys. I accept your allegiance." Corlys took his hand, rising to his full height, and whispered, "Prince, I hope you will be a wise ruler." "I will, my lord," Rhaegar replied confidently. Turning to Rhaenys, he said, "Aunt, this is the first time we meet, and I welcome you and my cousins. Please take your seats. It may be our first meeting, but I've long been familiar with you," Rhaenys replied, touching her nephew's head, disregarding the formalities of a ruler and subject. Laenor and Lena stepped forward, greeting warmly. "Rhaegar, congratulations on becoming the heir." As Rhaegar exchanged pleasantries with the Balerion children, Rhaenys approached the main table. She raised a glass of wine, first toasting Viserys. "Cousin," she said with a faint smile, to which Viserys responded in kind. Then she turned to Rhaenyra, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "I told you that you would be replaced. You are indeed useless." Her words were filled with bitterness. She had once been a candidate for the throne, but had been passed over for Viserys. Seeing Rhaenyra replaced by Rhaegar felt like history repeating itself, but with a male heir instead. Rhaenyra's expression cooled at the comment. She replied blandly, "Aunt, Rhaegar is my brother, and I willingly gave up my seat for him. Is this how you lie to yourself?" Rhaenys asked, her eyes filled with pity. Rhaenyra clenched her fists and replied calmly, "Isn't that how you've managed all these years, knowing the heart of the matter isn't with us?" Rhaenys sighed, acknowledging the truth in Rhaenyra's words. "You're right. The system itself is flawed," she admitted. Then, changing the subject, she asked, "You are not young. Do you need to find a husband to depend on?" "No need. Rhaegar will not treat me harshly," Rhaenyra replied firmly. Rhaenys seemed a bit down, but she agreed, "That's fine. You can follow the family tradition." Despite her harsh words, Rhaenys felt a kinship with her niece, both having suffered under the same system. She admired Rhaenyra's strength, even if she didn't show it openly. Rhaegar found himself enjoying a good conversation with Laenor, who seemed to take a liking to him. At that moment, a new figure entered through the still-open doors. The man had short silver hair, wore black leather armor, and bore a cynical smile. The banquet continued with its usual pomp and circumstance until a sudden commotion interrupted the revelry. Bang! Viserys' face twisted with anger as he slammed the table, shouting, "Demon, you bastard! How dare you show up in front of me?" Rhaegar was startled by his father's outburst and turned to see who had entered. His expression hardened when he recognized the visitor. Demon Targaryen, the very man who was on the wanted list. Demon was standing at the door, eating a piece of bread with salt. As he strolled in, the room fell silent. Swish, swish. Two guards unsheathed their swords and positioned them at Demon's neck, their expressions grim. Demon swallowed the last bite of bread, raised his hands in a mock gesture of surrender, and smiled faintly. "Brother, I am here enjoying the rights of a guest. You are a criminal and deserve no such rights," Viserys retorted angrily. "Arrest him and throw him in the dungeon." The sword blades pressed against Demon's skin, and he winced slightly. Still, he managed to say, "For tonight at least, I'm here as a guest." With that, he unsheathed the Dark Sister, his Valyrian steel sword, and offered it with both hands. Viserys sneered at the gesture. "You fool! You have no honor in my eyes." The hall was filled with tension, and many of the guests had stopped eating, their eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. Viserys' fury was palpable. This was the man who had almost killed his son. "Your Grace, Demon has eaten your bread and wine. It's against the gods' laws to harm a guest under your roof," Corlys Balerion interjected. Viserys shot Corlys a look that said it all. "Lord Corlys, did he come here with your family?" Demon's timing was suspicious, coming so close on the heels of the Valerions. Viserys was already suspicious of Demon and Corlys' relationship. Corlys met the king's gaze evenly. "I don't know what crime Prince Demon has committed, but he's your blood. A kinslayer is cursed by the gods. The kinslayer is him." Viserys shouted, his agitation mounting. Demon spoke up, "Brother, all our kin are alive and well. I've killed no one. Shut your mouth, or I'll rip out your tongue." Viserys snapped, his eyes blazing. Demon fell silent, lowering his head. The tension was palpable, and the festive atmosphere had turned icy. Guests looked around uncomfortably, their earlier smiles now frozen. Seeing the need to defuse the situation, Lionel Strong rose and approached the king, speaking in a low voice. "Your Grace, Demon has walked into your grasp. There will be ample time to execute him later. Are you suggesting I let this murderer attend the banquet?" Viserys replied, his tone indicating disgust. "Today is the heir-changing ceremony, and nobles from all over the continent are gathered here. It is not fitting to spill blood on such an occasion," Lionel advised, considering the consequences of a public execution. Viserys' face fell upon hearing the news of Demon's imprisonment. While it was a relief to have him detained, the scandal of the royal family's infighting was now at risk of becoming public knowledge. Rhaenyra, eager to prevent rumors of internal conflict, had expressed her support for Rhaegar's claim. The tranquility of the day could not be shattered by Demon's antics. Rhaegar approached his father and tugged at his sleeve. Viserys looked down at his son, confusion etched on his face. "Father," Rhaegar whispered, "the rights of guests cannot be violated. Confiscate his sword and detain him immediately after the banquet." No matter what Demon and the Sea Snake might be up to, Demon's presence in King's Landing made it tough to get away. There was no need to let their anger get the better of them. Viserys looked at his son for a long moment before turning to Lionel for advice. Lionel nodded. "The prince is right. Demon can't escape." Taking a deep breath, Viserys snorted. "Very well, let him have one more comfortable night." He then ordered, "Confiscate his sword and let him in." "Yes, your grace," the guards responded. They took the Dark Sister, Demon's Valyrian steel sword, and thoroughly searched him for any hidden weapons. Demon cooperated, smiling as he said, "Brother, I am here only to send my blessings for my great-nephew's celebration." "Thank you, uncle," Rhaegar replied coldly, signaling the guards to take the sword. "Find a corner to sit in and grab some wine before the feast ends," Viserys ordered with contempt. Demon spread his arms helplessly. "I am your brother." "You're not worthy," Viserys shot back, not even looking at him. Demon looked around the room for a place to sit, but was interrupted by a loud thump. Lady Rhea rose from her seat, glaring at Demon with fury. "Rhea, sit down," Jane whispered, try to prevent her from making a scene. Rhea obeyed reluctantly, shooting Demon a look of pure disgust before sitting down. Demon smirked. "Isn't this my lady?" Concerned about your husband. Vile. Rhea spat, cursing him. Demon laughed coldly and found an empty seat. He wasn't supposed to be here, but he couldn't resist the urge to meet his nephew, the new heir. As Demon settled, Viserys tried to restore the festive atmosphere. All of you. Bang. The door opened again. Alicent, dressed in a striking green gown, walked into the hall, holding Aegon in one hand and Helena in the other. Her calm, assured demeanor drew everyone's attention. The room fell silent. Green was a significant color, particularly for House Hightower. When Old Town called its bannermen to war, the lighthouse on the Hightower would light up green. Viserys understood the implication of the color and looked puzzled. Rhaegar, keeping his gaze on Alicent, commented, "Your Grace, your dress is beautiful." Alicent smiled gently. "I chose it carefully. It's the only one that suits tonight's mood." "I'm glad you dressed up for my celebration, but I don't like the color of your dress," Rhaegar said, glancing at the Hightower table. "Change it. There is still time." Otto looked puzzled, not expecting his usually soft-hearted daughter to make such a bold statement. Hobart, on the other hand, seemed pleased, waving to Aegon beside Alicent. Viserys spoke in a low voice. "Alicent, I left my handkerchief in my room. Fetch it for me." He did not wish to see his queen in a green dress. It felt like a slight against him. Alicent approached the main seat, let go of her children's hands, and wiped Viserys' mouth with a handkerchief. "I like this dress and won't change it." Viserys grabbed her wrist. "You must. Unless you want me to remove it right now." "I must decline," Alicent replied firmly, her eyes steely. She knew precisely what her family wanted and was exhausted from their manipulations. She had endured enough. The sleepless nights and constant strain had worn her down. She was tired of merely surviving in the shadows. Now, it was time to stand up for herself, live openly and boldly, and fight for her children's future. Viserys, realizing her determination, let go of her hand. His mood, already soured by Daemon's appearance, worsened. Alicent ignored her husband's displeasure and took her seat beside him without acknowledging Rhaegar. Rhaegar scanned the room, his expression unreadable. "Rhaegar, get some rest," Rhaenyra suggested, trying to comfort him. Rhaegar shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. "Someone's in a hurry," he muttered. He wasn't happy, but he had been prepared for this. Rhaenyra's time as heir had sown discord, and now, as the heir, he had to deal with the fallout. When he became crown prince, the law prevailed, and the demons lurking in the shadows will be unable to bear it. They will reveal their fangs. This is good. It's crucial to know who the enemy is. The feast continued, but there was a bit of an awkward atmosphere. Viserys tried to lighten the mood with a speech, and then the music started and people started dancing. Rhaegar stayed seated, not in the mood for festivities. The king's guard was carrying the Dark Sister away, but Rhaegar intervened, requesting to let him see it. Viserys didn't refuse this time. He had contemplated gifting the ancestral sword to his eldest son. Daemon isn't worthy of it. The king's guard brought the Dark Sister to him, and he examined it closely. The system beeped. Quest initiated. Explore the Balerion steel sword, Dark Sister. Rhaegar smiled slightly, his mood improving. He placed the Dark Sister on the table, his hand resting on the hilt. Dark Sisters. Exploration progress. 0.5%. The music played, and the earlier tension dissipated as people found dance partners. However, Rhaenyra declined several invitations, citing feeling unwell as her reason. Among them Stan, Jason, and Tyland, the twin brothers of House Lannister, alongside Lionel's eldest son, Harwin Strong, among many others. Eventually, frustrated and annoyed, she left the party early. Rhaegar watched her leave before turning his attention back to the hall. He observed Daemon dancing with Rhaenys' daughter, Lena, showing affection, and Alicent laughing with her family. Everything seemed normal, but Rhaegar could sense the undercurrents of tension and rivalry. The banquet continued, but the night's events had revealed much about who stood with him and who stood against him. As midnight approached, the ball showed no signs of winding down, with nobles still enjoying the social festivities. Rhaegar, feeling the weight of the long night, rested his head on his hand, battling fatigue. Footsteps echoed, and suddenly Demon appeared, catching Rhaegar's suspicious gaze. With hands raised in mock surrender, Demon chuckled. "Great nephew, I haven't yet offered my congratulations on your ascension to heir." Rhaegar's brow furrowed. "Why are you here?" "I felt like it. Do I need more reason?" Demon replied nonchalantly. "As you wish. You and your dark sisters are welcome," Rhaegar remarked, casting a glance at the precious sword. Demon playfully asked, "Can you even lift it with your height?" Rhaegar remained calm, unsure how to respond to such audacity. Could anyone be so bold? After a moment's thought, Rhaegar raised his glass. "Uncle, I appreciate your boldness and the help you've given my father. Here to you." In his mind, Demon was already a trapped animal. No need for harsh words. Demon eyed the juice in the glass and shook his head. "Children's drinks. I prefer fine wine." Rhaegar smiled. "As heir, when I extend a courtesy, you must oblige. What if I decline?" Demon smirked. "Let's find out then." Rhaegar replied by tipping his glass, which spilled the juice onto the floor. Demon looked perplexed, so Rhaegar brought the glass down firmly onto the table. There was a thump as Eric drew his long sword and held it to Demon's neck. Demon looked Eric in the eye and gave him a disdainful look. "Are you planning to kill me?" "I will if necessary," Eric stated firmly. Rhaegar poured another glass of juice and offered it to Demon. "Here, uncle, have a drink." Demon lifted his hand, overturning the glass once more, the juice spilling out. "You unreal naive little prince. Do you think I'll yield to you?" Bang! The cup crashed onto the tabletop once more, and Rhaegar's countenance turned icy. Swish, swish. Two more blades emerged from their scabbards, one poised at Demon's neck and the other at his lower back. Demon glanced back, finding Cole and Harold, who had silently approached, their expressions unreadable. Both were Kingsguard, privy to Demon's transgressions. How could they allow a sinner to approach the prince with such impunity? "Uncle, I'm raising my glass to you because you've been so supportive of my father," Rhaegar said, raising his glass again and tilting his head. "I understand your thoughts. My father was merciful, but I am not. I will be the judge, ensuring you never don the black cloak and journey to the wall." Rhaegar knew his father's tendencies well, even amidst all the animosity. When push came to shove, Viserys would inevitably hesitate. Demon's expression shifted slightly. "You plan to send me to the wall as a brother of the Night's Watch?" Rhaegar replied, "Drink this, and you may live past tonight." He gave his uncle another chance. Kinslaying was a pretty serious accusation, and he was reluctant to see his father lose a blood relative. "I never thought that you despised me so much. Go to the wall and try to make amends." There was a brief silence, broken by Demon's grin. He was impressed by his nephew's generosity, even in trying to spare his life. Demon accepted the glass, sniffing the fragrant juice before bringing it close to his lips. Viserys silently applauded the move, his eyes darting between the two. Demon took a tentative sip before spilling the juice onto the ground with a sigh. "Unfortunately, this isn't to my liking." Bang! A wine glass struck Demon's forehead, causing him to stagger. Viserys trembled with anger, his teeth grinding. "Get lost and savor the end of your miserable life, you heartless beast." "Fine, have it your way," Demon retorted, covering his bleeding forehead as he pushed past the blocking Cole and merged into the dancing throng. Observing his nephew's temperament, Demon felt the night had not been in vain. As a prominent figure in the family, his actions caught the attention of many well-meaning individuals. At the Balerion lineage table, Rhaenys gripped her cutlery tightly, her tone laced with venom. "You court your own demise, so don't blame others for it. Demon is his own man," Jane reassured softly, her eyes flickering with amusement as she glanced at Rhaegar. "The heir seems to be a bit more astute than Rhaenyra. He's the son of the late Queen Aemma Arryn and is a natural ally for you in the Vale," Ybert analyzed. "You're right, but I'm more intrigued by his marriage," Jane mused, her fingers lightly tracing her chin. Ybert hesitated. "The prince is only 6 years old, and according to Targaryen family tradition, he has a pair of sisters to choose from." "Who knows?" Jane chuckled. At the head table, Viserys was breathing heavily and looked flushed with anger. He couldn't understand why his eldest son had denied Daemon a chance at life when he himself was willing to grant it. Must he, his own brother, be the one to sever his head? "I'll grant you your wish, you bastard," Viserys seethed, suppressing his rage. Rhaegar told Cole and Harold to stand down and guard the entrance. On closer inspection, he could see that his hands were trembling slightly and that he was breathing heavily. But it wasn't fear or anger. It was a rush of excitement. "Uncle, an eye for an eye," Rhaegar said. Meanwhile, back in the dragon pit, the roars of the dragons could be heard echoing around the circular chamber. There were several massive dragons in there, including Vhagar, Malaise, Sea Smoke, and Syrax. Bound by iron chains, Daemon's blood WYRM let out a roar of rage, its gaze sweeping the dark corners of the crypt. Far away, a black dragon scaled the dragon pit's wall, its movements betraying its master's emotions. In the banquet hall, Rhaegar hoisted his heavy dark sister, bidding his father farewell with a smile. "I'll be on my way now, father." "Go on. The feast will continue for some time," Viserys replied, his response mild. Rhaegar nodded, halting Eric from following as he whispered a word in his ear. Eric's brows furrowed, and he nodded solemnly. "Goodbye." Rhaegar bid him farewell before departing. The festivities carried on, with Tully, Tyrell, and other nobles expressing their regrets upon learning of the prince's departure. Meanwhile, Daemon, rejected by one partner after another, roamed aimlessly through the crowd. "No dance partner?" a soft voice called from behind, as Lena approached with a smile. Daemon's gaze roved over Lena's form, appreciating her curves, exotic complexion, and seductive red lips, all of which aligned perfectly with his tastes. He extended his hand with a smile and said, "It looks like your dance partner left you hanging." "It does," Lena replied, intertwining her fingers with his. "But I have more pressing matters to attend to, so I guess I'll have to lower my standards and dance with you." Daemon's eyes lit up with desire as they began their dance. With a bold move, Lena leaned in, her ample bosom pressing against him as she spoke softly. "Have you thought about how you're going to leave?" She inherited her mother Rhaenys' analytical nature and couldn't understand Daemon's arrogance without a plan. "I can't divulge all my secrets, my dear," Daemon chuckled, his hand trailing down her waist, growing bolder. "A piece of advice. The dragon pit is now under the control of the new heir. You'd better get out of here," Lena said in a low voice. Daemon's expression didn't change as his hand kept exploring, and his words were still ambiguous. "Then I'll have to be quick about it." A quick glance revealed the guarded main gate, leaving him no easy means of escape without a weapon. Other passages were similarly patrolled, and he knew he was under close scrutiny from the moment he set foot in King's Landing. As the ball went on, Daemon and Lena danced together, seeming relaxed despite the situation. Corlys felt a twinge of unease as he observed his daughter with Daemon. Such interactions weren't good for the Balerion house. Rhaenys suggested, "Should we call Lena back?" Corlys shook his head. "We arrived here with Daemon. We can't deny our association." "Daemon won't find it easy to slip away," Rhaenys predicted, anticipating his imminent arrest. "No rush. I'm curious to see if our king has the ruthlessness to handle Daemon." Corlys mused with interest. "Humph. They're all my kin. I have no interest in such drama," Rhaenys retorted coldly, rising from the table. Opting to return to Driftmark for the greater good, she had no desire to compete for the Iron Throne or witness further familial discord. Internally, Rhaenys couldn't help but silently chastise her two cousins for their foolishness. As midnight drew near and the early morning hours approached, the ball reached its peak, with the music reaching a crescendo that would stir the deepest emotions of the attendees. Scream! A sudden cry pierced the air. "Fire! There's a fire outside!" Gasps and murmurs rippled through the hall as flames flickered against the stained glass windows, casting an eerie glow inside. Fire had erupted within the Red Keep, starting inconspicuously in an attic before rapidly spreading, engulfing nearby gambling dens and brothels. Viserys and his tired entourage were trying to keep things calm as they tried to put out the fire. Lionel swiftly organized men to combat the fire, including his eldest son, Harwin. "Your Grace, perhaps it's best if you depart," Lionel urged, concerned for the king's well-being. Viserys declined. "No, the fire hasn't reached the banquet hall yet. I must reassure our guests." Suddenly, candles flickered and went out one by one, plunging the hall into darkness except for a few remaining bonfire pots. "Protect the king." Harold, captain of the King's Guard, sprang into action, quickly positioning himself between the king and any potential threats, followed closely by Cole. Amidst the chaos, panicked cries rang out, echoing off the walls as noble women recoiled in fear. Lena, in the dimness, grasped at Daemon's belt, her expression serious. "Where do you think you're going?" Daemon tightened his grip on her chin as he replied coldly. "You said I should make a quick exit. Well, here's my chance. Do you really think you can escape?" Lena's words carried weight. "I have to try. I'd rather lose my head or spend my days on the wall, devoid of all pleasure," Daemon replied, slipping away into the confusion towards a secluded corner of the hall. Watching him depart, Lena shook her head in disappointment. A self-important man indeed. As the fire raged on, Red Keep soldiers and Goldclaw Guard from King's Landing worked hard to put it out. Meanwhile, Daemon skillfully evaded the patrolling guards and made his way to a hidden passage within the Red Keep. When he got there, he found a guy in black robes waiting for him. It was like they'd made a deal. "Once this is done, our agreement will be fulfilled," the figure said, tossing Daemon a matching black robe. Daemon's reply was brief. "I think it would be a good idea if you came with me." The figure shook their head firmly. "No, I have another commitment I need to keep." Without further ado, Daemon donned the black robe and disappeared into the secret passage, while the black-robed figure slipped away into the night. As Daemon emerged from the Red Keep, he was met with a sudden downpour. The rain intensified as if spurred on by the earlier fire. He kept going, undeterred by the weather, navigating the narrow alleys and letting the rain cascade around him. Arriving at the dragon pit, Kaching, a dragon keeper's neck snapped suddenly from behind, his body collapsing lifelessly. Another dragon keeper, startled, reached for his sword, but before he could react, a swift kick landed in his abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. With determination, Daemon advanced, swiftly crushing the fallen man's throat underfoot. A swift and silent dispatched the two dragon keepers and cleared his path. With Caraxes, his dragon, awaiting him, Daemon swiftly freed the beast from its chains and mounted its back. As they soared into the stormy sky, a lone figure emerged from the shadows, their presence unnoticed. Caraxes soared swiftly, leaving the skies over King's Landing behind and entering the expanse of Blackwater Bay. It was raining hard, with each drop splashing loudly on the ground. Daemon felt a rush of relief at escaping King's Landing. He knew he'd made the right call. Had he waited to depart early in the morning, he wouldn't have dared to face his brother. "Roar!" Caraxes suddenly roared, his body twisting uneasily. "What's wrong, Caraxes?" Daemon inquired, sensing his dragon's agitation. Caraxes's pupils dilated alertly as he quickened his flight. Rumble! A thunderstorm erupted, lightning illuminating the night sky. Daemon looked up, spotting a massive shadow, followed by Caraxes weaving among the clouds. "Uncle, I've found you." Rhaegar's voice boomed as the shadow descended. Roar! Another roar, distinct from Caraxes, widened Daemon's eyes in alarm. Cannibal dove down, its green dragon fire igniting fiercely as it collided with Caraxes's neck. "No!" Daemon yelled, gripping the reins tightly. Before he could command a response, Cannibal's flames engulfed Caraxes's head and eyes. Even in the rainy night, Cannibal's dragon fire raged fiercely. "Cannibal, tear them apart." Rhaegar's eyes glinted with madness as he watched the chaos unfold. Daemon realized that his nephew was planning to kill him. He'd gone back to King's Landing to provoke him. Yet, he'd been expecting Daemon to run and had been waiting for him. Roar! As Cannibal's flames died down, it grabbed Caraxes, its claws digging into his spine as it lunged for his wing with a savage bite. Caraxes wailed in agony, twisting frantically in a futile attempt to break free from Cannibal's grasp. However, despite its efforts, Caraxes couldn't escape, and its slender body was ensnared by Cannibal's relentless hold. Stab! Cannibal, having long hungered for the taste of its own kind, struck with ferocity, shattering Caraxes' shoulder blade with a single bite. Poor Caraxes never stood a chance to retaliate. Its body was torn asunder. Dracarys! Rhaegar's command echoed once more. Cannibal savagely ripped apart flesh and blood, swallowing it greedily before unleashing another torrent of green dragon fire. Roar! Caraxes roared in agony as the dragon fire seared his already wounded flesh, causing him to plummet uncontrollably. Caraxes, hold on! Daemon's voice rang out desperately as he watched his dragon being destroyed before his eyes, a chill gripping his soul as he struggled to maintain his composure. Rhaegar didn't show any mercy. Cannibal's flames kept raining down on Caraxes, trying to send him plummeting into the sea. In the pouring rain and thunderous skies, Caraxes was no match for Cannibal's pursuit. With a splash, it went into the ocean. Daemon had no time to undo the chain around his waist. He was dragged into the depths alongside his dragon. The sea was in a state of turmoil, with Caraxes' blood staining the waters crimson and mixing with the cold waves. Rhaegar was shaking, holding Cannibal aloft, his once regal attire now soaked by the rain. As lightning illuminated the night, Rhaegar's expression twisted in agitation, his chest heaving. Wiping away the rain, Rhaegar's features contorted into a cold glare. "Uncle, you left me no choice." Rhaegar's voice echoed with a hint of madness. "I owed you a mouthful of dragon fire, and today I paid it back. My father may have spared you, but I won't. I've come to end you." The tempest intensified, mirroring Rhaegar's turbulent emotions. Phew! A gust of wind swept past, tossing Rhaegar's hair in disarray. Cannibal roared, slowing its pace. Rhaegar gazed up at the dark, cloudy sky, his expression conflicted, as if wrestling with a decision. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and issued a command. "Cannibal, let's go." Roar! Cannibal obeyed eagerly, its wings beating with renewed vigor. Looking back, the sea had vanished into a blur in the distance. A bolt of lightning pierced the clouds, illuminating the other half of Rhaegar's face, revealing uncertainty and inner turmoil. "You spared me on Dragonstone Island, so I'll grant you a chance to live," he murmured. "With such a vast ocean, pray that Caraxes lives up to its name." 118 AC, early summer morning. Above the city of King's Landing, a pitch-black dragon soared gracefully, its enormous shadow casting a vast expanse of darkness over the city below. Roar! The dragon's roar reverberated across the sky, causing many people to stop and look up in awe. When they saw the dragon, they showed respect and quickly left. After 7 years, the people of King's Landing had gotten used to seeing the black dragon. It belonged to Rhaegar Targaryen, the king's eldest son and heir to the Iron Throne, who was known affectionately as the Good Prince. Singers and troubadours had given him this title because they thought he was kind and did a lot of good, especially for the city's orphanage. The black dragon flew around King's Landing before landing slowly on the hill where the dragon pit was located. "Welcome back, Prince." The dragon keepers, who had been awaiting his return, rushed forward as the massive dragon touched down. Sitting atop Cannibal, a fierce dragon, was a handsome young man with silver hair, purple eyes, and a pale complexion. His expression remained indifferent as he dismounted. "Where's Eric? Tell him to get the guards ready for the Mushroom Set's caravan," Rhaegar said firmly. Maynard Waters, garbed in a scholar's robe, approached respectfully. "Prince, the king's guard have been summoned back to the Red Keep." Rhaegar nodded, a smile touching his lips. "Then send someone to make the necessary preparations. The caravan will arrive before afternoon." "Yes, Prince," Maynard responded promptly. Once he'd given his orders, Rhaegar climbed down the ladder and patted Cannibal's snout gently. "Ooh!" Cannibal snorted, his green pupils full of reluctance. Rhaegar said, Just stay in the dragon pit and you can roam freely at night. Roar. Cannibal shook his head, then lumbered towards the dragon pit. The dragon keepers quickly stepped aside, wary of the swaying dragon's tail. Seeing this, Rhaegar smiled faintly. Let's go. After a few days away, it's time to return to the Red Keep. Yes, Prince, responded the dragon keepers in unison, forming two lines to escort the prince to his carriage, flanking it as it moved. After years of diligent work, the dragon pit had been thoroughly refurbished and now lay firmly under Rhaegar's control. In King's Landing, the dragon pit was undeniably his domain. The Red Keep, martial arts arena. Rhaegar had changed out of his dragon-riding attire. He now stood bare-chested, wearing a skirt-like garment around his waist and holding an elegant sword. The attire was inspired by fragmented images from his dreams. These dreams were often disjointed, but occasionally offered practical insights that Rhaegar experimented with during his leisure time. The sword in his hand was the Dark Sister, one of the Targaryen family's ancestral blades. This Balerion steel longsword had been a gift from his dear Uncle Demon on the night of the heir exchange. Rhaegar often missed his uncle, who always brought him something remarkable whenever they met. Clang! The sound of iron striking iron echoed as Rhaegar wielded the Dark Sister, clashing with his opponent. Rhaegar didn't even look back. He'd gotten used to it. Syrio made a mistake and decided to face the consequences instead of running away. Rhaegar respected his swordsman teacher's decision. Rhaenyra quickly reached the corner of the stairs, jogging down to meet him. The two siblings embraced tightly. At 21, Rhaenyra had blossomed into a beautiful woman, her slim figure accentuated by a black skirt, her long silver hair framing her face. Rhaegar, now more imposing and confident, grabbed her by the waist, looked her over, and asked, "Did the trip go well?" Rhaenyra, slightly shorter than her brother, leaned into his arms and lifted her chin proudly. Syrax laid 3 dragon eggs, 3 whole eggs. She held up 3 fingers, beaming with pride. Syrax lives up to her name. The future of our family depends on such a productive dragon. Rhaegar praised her with a smile. Suddenly, Rhaenyra's smile faded a bit. "Are your dreams still troubling you?" she asked, her gaze full of concern. She gently stroked his pale complexion, noting the dark circles under his eyes. "It's okay, just one dream every few days. I've gotten used to it," Rhaegar reassured her, shaking his head. Over the years, his dreamer talent had been kicking in, bringing vivid images of dragon fights, flames, and battles into his dreams. There were even glimpses of another world, mostly useless except for some historical facts about dynastic changes. Rhaenyra, full of pity, wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, "I haven't seen you for a month. Did you miss me?" "Of course, all the time," Rhaegar replied, a smile breaking across his pale cheeks. "That's a good boy. Here's a reward for you." Rhaenyra cupped his cheek and placed a light kiss on it. Rhaegar coughed softly, breaking away from the embrace and changing the subject. "I need to take a shower first. Let the kitchen prepare a reception for you." "No problem," Rhaenyra agreed with a smile. Rhaenyra's bedroom smelled great. It was filled with the aroma of a sumptuous meal. The round table was loaded with fried and sautéed dishes, along with a variety of desserts. Rhaenyra, not worried about her image, took a big bite of the food and enjoyed every bite. Rhaegar, having eaten a few simple bites, sat back to watch. The dishes were based on common ingredients, but were delicious and easy to prepare. He had arranged for a small kitchen and trusted staff to prepare his meals. Ostensibly, this was to develop new recipes, but in reality, it was a precaution against poisoning. 2 birds with 1 stone. Knock, knock. Halfway through the meal, there was a knock on the door, and Eric's voice came through. "Prince, the king has convened a small council meeting and invited you to attend." Rhaegar's eyes flashed slightly. "Got it. I'll be there in a moment." "Father is calling you. You'd better go quickly," Rhaenyra suggested, swallowing a mouthful of cake, her cheeks puffing out. "There's no rush. We'll go together once you're done eating," Rhaegar said nonchalantly, leaning back in his chair. "What am I going to do?" "I'm not an advisor," Rhaenyra said hesitantly. As the Princess of Dragonstone, She was technically qualified to attend the small council meeting, but her status as the former crown princess made it somewhat awkward. It doesn't matter. There's a good show to be seen today, Rhaegar said, a smile spreading across his face as he thought of the issues discussed at the last small council meeting. Half an hour later, Rhaegar escorted Rhaenyra to the council hall. As they approached the solemn gates, Rhaegar glanced at her nostalgically. Rhaenyra, do you remember the first time I came here? You were just a little kid then, clinging to me and calling me sister, Rhaenyra replied, resting her hands in front of her belly and smiling at the memory. That's right. Last time, you led me through the door. This time, it's my turn, Rhaegar said, placing his hand on the gate and giving it a firm push. Creak. The door opened wide, revealing the scene inside. Viserys sat at the head of a round table, flanked by the other advisors of the realm. Rhaegar stepped through the door, looking around before opening his arms. My lords, forgive me for being late. Viserys rose slowly, his eyes on his eldest son. Rhaegar, it is not a good habit to be late, he said with mock sternness. Of course, but I have an excuse, Rhaegar replied, stepping aside to reveal Rhaenyra behind him. Rhaenyra, will you be attending the small council meeting as well? Viserys asked, a smile spreading across his face at the sight of his daughter. Viserys knew that Rhaenyra had returned to King's Landing from Dragonstone yesterday, but she had not come to see him. He was not angry about this. Rhaenyra had deliberately distanced herself from him since the heir exchange, but he believed it was worth it. Rhaegar had grown into a better heir, bringing him hope and making him feel much better in recent years. Oh, I didn't plan on it, Rhaenyra shrugged, walking calmly inside. She'd grown up in this place, and it felt like home to her. Father, what's the big topic today? Rhaegar asked, more relaxed than Rhaenyra, as he strode in and swept his gaze over the small council. Present were Lionel Strong, Hand of the King, Tywin Lannister, Master of Ships, Maester Mellos, Grand Maester, Lyman Beesbury, Master of Coin, Jasper Wilde, Master of Laws. Beside Viserys stood Ser Criston Cole, the new Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, appointed in 112 AC after the death of Ser Harold Westerling. The advisors all stood up to show their respect as Rhaegar approached the conference table. Sit down. No need to be polite, he nodded gently. Rhaegar noticed only one empty chair at the table and turned to Ser Criston Cole. Ser, please fetch a chair. Cole glanced at the king, hesitating. The Master of Laws, Jasper Wilde, frowned and spoke up. Prince, the princess is not a member of the small council and should be excused. I'm not a member of the small council either. Should I recuse myself as well? Rhaegar replied, pulling back the chair in front of him and tilting his head towards Jasper. Jasper blanched and said, You are the heir, and it is in accordance with etiquette for you to participate in political affairs. Very well. Rhaenyra was also once heir and is the princess of Dragonstone. She is eligible to participate in the council, Rhaegar said firmly. He was the heir, and what he said was the rule. He then pulled Rhaenyra's hand and pressed her into the empty chair. Looking back at Cole, he said coldly, Sir, do I have to say it a second time? Cole remained silent and looked to the king. Viserys, somewhat helpless, said, Go on, move a chair for the princess. Rhaenyra was the princess of Dragonstone, holding one of the most important lands of the Targaryen family. Her participation in the council indicated a desire to mend her relationship with her father, which was beneficial for both the family and the realm. When the chair was brought in, Rhaenyra sat down beside Rhaegar and reached for the platter in the center of the table. Inside the plate was a black stone ball with a green dragon pattern. Tink! The stone ball landed in the slot in front of Rhaegar, signifying that the heir prince was ready and the small council meeting had officially begun. Tywin Lannister was the first to speak, his expression serious. Your Grace, there are signs that the kingdom of the Three Daughters is resurging after many years. According to the latest reports, ships near the Stepstones have been intercepted by an unknown group of pirates. Viserys' face grew heavy. Are you sure it's the Three Daughters? Not confirmed yet, but the signs point to them, Tywin replied, shaking his head. The Three Daughters pirates are a serious threat to the kingdom. We must send more spies to gather accurate information and should not underestimate them, Viserys sighed. He didn't want the kingdom involved in a war, especially with the stepstones so far from King's Landing. Tylan nodded, concluding his report. Next was Lionel Strong, Hand of the King. Placing one hand on the table, the bloated hand spoke slowly. Your Grace, the construction of the prince's palace has begun, and the cost is considerable. That's fine. We'll cover it from the treasury, Viserys said, smiling at Rhaegar. That's good news for you. Thank you, Father, Rhaegar replied, leaning back in his chair with a smile. Traditionally, the fiefdoms of crown princes were on Dragonstone. To compensate Rhaenyra, the island was returned to her until her death, leaving Rhaegar without his own fiefdom. After years of negotiations, it was decided that both the heir prince and the princess should have their own residences. Viserys had given Rhaegar a piece of land of his choosing to build the prince's palace. Work had begun early this year, but due to its distance from King's Landing and the time required to select materials and labor, construction had only recently started. Lionel finished his report. The Minister of Finance, Lyman Beesbury, rose slowly to his feet, holding a report in his hand. Your Grace, the prince has submitted a proposal for the reconstruction of the Dragon Pit. The costs are so high that I cannot authorize it. Oh, let me see, Viserys said, puzzled. Criston Cole passed the report to him. Viserys flipped through a few pages, his face darkening with each page he read. He gritted his teeth and said, Rhaegar, the Dragon Pit is a significant structure for the royal family. It cost a fortune to build, and now you want to demolish and rebuild it. Rhaegar remained calm and replied, Father, you yourself said the Dragon Pit is extremely important. The current Dragon Pit is merely a place of confinement, not a suitable nest for dragons. Dismantling and rebuilding a more appropriate nest will benefit our dragon breeding efforts. Rhaenyra raised her hand in support. I agree. I disagree. Viserys interjected sharply. Grimacing, he continued, Look at your proposal. To build a tower-like Dragon Pit, we need all the stone in the kingdom and immense resources. He knew the Dragon Pit was important, but he believed that power was the key to ruling the kingdom. Rebuilding would be so expensive that even emptying the treasury might not be enough. Lyman Beesbury spoke up. Your Grace, the construction of the prince's palace has already strained our finances. Rebuilding the Dragon Pit could bankrupt us. As the Master of Coin and Lord Treasurer, every gold coin in the treasury was his lifeblood. The idea of spending such a large sum distressed him deeply. Tyland raised his hand to speak. We need to make sure the treasury is full, especially with the uncertain situation on the stepstones. That's right, I veto the prince's proposal, Jasper added. As the small council voiced their opposition, Viserys took a deep breath and said, This proposal is dismissed. The country can't afford such extravagance. The kingdom is always short of money, Rhaegar muttered undeterred. The reconstruction can wait, but the reform program must pass. The reform program included increasing the number of dragon keepers, dragon combat training, and reorganizing a research group. Rhaenyra turned to Rhaegar in surprise. Despite her time as heir, she hadn't been allowed to present programs to the pre-regency council so freely. She suddenly realized the gap between them. Rhaegar was no longer a child, but a grown man. His silver-gold hair, dark circles under his eyes, high nose, and firm lips gave him a dignified appearance. His posture was straight, his demeanor calm, and his manners impeccable. Many noble ladies in the kingdom had been enchanted by him at first sight. Suddenly, Rhaenyra's earlobes turned slightly red, and she hurriedly looked away. Rhaegar is an adult now, she murmured to herself, her heart beating a little faster. No one noticed the princess's thoughts as the discussion over the Dragon Pit reform continued heatedly. Half an hour later, the discussion concluded. Viserys clapped his hands and said, The Dragon Pit can be reformed, but it must be done within its limits. If anything goes wrong, it should be halted immediately. Yes, Father. The motion passed, and Rhaegar, grateful, embraced his father. He had never expected the proposal to rebuild the Dragon Pit to pass. Reform had been his primary goal. The current Dragon Pit was still too weak and needed strengthening in every aspect. Viserys, somewhat resigned, squeezed his eldest son's arm. It gave him some comfort. The mere sight of a healthy, intelligent heir was reassuring. Viserys thought for a moment and then advised, "You can take charge of the dragon pit, but after this, you will assist the advisors and learn how to run the kingdom." Rhaegar understood his father's good intentions and accepted gladly. "No problem, father." With the dragon pit matter settled, the small council moved on to other political issues. Rhaenyra, not particularly interested in politics, rose silently from her chair. She walked around the council table, picked up a flask from the fireplace, and poured a glass of wine for her father. She then served each of the ministers. The ministers nodded their thanks, and for a moment, it felt like old times. Rhaenyra, as a young girl, had often served wine while listening to the council's discussions. When she finally reached Rhaegar, nostalgia filled her. She lifted the wine bottle skillfully. Rhaegar, however, covered his glass and moved aside. Looking at her gently, he said, "You're not serving wine anymore." After her teenage years, Rhaenyra had grown more beautiful, deserving the title Realm's Delight. Rhaenyra smiled. "I have to do something. Sit down. The meeting will be over soon." Rhaegar pulled her back in her seat and pushed the flask toward their father, who had finished his drink. As noon approached, the meeting concluded. Each participant placed the stone ball in front of them back onto the disc and exited the conference hall together. Viserys. As they stepped out of the main door, Alicent, dressed in a green gown, called softly and naturally took her husband's arm. "How long have you been waiting, Alicent?" Viserys asked with a smile, appreciating his wife's concern. He was in the prime of his life and really liked the young and beautiful Alicent, and they often showed their affection openly. "I've prepared lunch, just waiting for you to join me." Alicent's smile was charming, her gaze soft and inviting. Viserys glanced at his advisors and straightened his back, feeling honored by his wife's thoughtfulness. The advisors acknowledged his look with nods and smiles, then dispersed. Viserys turned to his children with an invitation. "How about joining us for lunch? Alicent has prepared a wonderful meal." "No, I ate with Rhaegar," Rhaenyra responded flatly, turning to leave. She was estranged from her father and even more so from her best sister, Alicent. The last thing she wanted was to share a table with them. Rhaegar stood by, amused as he watched Rhaenyra walk away. Since she lost her status as heir, she's been more open about her disdain. Ahem. Rhaegar's thoughts were interrupted by a light cough. He looked over to see Tyland, a blonde Lannister, cupping his throat and winking at him. Though Tyland was handsome and stylish, Rhaegar found his winking irritating. After a moment's contemplation, Rhaegar politely declined his father's invitation. "Father, the Mushroom Set's caravan will be entering the city soon, and I need to supervise it." Viserys was a bit disappointed. A bunch of savages, what's the point of being busy with them? However, he understood his eldest son's dedication and let it go. He took Alicent's hand, and they walked away side by side. Once they had gone, Rhaegar approached the waiting Tyland and smiled. "Lord Tyland, what do you need to discuss? Let's chat as we walk." "All right." As they walked down the corridor, Tyland clasped his hands behind his back, trying to appear casual. "Prince, do you know why the Queen showed up at the council chamber door today? Did she take any action?" Rhaegar kept his smile and asked. Alicent had been quiet since the heir replacement ceremony. Apart from a few minor, harmless maneuvers behind the scenes, she had consistently maintained the image of a virtuous woman and had never had any conflict with Rhaegar. Tyland nodded. "The last time you proposed to clean up the streets of King's Landing, the Queen privately recommended her father, Lord Otto, to take up the post." "Oh, she came up with a clever idea," Rhaegar said with a faint smile. "Not only does she bring Otto back into the fold, but she also secures real power." The resident population of King's Landing had swelled to a staggering 500,000 people. It was one of the largest city-states in all of Westeros, serving as the political heart of the realm. Yet, despite its significance, the city was plagued by severe issues. The population was bloated, order was lax, and the streets were littered with filth and reeked of human waste. In the summer, the stench was so overpowering that even dragons could smell it from 10 miles away. Before the Dragon Pit Reform Program, Rhaegar had suggested a street cleanup to improve the residents' environment. "Prince, you should have planned ahead and picked someone to execute the strategy," Tylan said sincerely. "Let's not forget that letting Otto go back to King's Landing will not only let him benefit from your efforts, but it'll also create unnecessary problems." "Thank you for the information, Sir Tylan." Rhaegar gave Tylan a pat on the shoulder and parted ways at the corner of the staircase with a smile. Rhaegar had no doubt about the accuracy of Tylan's intelligence. However, he could only shake his head at the implications. Nightfall. Rhaegar returned to the dragon pit. The door opened, and a dimly lit interior was revealed, with a flickering of campfires merged with the glow of night lights. Rhaegar walked at a steady pace, listening out for any subtle sounds on the stone floor. Roar. All of a sudden, a loud roar filled the cavern as green dragon fire shot up like a pillar, lighting up the whole space. The cannibal dragon made its way up to the top of the dragon pit, looking down at it as the ruler. The dragon pit blazed with light, revealing a single silhouette standing tall, surrounded by others in a neat formation. "Prince!" As soon as they saw Rhaegar, cries echoed through the vastness of the dragon pit, their resonance like the beat of drums. "Poo poo poo." The bonfires were lit one after the other, quickly dispelling the darkness and bringing the dragon pit back to full brightness. In the center of the dragon pit, two groups of men stood tall with their heads held high. One side was made up of around 300 men, all wearing leather armor and carrying spears and swords. They were the original guards of the dragon pit. On the other side, nearly 1,000 tall, powerful individuals dressed in animal skins and rough-hewn clothes stood. These were the free folk who had followed Rhaegar from Cracklaw Point. One man from each group stepped forward. Maynard, decked out in a guard's uniform, looked like he'd been sick, and a thin, brown-haired young man in coarse linen, with a white falcon perched on his shoulder. The young man approached Rhaegar, bowed, and spoke in a soft voice. "Prince, 800 warriors are waiting for your orders." Rhaegar clapped him on the shoulder. "No problems with transportation, right, Tormund?" Tormund glanced at the white falcon on his shoulder and smiled shyly. "Don't worry, I have more than one pair of eyes." This white falcon was a legacy from his tribe. "Good," Rhaegar said. "Send someone to collect the equipment tomorrow and increase the number of dragon keepers to 1,000. He scanned the 800 free folk warriors, his heart swelling with pride. These were the warriors he had painstakingly trained. Now, as the dragon pit needed men, they formed a legitimate armed force. In the vast city of King's Landing, the royal family's army consisted of only 2,000 gold cloaks, and the dragon couldn't always be by his side. How could he rest easy without an armed force at his side? Rhaegar organized his men and made his way up to the second floor of the dragon pit, where his private room was located. There was a slight creak as he opened the door. Rhaegar pushed open the door and stepped into the room, frowning slightly. "You're back." A familiar voice rang out, and a lamp illuminated Rhaenyra's figure. Rhaegar closed the door, lit the candle inside the room, and said with surprise, "Rhaenyra, why are you here?" "Waiting for you, of course." Rhaenyra, now wearing a strapless red dress, swayed her hips as she approached. She lifted his chin with a finger and laughed lightly. This afternoon, the caravan of free folk looked like a long snake entering the city. It wasn't hard to guess where you'd be. You saw the team I organized. What do you think? Rhaegar didn't beat around the bush, sitting comfortably at the table in front of the fireplace. They're pretty fierce, and are definitely worthy of the wildlings. They could be very useful. Rhaenyra's tone was genuine. Rhaegar picked up a quill and started sketching on a piece of paper as he talked. Solving the survival problems of the free folk hasn't been easy. The mushroom sets caravan, right? That's a clever way to make money. Rhaenyra thought of the special caravans operating in the Crownlands and the Riverlands, her tone tinged with envy. Most nobles in the Crownlands were pretty well off, and their borders was a great place to make money. Trade in the Riverlands had slowed down because of the way the rivers there run together and the fact that the local lords don't really work together. Rhaegar had teamed up with the old lord of the Tully family to organize traveling merchants who transported goods between different noble territories. They traded and exchanged along the way. This venture brought in a lot of money every year. That way, he could support the free folk under his command and also have surplus funds to spend. Hearing Rhaegar's envy, Rhaegar glanced at her and laughed. You're making quite a profit from collecting ship taxes on Dragonstone Island, aren't you? Not as much as you earn. Rhaegar moved a chair and sat aside. Rhaegar shook his head. The mushroom-set caravan earns quite a lot, but also spend a lot. Every year, the profit is divided. 30% goes to Old Tully as a dividend, 30% to maintain the lives of the free people, and 10% to fill the princess's private coffers. In the end, not even half of the gold coins are left in my hands. Why are you hurt? Thinking of the private treasury she had built for herself, Rhaegar smiled. It was a huge amount of resources. Not only gold dragons, but also all kinds of leather goods, jewelry, and exotic treasures. Rhaegar's expenses in King's Landing largely relied on this private treasury. This is compensation for you. It's just some gold and silver, nothing more. Rhaegar valued emotional bonds over gold and silver. If they were really short of money, the treasury could be drawn upon. He just didn't want to ask his father for money. Freedom of wealth and providing for free people needed to be managed independently. After a few moments of silence, Rhaegar changed her tone and asked, I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which would you like to hear first? Rhaegar's hand paused for a moment as he wondered, where did that come from? Rhaenys. Rhaegar gave the answer. I see. Let's start with the good news. The news came from Rhaenys, and Rhaegar had a slight headache guessing about what. Rhaegar mused. Lena has given birth, a set of twin daughters, and the Targaryen bloodline is multiplying again. She's still very much in love with Daemon. Rhaegar snorted and said, back then she risked treason to save our good uncle, and in the blink of an eye a child was born. 7 years ago, on a rainy night, he guessed that Daemon wouldn't be honest and would not face the law, so he took the cannibals to guard Blackwater Bay in advance. Daemon, unsurprisingly, escaped on a car accident, and Rhaegar caught him in the act. After he left, Lena rode Rhaegar to rescue Daemon, who had fallen into the sea. To escape the king, the two hid in a free-trading city-state and organized a wedding. Rhaegar, I know you. You don't care about them anymore. Rhaegar put her hand on Rhaegar's shoulder soothingly. After that night, Daemon and Lena were wanted by the kingdom and fled. But Rhaegar knew that both her father and brother had tacitly refrained from mentioning them again, assuming that the culprits had fallen into the sea. Tell me the bad news. Rhaegar was a little annoyed. Rhaegar nodded. Lena sent me a letter. She misses her homeland, wants her newborn son to grow up in it, and begged me to plead with you and father. You agreed? Rhaegar raised his head in surprise, not expecting Lena to make such a request. Rhaegar replied helplessly. If I had said yes, how could I call it bad news? Rhaegar grunted and rubbed his forehead. Personal bravery aside, Lena was now the greatest dragon rider in the world, master of the greatest dragon, Rhaegar. Her family's power had grown in recent years and was now at its peak. Not to mention, the massive fleet under the Sea Snake's command was formidable. As for the dragons, Lena commanded Rhaegar, Malays, Caraxes, and Sea Smoke, all experienced in war. On the other hand, the royal family had only 3 dragon riders including him, Rhaenyra with Syrax and Aegon, who had recently tamed Sunfire. Of the 3, only Rhaenyra had combat experience. Syrax and Sunfire were still young dragons, inferior even to the youngest of Lena's dragons, Sea Smoke. The Sea Snake is not an easy man to contend with. What are you planning to do? Rhaenyra asked gently. Rhaegar's thoughts flowed as he considered the Valyrians' deep heritage. Lena can come back, but her 2 children, bearing the Targaryen name, must be raised by the royal family. He had thought it over. Daemon was a traitor, but his children had pure Targaryen blood. Raising 2 children who could control dragons while keeping Lena as their mother was a strategic move. It was a deal that made sense from any angle. What about Daemon? He won't leave his wife and daughters, Rhaenyra asked. Rhaegar tilted his head back and murmured, Daemon is a traitor, and the day he returns to Westeros is the day I will ride cannibal to tear him apart. For the sake of their blood ties, Rhaegar could tolerate Demon living in the world, but not in front of him. All right, I'll tell Lena the answer. Thinking of the plea in her best friend's letter, Rhaenyra could only lament that things had changed. Rhaegar squeezed her hand and said solemnly, Rhaenyra, you have very poor taste in friends. Why do you say that? Rhaenyra frowned, questioned about her judgment. Rhaegar said amusedly, look at your close friends. Alicent became our stepmother, and Lena married Demon. I blame grandfather for having only 2 heirs, father and Demon, or you might have had some good friends for aunts. Rhaegar, you are too much. Rhaenyra's mind exploded at the comment. 3 days later at Dragon Pit. Stay out of the way, or the dragon will stomp you. I'm keeping my distance, brother. Then stay away. Sunfire doesn't care if you're my brother or not. Rhaegar was making his routine inspection of the Dragon Pit, and as soon as he entered, he heard a familiar voice. He looked over and saw a golden dragon lying in the center of the Dragon Pit, surrounded by dragon keepers. Not far from the dragon stood 2 figures, one large and one small. Brother, Rhaegar was about to approach when he heard a soft, joyful call from the corner. He turned and saw a little girl with silver hair and purple eyes sitting near a bonfire. She was about 10 years old, pink and pretty, wearing a white dress. Helena, why are you here? Rhaegar asked, walking up to his sister and waving. Helena was pale, with some bottles and jars in front of her and a wriggling reptile in her hand. When she saw Rhaegar approaching, she hurriedly stuffed the reptile into a glass bottle and blocked it with the jars. Her brother didn't like her messing around with these little creatures. Walking closer, Rhaegar glanced over Helena's shoulder and said helplessly, I already saw it. What's the use of hiding it? Helena lowered her head like a child who had made a mistake. I just looked. I didn't play with it. I'm not against you playing with bugs. I just think you should have more contact with humans, Rhaegar said, gently rubbing her little head. He still liked his well-behaved sister, but for some reason, Helena had become more withdrawn as she grew older. She spent all day locked in her room, playing with snakes and bugs that no normal girl would like. This was not a good sign. Brother, hearing Rhaegar's advice, Helena stood up gently, her head lowered. Don't be nervous. No one will blame you. Rhaegar held Helena's face, lifting her head to look at him. Why did you come to the Dragon Pit? Seeing his little sister was rare, so he cherished these moments. Feeling the warmth from his hands, Helena turned away and mumbled, Mother told me to come here. She said that all the Targaryen children have to tame a dragon. Rhaegar smiled, understanding the situation. Glancing at his brothers in the distance, he saw through Alicent's intentions. Aegon had tamed Sunfire, giving Alicent a significant boost in status. Helena, at 9, and Aemond, at 7, were old enough to tame dragons. Unfortunately, the dragon eggs in their cradles had never hatched. If they wanted to tame a dragon, they had to try at the Dragon Pit. Amused, Rhaegar held Helena's small hand. Come on, a dragon egg hatched in the Dragon Pit at the beginning of the year. It's a very beautiful young dragon. Despite Alicent's rivalry and ambition, Rhaegar wasn't one to let personal issues cloud his judgment. Helping his half-siblings tame dragons was wise. Dragons were the Targaryens' treasure. A dragon without a master was ineffective. Helena shared his dreamer's gift and was a pure Targaryen. Helping her tame a dragon was no problem. Brother, can I touch Sunfire? No. Sunfire is a raging dragon. It will bite your arm off. As they approached the golden dragon, Rhaegar overheard his 2 brothers. Aegon, do you want to ride the dragon and let off steam? As he approached, Rhaegar's eyes were filled with amusement. Rhaegar. Seeing Rhaegar, Aegon was startled and looked uncomfortable. He hated this half-brother more than anything. Big brother. Aemond, a bit at a loss for words, greeted nervously. He was only 7, with frizzy silver gold hair and a pale green tunic, resembling his father, Viserys. Well, you're getting a little taller. Rhaegar let go of Helena's hand and patted Aemond's head, keeping his smile. Alicent had 3 sons and a daughter. Except for Aegon, whom he disliked and often lectured, Rhaegar was a caring older brother to the others. His eyes fell on Aegon. Rhaegar tilted his head and asked, Aegon, what did you just call me? Nothing. I didn't call you anything. Aegon's face stiffened, and he unconsciously took half a step back. Rhaegar shook his head, stepped forward, and squeezed Aegon's shoulder, a playful look in his eyes. No, call me again. Gulp. Looking directly into his elder brother's eyes, Aegon's heart pounded, and he swallowed hard. His knees felt weak. Over the years, he had developed a fear of his eldest brother. Were it not for his younger brother and sister, he would have wanted to turn and run. What are you nervous about, brother? Sensing Aegon's emotions, Aemond tugged at the corner of his cloak, his eyes full of curiosity. To Aemond, Aegon was a brave dragon rider, a hero who feared nothing. Looking down at his younger brother, Aegon gritted his teeth. Why did you have to speak up now? Taking a deep breath, Aegon, still intent on maintaining his composure, muttered, Brother. That's right. Rhaegar patted Aegon's shoulder, a smile playing on his lips. Foolish brother, my name isn't something you can call so casually. Tell me, what are you doing with Sunfire? Trying to ride a dragon for a run? The atmosphere eased, and Rhaegar glanced towards the golden dragon in the distance. Sunfire was no ordinary dragon. It had hatched from the same clutch of eggs as Syrax. With its golden scales and light pink wing membrane, it was a majestic, handsome dragon. Sometimes, even Rhaegar envied Aegon for riding such a beautiful creature. Aegon, still a bit wooden-faced, replied absent-mindedly, I brought the two of them to the dragon pit to meet the dragons and to watch the dragon combat training you've implemented. Meeting the dragons is fine, but no to the combat training. Rhaegar's tone was firm. The dragon keepers have just been recruited. They're not familiar with the dragons yet, so the battle training will have to wait. It's just drawing a bow and shooting arrows at a dragon. What's so difficult about it? Aegon muttered, clearly reluctant. The so-called dragon combat training referred to the traditional Targaryen technique. Soldiers would chain one of the dragon's legs and shoot arrows at it to train the dragon's dodging ability. This technique had been discontinued after Aegon the Conqueror's death. To Rhaegar, the dragons were the family strength. While there might not be many opportunities to ride a dragon in a battle, every family member should be prepared. That's one reason he revived the technique. Rhaegar ignored Aegon's dissatisfaction. The boy was never very smart, and Rhaegar didn't care. Rhaegar ordered the nearby dragon keeper, go fetch Tessarion. Tessarion was the name Rhaenyra had given to the young dragon that had recently hatched. The dragon keeper nodded and hurried off. Upon hearing there were other dragons, Aemond's eyes lit up, staring eagerly at Rhaegar with wide eyes. Rhaegar hesitated, recognizing the eagerness in Aemond's gaze. There was only one young dragon, not enough for both Helaena and Aemond. After a moment of thought, Rhaegar asked another dragon keeper, Is Dreamfire sleeping? No, that dragon just finished feeding, the young dragon keeper replied in High Balerion, a language he wasn't fluent in. Rhaegar nodded. Bring Dreamfire as well. It's been in the crypt long enough. As you wish, Prince, the dragon keeper responded. He called for helpers and went off to retrieve Dreamfire. After giving the orders, Rhaegar placed a hand on each of his siblings' heads, ruffling their hair gently. There will be 2 dragons. It's up to you to tame them. Thank you, big brother, Aemond said, his face flushed with excitement. I will succeed. He didn't care about the animosity between Aegon and Rhaegar. All he wanted was a dragon of his own. Helaena, however, was much quieter. She kept her head bowed and her toes traced circles on the stone floor, looking a bit bewildered. She rarely left her room and knew little about dragons. When her mother told her to come, she came, and since Rhaegar told her to tame a dragon, she would try. Aegon watched the scene unfold. He despised Rhaegar for currying favor with her younger siblings. How could Aemond, with his eagerness, and Helaena, with her quiet demeanor, succeed in taming dragons? He had spent years trying to tame Sunfire. I'm not going to play house with you, Aegon muttered. He rolled his eyes and walked towards Sunfire, standing a short distance away. He wasn't interested in watching a child tame a dragon. Sunfire was his true love. Aemond glanced at his less-than-happy brother and hesitated for a moment, pretending not to notice. He was 7 years old now. By this age, his older sister Rhaenyra had already successfully ridden Syrax. His older brother Rhaegar had tamed the largest dragon he had ever seen, the king of the wild dragons, the cannibal, at the age of 6. Aemond wanted to tame a dragon so he could be honored by his father and praised by his mother. As for his brother Aegon, he could only say sorry in his heart. Time passed. The dragon keepers returned one after another. Roar! 2 distinct dragon roars echoed through the dragon pit, accompanied by the voices of the dragon keepers as they approached. Before long, a large and a small dragon emerged from their respective crypts. Dreamfire needed no introduction. With light blue scales threaded with silver, light blue wings, and silverback scales, the dragon was sleek and adorned with a regal crown of horns. The smaller dragon, barely the size of a horse, was equally striking. Its wings were a deep cobalt blue, and its claws, crown, and belly scales gleamed like polished copper. Its form was elegant and noble. This was the newly hatched baby dragon, Tessarion. Dragons. There are 2 dragons. Aemond's voice trembled with excitement as he took in the sight. Don't worry, they're unclaimed dragons. You'll have plenty of chances, Rhaegar said, placing a hand on Aemond's shoulder to prevent him from rushing forward in his enthusiasm. To be honest, he was glad to see his third brother so enthusiastic. Aemond's passion for dragons was similar to Rhaegar's from childhood. It was a shared interest. I get it, brother. Aemond's eyes never left the 2 dragons, scanning them eagerly. As the dragons drew closer, his excitement grew. He pulled Helena's hand and exclaimed, "Sister, look, brother has prepared 2 dragons for us." Before coming to the dragon pit, Alicent had advised the 3 siblings to avoid provoking Rhaegar and to focus on taming the dragons. Aemond had been prepared for Rhaegar to make things difficult. He hadn't expected Rhaegar to be so accommodating, presenting them with 2 dragons to tame. Helena winced in pain from her brother's grip and frowned. "Keep your voice down, Aemond. You might not succeed in taming them." "Sister," Aemond yelled, frustrated as if doused with cold water. Helena pulled her hand away, continued to gaze at Rhaegar, and muttered absent-mindedly, "The beast will tear our flesh." "What?" Rhaegar was startled by her words and immediately turned to Helena. This little girl's occasional nonsensical remarks often held prophetic truths. Her words were too powerful to ignore. Rhaegar couldn't help but take them seriously. Helena flinched, her eyes filled with panic, and she stammered, "No, nothing. I'm talking nonsense." "I heard what you just said. What does it mean?" Rhaegar asked gently, kneeling down to smooth her hair. No, I didn't." Terrified, Helena backed away, tears welling up in her eyes. She was scared. Ever since she was a kid, she'd been plagued by visions and the rumors they'd sparked. Her mother had taught her to be quiet and behave like a lady. Although she wasn't sure what it meant to be a lady, she knew to keep her mouth shut. "Be brave, Helena." Seeing his distressed sister, Rhaegar sighed and gently embraced her. He stroked her head with a tender look of pity in his eyes. "Don't be afraid. No one can hurt you. I'll protect you." He had the same nightmares, and he understood her situation. Of course, he wanted to protect her. "Sister, don't cry. I'll protect you too," Aemond said, holding Helena's hand and gently shaking it. Compared to their domineering brother Aegon, he preferred the company of his quiet sister. When Helena cried, he felt helpless. He tried to mimic Rhaegar's comforting gestures. Helena's sensitive heart was soothed by their support, and she nestled into Rhaegar's arms, unwilling to let go. "Prince, Dreamfire is ready," the Dragon Keeper reported. "Thank you. Take Aemond to meet the dragons first," Rhaegar instructed, his voice calm. He looked at Helena in his arms, a mix of concern and resignation on his face. It was obvious that she wasn't ready to tame a dragon today. "Big brother, I'll go ahead," Aemond said, patting Helena's hair before eagerly following the Dragon Keeper. He was determined to tame a dragon and envisioned taking his sister on exhilarating flights to cheer her up. The Dragon Keeper asked, "Prince, which dragon would you like to try?" Aemond's gaze flitted between Dreamfire and Tessarion, his mouth dry with anticipation. Both dragons were magnificent, and he wished he could have them both. "I think I'll go for this one, smaller and more docile," he finally said, pointing to the young Tessarion. Aemond approached Tessarion with a bit of caution, following the Dragon Keeper's instructions. He wasn't making a spur-of-the-moment decision. He'd carefully gathered information from his brother Aegon. Dreamfire was known to be feisty and had been confined in the Dragon Pit for years. Aegon had told him how Rhaegar had once tried to tame Dreamfire and nearly got incinerated. In Aemond's mind, Rhaegar's ability to tame the cannibal marked him as extraordinary. If even he struggled with Dreamfire, Aemond knew he needed to be realistic. Under the Dragon Keeper's guidance, Aemond approached Tessarion slowly. "Tessarion, look at me," he said in High Valyrian, tried to establish a connection. Tessarion lay lazily on the ground, flicking his tail and glancing occasionally at Dreamfire and Sunfire, clearly uneasy in their presence. "Tessarion, we can be partners," Aemond said, his eyes full of hope as he reached out to touch Tessarion's horn. Suddenly, Tessarion leaped up, snapping his jaws fiercely. "Oh no!" Aemond cried, pulling his hand back and stumbling away in fear. "Quiet, Tessarion." The Dragon Keeper tugged on the chain around Tessarion's neck and spoke calming words to pacify the young dragon. Aemond collapsed to the cold ground, his heart pounding, cold sweat dotting his forehead. This was his first brush with real danger, and the failure stung deeply. "Ha ha! Did you pee your pants, Aemond?" Aegon taunted from atop Sunfire, who roared in apparent agreement and spread his wings, shaking his head in mockery. Feeling humiliated and defeated, Aemond could only watch as his brother continued to laugh at his expense. Aegon was an arrogant character, and Sunfire was also a proud dragon. Together, they demonstrated the similarities between dragon and rider. When mercilessly mocked by his brother, Aemond couldn't hide his anger. "No, you're wrong. What are you talking about?" he retorted, his pale face betraying his fear. Despite his terror, he held on to his pride and couldn't stand the humiliation. Aegon rode Sunfire closer, looking down at Aemond. "Idiot, that dragon doesn't even like you," he sneered. Taming a dragon wasn't easy. It had taken him years to bond with Sunfire. Aemond stood up, glaring at his brother. "You're lying. Tessarion is just not used to people yet. He'll accept me," he shouted. Despite the near injury, he still held hope. Aegon tossed his long silver-gold hair back and replied proudly, "Save your breath. Taming a dragon doesn't happen overnight. No, I also have dragon blood. I can definitely succeed." Aemond insisted, summoning the courage to approach Tessarion again. He extended his hand, saying, "Tessarion, you will recognize me, right?" "Roar!" Tessarion growled, his eyes filled with rage. "Come on, I can be your master," Aemond said, stepping back anxiously. He had always dreamed of taming a dragon. His elder siblings, Rhaegar and Rhaenyra, had successfully tamed dragons at his age. How could he fail? "Don't bother. This dragon isn't meant for you. Go back and hatch some eggs," Aegon mocked, stroking Sunfire's scales. "Aegon, Aemond is your brother. Watch your words." Rhaegar intervened, unable to stand by any longer. Family bonds should not be mocked so cruelly. Aegon, undeterred, retorted, "He's my brother. I can say whatever I want. It's none of your business." He remembered his mother's teachings. An older brother should discipline his younger siblings. But he conveniently forgot the part about protecting them as well. "Aegon, who do you think you're talking to?" Rhaegar's eyes narrowed as he approached, holding Helaena. Seeing Rhaegar angry, Aegon felt a chill down his spine. Sunfire growled lowly, sensing his master's unease. Aegon reached out to touch Sunfire's spine, drawing courage from the dragon's warmth. Memories of Rhaegar's oppression, his father Viserys' disdain, and his mother's lessons fueled his rebellion. "I'll say what I want. We're all born of the same father. Why should I be afraid?" Aegon declared, gripping the saddle tightly. "What can you do to me?" Rhaegar's response was a cold smile. "Good, you impressed me today." He began walking toward Sunfire, Helaena still in his arms. "What are you doing? Don't come closer!" Aegon yelled, panic creeping into his voice. "Aegon, do you think being a dragon rider makes you superior?" Rhaegar asked, now standing directly in front of the golden dragon and his brother. "Of course. I tamed Sunfire. I am the pride of the royal family. Aegon shouted, his voice cracking as he involuntarily shifted back on the saddle. Roar! Sunfire, sensing his rider's distress, let out a warning roar. The dragon's massive muzzle opened, releasing a sulphurous stench that blew Rhaegar's hair back. Rhaegar, unfazed, covered Helena's ears and glared coldly at Sunfire. Quiet, he commanded in High Balerion. Despite the dragon's roar, Rhaegar's authority grew stronger. Sunfire's ferocity was roused as he lowered his head and exhaled hot breath towards Rhaegar. But Rhaegar showed no fear, his violet eyes locking with Sunfire's. In a flash, a green dragon pattern flickered in Rhaegar's pupils, caught by Sunfire's sensitive gaze. A strong sense of danger caused the dragon's pupils to shrink, and he backed away slightly, closing his jaws. Rhaegar, ignoring the golden dragon, pointed at Aegon and said coldly, "Get off. Aegon, brother, you're hot." Helena, nestled in his arms, squirmed and raised her head. Rhaegar's skin had turned red, and his body temperature was rising rapidly, as if he were aflame. Helena, feeling the intense heat, began to sweat. Aegon, drenched in sweat himself, was shocked. Rhaegar wasn't afraid of the dragon. The dragon was afraid of Rhaegar. Fighting the urge to roll off Sunfire's back, Aegon's eyes darted to Tessarion, who was fidgeting nearby. His eyes lit up with an idea. "It's this dragon that scares Aemond. Why are you taking offense at me? Go find it. I told you to get off, Aegon." Rhaegar's voice grew icer, focused solely on Aegon. Today, Rhaegar was determined to teach him a lesson about respect and hierarchy. Aegon shivered at Rhaegar's yell and looked toward the disoriented Aemond. "Aemond, don't you want to tame the dragon? I'll help you subdue it." He then ordered Sunfire, "Hold down that young dragon." Roar! Sunfire, having just restrained his temper, received his master's command. His eyes fixed on Tessarion, a hint of cruelty glinting within them. Misunderstanding the command, Sunfire's instincts were to incapacitate it. Sunfire lunged toward Tessarion, golden flames bursting from his mouth. Tessarion, unable to defend himself, was engulfed in the fire, his body scorched. "No! Tessarion, are you all right?" Aemond cried, rushing to his beloved dragon. "Idiot! Unauthorized attacks are forbidden in the dragon pit." Rhaegar didn't expect Aegon to target Tessarion. Sunfire's attack triggered a chain reaction. The injured Tessarion roared in pain, and Dreamfire, startled by the commotion, flapped her wings and roared in response, causing a cacophony of dragon cries. "Find a place to hide," Rhaegar ordered, putting down Helena and grabbing a strong bow from the dragon keepers. He aimed an arrow directly at Aegon. "Don't make me say it a third time, Aegon. Don't. I'll come down, Aegon stammered, unlocking the chain around his waist and hurriedly dismounting Sunfire. He realized he was in deep trouble. Roar! Sunfire, now free, twisted and turned, scanning the other dragons with irritation. The presence of Dreamfire and Tessarion agitated him, driving his bloodlust. As soon as Aegon was on the ground, Sunfire lunged at Dreamfire, initiating a new wave of chaos among the dragons. Sunfire moved with agility, dashing away the smaller dragons that blocked his path, and slammed his head into Dreamfire. Roar! Caught off guard, Dreamfire was knocked to the ground. Sunfire, smaller but relentless, immediately lunged at Dreamfire's neck, aiming to tear off a chunk of flesh. Roar! Dreamfire hastily retracted its neck and let out a furious roar, flapping its wings to strike Sunfire repeatedly. Sunfire, smaller but more aggressive, immediately lunged for Dreamfire's neck, aiming to rip off a chunk of flesh. Roar! Dreamfire hastily retracted its neck and let out a furious roar, flapping its wings to strike Sunfire repeatedly. Despite Sunfire's ferocity, he struggled to land a meaningful bite. Dreamfire, though not the largest of the second-generation dragons, was still formidable compared to the fourth-generation Sunfire. Dreamfire's experience and size gave it an edge, despite being out of practice. With a mighty breath, Dreamfire unleashed a torrent of orange and light blue dragon flame, knocking Sunfire to the ground. Sunfire staggered as he tried to rise, his smaller size making it difficult to match Dreamfire's strength. As the dragons tussled, Aegon realized the gravity of his mistake and tried to flee. Whoosh! An arrow grazed his cheek, slicing off a strand of hair. Aegon froze in place, fear gripping him as he saw the arrow had come from his brother Rhaegar. "Run, and you'll regret it," Rhaegar's cold voice echoed, sending a shiver down Aegon's spine. Glancing at the two battling dragons, Rhaegar discarded his longbow and advanced toward Aegon with a menacing calm. Aegon didn't dare move, his fear paralyzing him. When Rhaegar reached him, he grabbed Aegon's hair and slammed him to the ground with a thud. "You insolent brat, your arrogance has grown." Ignoring Aegon's cries, Rhaegar pinned him down, holding his head with one hand and raising the other to deliver a harsh slap. Splat! A slap jerked Aegon's head to the side, and a red, swollen mark immediately appeared on his cheek. Roar! Meanwhile, Sunfire, having been knocked away by Dreamfire, became even more ferocious, roaring as he lunged forward again. Dreamfire's wings were pressed to the ground, its slender neck stretched out, dragon flame ready to strike. The two dragons were poised for another clash. Rhaegar, momentarily distracted by the dragon's roar, glanced over, his expression indifferent. Just as Sunfire flapped his wings to pounce on Dreamfire, a deafening roar echoed through the dragon pit. A shadow, swift and lethal, emerged from the depths of a crypt, descending like a thunderbolt upon the two dragons. With a sharp, black claw, Cannibal clamped down on Sunfire's neck, instantly ending the battle. Roar! The ferocious black dragon, disturbed from its slumber, glared at the golden dragon beneath its claws, a low, menacing growl emanating from its throat. Cannibal had been resting peacefully when the commotion above had roused it. Sensing the call of its master, it had rushed to stop the chaos. Now it was furious. Roar! Dreamfire, agitated at having its opponent taken away, roared at Cannibal, spreading its wings in a show of defiance. Cannibal lifted its head, its green eyes narrowing at Dreamfire. A wave of overwhelming fury radiated from the black dragon. Dreamfire stiffened, its anger dissipating. It lowered its head and backed away, recognizing the vast difference in strength between itself and Cannibal. Dreamfire had been confined in the dragon pit for decades, its growth stunted, comparable to the third generation of dragons. Cannibal, a second-generation dragon, has thrived in the wild, and it consumed the life essence to increase its potential. Over the years, it has grown immensely in size and power. Vermithor, once comparable in size, now seemed smaller than Cannibal. On their recent return to Dragonstone Island, Cannibal had grown to be 1/5 larger than Vermithor. Dreamfire, standing in front of Cannibal, appeared minuscule, its entire body enveloped by the black dragon's massive frame. It was only 2/3 of Cannibal's size, while Sunfire, pinned under Cannibal's claws, looked utterly insignificant, a mouse before a cat. Send Dreamfire and Tessarion back to the crypt. Rhaegar commanded the Dragon Keepers, who were still frozen in shock. Yes, Prince. The Dragon Keepers hurried forward to calm and guide the two dragons back to their enclosures. With the trouble resolved, Rhaegar turned his gaze back to Aegon, his expression softening into a kind smile. "Aegon, do you realize your mistake?" "Yes, I know I'm wrong," Aegon stammered, covering his red, swollen cheek. "Oh, and what exactly did you do wrong?" "I shouldn't have ordered Sunfire to cause trouble." Splat! Rhaegar backhanded Aegon again. "Nope, rephrase. I shouldn't have run. I shouldn't have mocked Demon. I apologize." Receiving another slap, Aegon's head reeled, and he hastily admitted his faults. Slap! Another blow landed, splitting Aegon's lip and drawing blood. Rhaegar stood, gripping Aegon's hair, lifting him to his feet. His voice, a cold whisper in Aegon's ear, sounded almost demonic. "No, go on. I don't know. I really don't know." If you say I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Rhaegar's grip tightened as he pointed towards Cannibal. You think you're proud of your newfound mastery of dragons? What do you want to do? Aegon stammered, his eyes darting to the struggling Sunfire. Don't worry, my dragon will show you, Rhaegar replied calmly, yet ominously. Roar! Cannibal, sensing its master's intent, stomped down hard on Sunfire, eliciting a mournful wail from the golden dragon. Don't! Sunfire is just a dragon. He doesn't know any better. Aegon twisted in a futile attempt to escape. Bang! Rhaegar kneed Aegon in the back, forcing him to watch. Watch and see what happens when you don't recognize your mistakes. Cannibal roared, its pupils locked onto Sunfire, a cruel grin spreading across its muzzle. Sunfire was its prey, a delicacy. It had been a long time since Cannibal had tasted its own kind, and it was eager for a bite. The next moment, Cannibal's claw lifted, and it lowered its head, teeth sinking into Sunfire's neck. No, it's going to eat Sunfire. Aemond, watching from the sidelines, collapsed in fear. Be quiet, Aemond, Rhaegar said calmly. You can stay and watch, or you can leave. Aemond stood frozen, his chest heaving as he watched Cannibal's violent spectacle. The sight of a dragon devouring another dragon was beyond shocking. Roar! As Sunfire's head was engulfed by Cannibal's jaws, the smaller dragon writhed in terror, letting out a pitiful scream. Cannibal's eyes glinted with cruel amusement. Instead of finishing Sunfire quickly, it savored the moment, slowly closing its jaws and swallowing Sunfire inch by inch. Aegon stared in disbelief, paralyzed by the horror. As Sunfire's long neck disappeared into Cannibal's maw, tears filled Aegon's eyes, and he snapped back to reality. Desperately, he clutched Rhaegar's tunic, pleading, Brother, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please command Cannibal to let Sunfire go, please. Tears streamed down his face, his voice choking with anguish. Targaryens had varying degrees of attachment to their dragons, and Aegon had spent years bonding with Sunfire. Rhaegar tilted his head, showing no mercy. If only you had thought of this earlier, he seemed to convey. Roar! Sunfire's frantic flapping and cries filled the dragon pit. Cannibal, annoyed, lifted its wings and used its front claws to shove Sunfire further into its mouth, much like a child greedily stuffing snacks. No! Aegon screamed, collapsing in despair. Paralyzed on the ground, he cried out, Brother, tell me what I did wrong. I'll change, I swear. Just let Sunfire go. Watching his dragon being devoured broke Aegon's spirit. As a young boy, he couldn't bear the tragedy unfolding before him. He wanted to admit his mistakes, beg for forgiveness, and plead for mercy from Rhaegar. Rhaegar looked down at his sobbing brother. His eyes, previously cold, softened slightly. He released Aegon's hair, cupping his chin, and sighed. My foolish brother, you should be glad we share the same blood. Meanwhile, Cannibal continued to swallow Sunfire, only the hind legs and tail remaining visible. Cannibal, Rhaegar called softly, patting Aegon's head. Roar! Cannibal paused, turning its head towards Rhaegar, still chewing on its treat. Rhaegar smiled apologetically, meeting Cannibal's gaze. A green dragon pattern emerged in Rhaegar's eyes, mirrored in Cannibal's pupils. They communicated silently, understanding each other perfectly. After a tense moment, Cannibal retracted its wings, reluctantly turned, and spat Sunfire out. The golden dragon fell to the ground, covered in sticky saliva, twitching in distress. Rhaegar looked down at Aegon one last time. Learn from this, Aegon. Next time, think before you act. Roar! Cannibal was unusually annoyed as its snack flew away. It flung its tail violently, sending the helpless Sunfire flying far away. Cannibal had chosen to comply with its master's wishes. Seeing that Sunfire was saved, Aegon turned his sadness into joy and said excitedly, Thank you, brother. Rhaegar looked down at him calmly. Aegon, you asked me where you went wrong. As your brother, I will remind you. Remember, no matter when, where, or in what capacity you and I meet, You must always show me the utmost respect. Otherwise, I will change, Aegon interrupted, eager to show his willingness. It's more than that, Rhaegar continued, shaking his head. You are my brother, and it is my duty to teach and protect you. In return, you need to recognize your place and show respect. What I give you is yours. What I do not give, you cannot take, he added, pointing to the paralyzed Sunfire. The opportunity to learn this lesson only comes once. Do you understand? Uh-huh, Aegon replied, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. He nodded vigorously, his smile more a grimace of fear than joy. The seven gods bear witness. He would never forget today's painful lesson. Good. It seems you understand, Rhaegar said, smiling. He beckoned to a few dragon keepers. Return my younger siblings safely to the Red Keep. With the messy dispute over, he still had to appease Cannibal. The dragon would surely harbor some resentment for being denied its meal. Let me help you up, Prince, a dragon guard offered, assisting Aegon and the fallen Aemond. Helena had hidden behind a cluster of bonfires, watching the entire farce with endless emotions. Her mouth slightly open, she stared at Rhaegar's back, deeply impressed. Do dragons give people courage? She wondered aloud. She didn't know why her big brother was so majestic, but the image of him commanding the dragon was etched into her mind. Princess, please follow me, a dragon keeper said, walking towards her. Helena covered her mouth, looking around in panic. Her eyes finally landed on the entrance to a crypt. She saw Dreamfire, the dragon with light blue scales, walking inside. Dreamfire wasn't as large as Cannibal, but it was bigger than Sunfire and Tessarion. Helena's innocent mind whirled with thoughts. She believed that if she could tame Dreamfire, she could gain the same courage as her big brother. Rhaegar glanced at the girl. Seeing her dazed and confused, he assumed she was scared and instructed the dragon keeper to take good care of her. Night fell on King's Landing. In the sky above, a massive black dragon circled slowly, several cows and sheep in its claws. In the saddle, Rhaegar closed his eyes tightly and tilted his head back to clear his mind. He had just returned from Dragonstone Island, where Cannibal had spent a good half-day indulging in some livestock. As time passed, the bond between Rhaegar and Cannibal grew stronger, thanks in part to the contributions of his good uncle, Demon. Summoning the system interface, Rhaegar reviewed his past exploits. Dark Sister exploration progress, 100%. This exploration is complete. Please claim the lost treasure. Relic successfully retrieved. Recognition in progress. Recognition successful. Detected as an epic relic. Knight's glory. The prompt continued. Please choose a knight. Without hesitation, Rhaegar selected Cannibal, binding them together as knight and dragon. Congratulations. Knight's glory has been activated. You have gained Knight's Oath. Grade, Epic Purple. Function, Unity of Mind. Evaluation. Under this oath, life and death follow. With the evening wind brushing against his face, Rhaegar slowly opened his eyes and drew the Dark Sister from his waist. The ancestral sword had brought him an invaluable relic. Cannibal became his guardian knight, bridging the gap between dragon and man with seamless communication through their shared thoughts. And Rhaegar enjoyed the special effects bestowed upon him by Cannibal. The Red Keep, under the Veil of Night. Inside the king's bedchamber. Viserys, you know what happened today, don't you? Alicent murmured from the comfort of her husband's embrace, clad in a delicate lace nightgown. Her voice carried a husky tone, tinged with concern. Viserys, his senses lulled by the warmth of his wife's presence, leaned back against the bed and closed his eyes in contentment. After a moment's pause, he replied, It's not uncommon for siblings to have disagreements. He understood the incident she referred to all too well, the confrontation between Rhaegar and Aegon in the Dragon Pit. Sitting up, Alicent's eyes glistened with tears as she confessed, I'm not trying to complain, but Aegon was hurt badly. The Maester mentioned his teeth might be loose. Her heart ached at the thought of her son's injuries. They were her children, her treasures, nurtured with love and care. How could she bear to see them harmed? Alicent, perhaps you're reading too much into it. Viserys reassured her, gently stroking her shoulder. I looked into the matter at the Dragon Pit. It was Aegon who instigated the trouble before Rhaegar intervened to teach him a lesson. Viserys opened his eyes, his hand tenderly cupping his wife's cheek, as he continued. Rhaegar is still a protective older brother. He's even arranged for 2 dragons to be set aside for Aemond and Helena. He spoke of Rhaegar's thoughtful organization, ensuring the safety and comfort of his younger siblings, a gesture that brought relief to his heart. But I couldn't help but worry, Alicent confided, her fingers intertwining with her husband's as she spoke softly. Aegon can be quite headstrong, and having to answer to Rhaegar. How will he manage? Viserys furrowed his brow at her words, seeking clarification. What exactly do you mean by that? He had anticipated a complaint from Alicent, but her tone seemed different, not accusatory towards Rhaegar. Aegon lacks discipline and maturity. He needs someone to guide him, Alicent stated plainly, her gaze fixed on her husband. Viserys chuckled in recognition. Let me guess, you mean Otto, don't you? Alicent had long advocated Otto's return to King's Landing. However, Viserys had been reluctant, partly for personal reasons, partly because there was no suitable position for him. Alicent's eyes gleamed with hope as she nodded. My father served as Hand of the King, and Aegon is his grandson. He could provide the guidance Aegon needs. You know, I have my reservations about Otto, Viserys replied cryptically. Rhaegar may have disciplined Aegon today, but who's to say it won't happen again tomorrow? Where does it end? He voiced his concerns. Alicent's smile faltered, her plea growing more serious. Rhaegar's authority as heir is unquestioned, and my father would never speak ill of him to Aegon. Please consider it. Let me think on it, Viserys sighed, massaging his temples with a growing headache, shifting to a more comfortable position on the bed. Viserys, Aegon is your son too. They both deserve your love and attention. Alicent urged softly as she extinguished the bedside lamp, casting the room into darkness. Outside the door stood Eric, clad in shimmering armor and flowing white robes. As the sounds of mingled whispers emanated from within, he silently stepped away, leaving the couple to their privacy. The next morning, Rhaegar was summoned to his father's chambers. Viserys, dressed in his pajamas, sat at the round table in the living area, enjoying his breakfast. When he saw his eldest son arrive, he gestured with his knife and fork and offered warmly, "You haven't had your breakfast yet. Join me, son." Rhaegar glanced at the closed bedroom door and smiled. "I'm famished." As they ate, Viserys broached the subject. "Yesterday, Tylan brought 2 pieces of news that concern you." "What news?" Rhaegar asked, sipping his milk. "Regarding the Stepstones Islands," Viserys began, his expression serious, as he finished his meal and dabbed at his lips with a napkin. "Reports from our informants confirm that the pirates raiding our ships hail from the 3 daughters. They seem poised for war." "War is imminent," Rhaegar admitted, his brow furrowed in thought. "The 3 daughters, strengthened by Dornish support, will be formidable opponents. And there's more serious news," Viserys continued with a heavy sigh. "The Sea Snake has amassed a fleet of warships at Driftmark Island, apparently preparing to engage the 3 daughters once more. Corlys intends to instigate another war." Rhaegar's frown deepened. War was no trivial matter. The previous engagement at the Stepstones had been costly, albeit successful, thanks to the collaboration between the Sea Snake and Demon. Their victory had driven out the pirates of the 3 daughters and curbed the Sea Snake's influence. However, the return of the 3 daughters would be a far greater challenge this time. Moreover, in the previous conflict, Demon had represented the royal family and wielded considerable influence over the Sea Snake's actions. With another war looming, the royal family could not afford to remain passive. Failure to act would severely damage their reputation. Rhaegar inquired, "Father, are we considering an alliance with the Sea Snake?" The royal family had no navy of its own, so it had to rely on the resources of House Balerion. "Indeed," Viserys affirmed, a hint of resignation in his tone. "With the 3 daughters' kingdom's impending threat, the expertise of the Sea Snake is indispensable. So, what's your proposal?" Rhaegar sensed his father's underlying motive. Viserys revealed his intention. Given the long-standing discord between House Balerion and House Targaryen, I wish for you to journey to Driftmark. Invite the Sea Snake to King's Landing for diplomatic discussions regarding our foreign affairs. Emphasizing the need to meet any conditions the Sea Serpent might set, Viserys stressed, it is of the utmost importance to foster friendly relations between our houses. Rhaegar readily agreed and inquired, when do we leave? In a few days, during your Aunt Rhaenys' name day celebrations, Viserys replied. You may ride the dragons to the event, but be careful. Understood. I'll take care of it, Rhaegar assured, getting up to leave. As he closed the door behind him, Rhaegar's expression turned somber, and he rubbed his face in thought. Attending a feast on Driftmark. The task ahead seemed daunting, especially considering the complex dynamics involved. Navigating the sea snake's animosity towards his father, not to mention the ongoing tensions with Lena and Daemon, posed significant challenges. This journey won't be easy, Rhaegar mused, pacing the open-air corridor, lost in thought. Prince, a voice interrupted his reverie. Turning, Rhaegar saw Larys sitting on a nearby bench, a friendly smile on his face. Larys, what brings you here? Rhaegar inquired, curious about the sudden appearance of the hand-son. With a respectful bow, Larys replied, I have stumbled upon some information I think you should know. Larys wore a smile that seemed to hide a world of complexities behind his eyes, giving him the air of an enigmatic genius out of favor. Taking Larys' hand, Rhaegar smiled. What news do you bring? Having known the family since childhood, Rhaegar was well aware of Larys' tendency to expose secrets. Larys took a few steps forward, scepter in hand, leaning on his crutch. Shall we find a quieter place for our discussion? Of course, Rhaegar agreed, intrigued by what Larys had discovered. Leading the way with deliberate steps, Larys led Rhaegar to the secluded attic, assuring him, this place sees little traffic, perfect for our conversation. As they entered, Larys waved away the dust with a theatrical flourish. Taking a seat near the balcony's glass windows, Rhaegar cut to the chase. Why the secrecy, Larys? Knowing Larys' disinterest in trivialities, Rhaegar anticipated an underlying motive. Larys sat down with a hint of discomfort and fidgeted in his chair before meeting Rhaegar's gaze with a sarcastic smile. Clearing his throat, Larys finally spoke. Your Highness, I've gathered information from 3 sources. Which would you like to hear first? In what order? Rhaegar inquired, leaning forward with interest. From the Old Town, the Vale, and Driftmark, Larys revealed with a knowing grin. Begin with the Old Town, Rhaegar prompted, intrigued by the unfolding revelations. Larys nodded, organizing his thoughts before delving into the revelations. Former hand of the King Otto Hightower, known for his ties to the Faith of the Seven, has been frequenting the Citadel, engaging in lengthy discussions with the High Septon. Rhaegar looked confused. Why is that significant? The Hightower family and the Church of the Old Town had a long-standing connection, so it wasn't surprising that they were interacting. Larys shook his head with a knowing smile. About half a month ago, the Citadel dispatched a group of maesters to King's Landing for service. And in Flea Bottom's orphanage, members of the congregation have been performing acts of charity, distributing kanji to the needy, Larys continued. Winning over hearts? Rhaegar mused, connecting the dots. You've hit the nail on the head. With your reform proposal, Otto is eager to consolidate his power. Queen Alicent has also been lobbying the king privately, Larys confirmed. Their commitment to the kingdom is truly commendable, Rhaegar chuckled before turning his attention back to the matter at hand. Now, tell me about the next piece of intelligence. Are you not curious about Otto's intentions? Larys asked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. No need. I've never paid much attention to the so-called Green faction, Rhaegar replied confidently. Alicent's green dress stood out conspicuously at the heir exchange ceremony. With the backing of Old Town and a few minor nobles and marginalized knights, it was created the Green faction, like Alicent's dress that night. Alicent's affiliation with the Green faction as a queen was merely a superficial label, Rhaegar believed. The true division lay between the supporters of Rhaenyra and himself, known as the Blacks, and those aligned with Alicent, labeled the Greens. Rhaegar dismissed the notion of such factionalism, seeing it as trivial compared to the greater challenges facing the kingdom. But if she entertained any other notions, the kingdom would remain devoid of any green influence. King's Landing would never be green. Your broad-mindedness is truly admirable, Larys remarked, visibly impressed by Rhaegar's confidence. Shifting to the intelligence from the Vale, Larys revealed, Lady Royce of Runestone is set to marry her cousin and consummate the marriage next month. Rhea Royce, Rhaegar exclaimed, surprised by the news. Larys nodded. Yes, Prince Daemon's ex-wife. Rhaegar paid little mind to the affairs of his former aunt, but it seems only fitting for Rhea to remarry, especially considering Daemon's offspring with Lena. But our focus isn't on Runestone City, Larys continued. About 6 months ago, a heated dispute erupted between the Lady of the Eyrie, Jane, and her cousin Arnold Arryn. The argument started when Arnold questioned Lady Jane's right to female succession, claiming women were unfit to lead the Vale, Larys explained. And the outcome? Rhaegar inquired. Larys smiled. The argument ended badly, with Arnold leaving the Eyrie without a trace. It's interesting to note that shortly after Arnold's disappearance, the mountain clans of the valley became increasingly aggressive, often raiding the villages below, Larys added. Are you suggesting Arnold's collusion with the mountain clans to spark rebellion? Rhaegar speculated, furrowing his brow. It's a possibility, especially considering Arnold's sudden disappearance. Larys replied noncommittally, relishing the challenge of piecing together the puzzle. And the final piece of intelligence. Rhaegar prompted, eager for news closer to Driftmark. Larys straightened up, adopting a serious demeanor. According to reliable sources, the Sea Snake's daughter, Lady Lena, returned to Driftmark under cover of night. Lord Corlys himself celebrated the homecoming with a grand reception for his granddaughters. Rhaegar's expression darkened at the revelation. Just days ago, Rhaenyra had mentioned Lena's plea for assistance to return home. Now, it seemed she had made the journey clandestinely, disregarding any consequences for the royal family. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Rhaegar spoke icily. Where is Daemon? Did he accompany his wife and daughter back to Driftmark? I can't say for sure. The scouts only saw Lady Rhaenyra and the 2 infants, Larys admitted, though he made a guess. Prince Daemon probably stayed behind, since he's not from the Balerion house. However, I presume you are aware of the developments regarding the 3 daughters. Larys continued, his tone taking on a calculating edge. With war on the horizon, the Sea Snake's cooperation with the Crown seems inevitable. So, if he asks to have the warrant against his daughter and son-in-law lifted, I wonder if the king would agree? Larys asked, looking at Rhaegar. Rhaegar exchanged a knowing glance with Larys, acknowledging the likelihood of such a scenario. As Rhaegar rose to depart, Larys met his gaze with a subtle smile, a testament to his dedication and pursuit of excellence. Confident that his gesture of cooperation would yield favorable outcomes, Larys watched Rhaegar. Thank you for the intelligence, Lord Larys, Rhaegar murmured as he prepared to exit. As the loft door closed behind Rhaegar, Larys' smile faded, his expression briefly vacant, but he quickly regained his composure, reflecting on Rhaegar's demeanor. With a small smile, Larys thought to himself, what a proud Targaryen! As night descended, Rhaegar luxuriated in a soothing bath before reclining naked on his bed. Having parted ways with Larys, he took a leisurely stroll through the streets of King's Landing. Unsurprisingly, he noted an increased presence of followers of the Faith of the Seven in the poorer districts. Alicent, Otto the Sea Snake. Rhaegar softly uttered the names that seemed to perpetually trouble him, allowing his mind to gradually empty of thoughts. As the heir to the throne, he bore a weighty responsibility. While Rhaenyra faced limitations due to her gender, he, as a male and the firstborn by law, enjoyed the favor of the realm's nobility. Yet, the shadows still harbored those with ambitions, ever ready to play their clandestine games. A soft knock at the door interrupted Rhaegar's thoughts. Who is it? He called out. frowning at the late-night disturbance. "It's me, your sister," came Rhaenyra's voice from the other side. "Rhaenyra," he repeated, slightly stunned. Climbing out of bed, he said, "Come in." The door creaked open, and Rhaenyra entered, carrying a dinner tray. "Rhaenyra, what are you doing here?" Rhaegar asked, confused. "I heard you've taken on a big mission and wanted to check on you," she replied, walking over to the bed and sitting down. She placed the dinner tray on a nearby table, revealing a glass of milk. "I brought you some milk to help you sleep," Rhaenyra said with a playful smile. "Thanks," Rhaegar replied, taking the glass and sipping the milk. Suddenly, he noticed her attire, a formal dress in an unusual shade of green, rather than her usual black or red. "Why does that dress look familiar?" Rhaegar asked casually. Rhaenyra giggled and tugged at the hem of her skirt. "You finally noticed. Last time, you were talking in your sleep, mumbling about your stepmother's dress, so I borrowed one from Alicent." Rhaegar choked, spewing milk as he tried to catch his breath. "What?" Rhaenyra rolled her eyes and patted his back. "Why are you reacting like that? I've been debating for days whether to wear this dress." Rhaegar's face flushed red. It was just a dream. It had nothing to do with Alicent. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His dreams were often a jumble of images, and any resemblance to reality was purely coincidental. "Rhaenyra, you really should return Alicent's dress," Rhaegar said, feeling a twinge of guilt. "What? You don't think it looks good?" Rhaenyra stood up excitedly and spun around to show off. Rhaegar averted his eyes and covered his face with his hand. "You and Alicent have different figures. She's slimmer than you." Despite having 4 kids, Alicent still had the slim figure of a teenager, which had helped her keep Viserys interested for years. By contrast, both Rhaegar and Rhaenyra inherited their mother's sturdier, more robust build. Rhaenyra's attempt to fit into Alicent's green dress had the waist straining and the fabric barely containing her form, which looked a bit off. It was no surprise that Rhaegar had noticed right away. "Rhaegar, do you dare say that again?" Rhaenyra's mood shifted abruptly, her eyes narrowing at her brother. Rhaegar hesitated, sensing danger. "What I meant was that the dress doesn't fit you properly. It's not your size." "How dare you?" Rhaenyra took his words to mean that he thought she was overweight, which made her feel insulted. She put a lot of effort into wearing the dress, and instead of a compliment, she felt like she was being insulted. She felt a surge of anger. Her chest was heaving with indignation, and the dress seemed to be strained to its limits. Before Rhaegar could explain further, Rhaenyra lunged at him, reaching for his neck. Despite her intensity, she was no match for Rhaegar in a physical confrontation. Laughing, he caught her around the waist, thinking it was just another one of their playful scuffles. As a child, Rhaenyra often tried to show her dominance by roughing him up a bit. Rhaenyra pinched and scratched with all her might, but to no avail. "Rhaegar, if you dare talk nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongue." "Hee, you said it," Rhaegar teased, still not grasping the seriousness of her anger. He opened his mouth wide in a provocative gesture. "Ow, ow." Rhaenyra's rage reached its peak, and she bit him on the shoulder. "Rhaenyra, it hurts. Let go," Rhaegar cried out, pain flaring up. "Nice try, you brat. You just don't want to be disciplined," Rhaenyra muttered through gritted teeth, maintaining her bite and attempting to wrestle him into submission. Rhaegar, wincing from the pain, suddenly rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Rhaenyra still clung to his shoulder, her eyes blazing with anger. Outside the window, the moon was shining brightly, bathing the bedroom in its light. The evening breeze rustled through the garden, making the leaves whisper. Rhaegar looked down at Rhaenyra, who had just bitten him, and paused for a moment. Eventually, Rhaenyra's mouth, which was stained with blood, slowly released its grip. "Ouch, that hurts!" Rhaegar let out a cry and quickly pulled away, covering his bleeding shoulder. Rhaenyra, who was now lying on the bed, said in a sullen tone, "I'll go with you to Driftmark." "Who told you that?" Rhaegar leaned back on the bed, wiping the drool off his shoulder, and looked at her in surprise. "Is there any secret in King's Landing that stays hidden, except for your dragon pit?" Rhaenyra's words carried a hint of mockery. Rhaegar nodded, not bothering to refute. As the political center of the continent, King's Landing was constantly under scrutiny. I can go to Driftmark by myself. The sea snake wouldn't dare to make a move, Rhaegar said confidently. Besides, I'm going to celebrate the naming day, and Aunt Rhaenys will be there. And what about Lena and Demon? Rhaenyra lifted her head, her face serious. Rhaegar froze, not expecting her to know about that. Unfortunately, you've been the heir for many years, but you're still too self-righteous. Rhaenyra sighed, her tone helpless. Under Rhaegar's puzzled gaze, she kicked off her boots, lay back on the bed, and cuddled him in her arms. Rhaegar put his head on her shoulder and felt his frustration melt away. Rhaegar, I was also chosen by our father to be his heir, she began. But because I'm not a man, the bannermen who swore allegiance to me despised me and spoke against me. King's Landing is the world's biggest sewer, full of snakes, rats, and ants, she continued. Every preference, every decision you make, becomes a target for these bedbugs. Rhaenyra kissed Rhaegar's forehead and admonished, don't trust anyone. They only covet your flesh and blood, and mine. Her warning was genuine. She wanted her brother to be more cautious, to avoid being used as a pawn. Rhaegar gently cupped her slender waist, rubbing his cheek against hers, and said emotionally, I understand, I know everything. You don't understand, Rhaenyra replied, pressing her hand harder on his. I know firsthand what it's like to be isolated while you've been living in the sunshine. Rhaenyra looked him in the eye as she continued. You don't have any roots in the small council, and father's ears have always been pretty easy to bend. Sister, you don't have to worry about me, Rhaegar said, feeling warmth and a sense of ease from her words. Nonsense, Rhaenyra shot back. You are my younger brother. If I don't worry about you, who will? Alicent, she grabbed his ear and fiercely added, I said all this for a reason, so remember it. Of course, I won't forget, Rhaegar replied. The warmth and softness of their shared moment brought back memories, and he began to feel a hazy sleepiness overtaking him. As he drifted off, a smile formed on his lips, and he murmured, Sister, you and I are born of fire and blood. We have nothing to fear from treachery. The night deepened over the Red Keep. In another room, the candlelight was pushing back the darkness. A delicious meal was laid out on a round table, and two people were seated across from each other. Your Grace, the prince is too cautious, and I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help, Larys said, pausing with his knife and fork mid-motion and looking down. Alicent sat across from him, her face expressionless, her eyes cold. She sipped sweet wine from her goblet and replied flatly, It doesn't matter. As long as he stays away from King's Landing long enough for my father to return. Larys glanced at her and smiled slightly. With all due respect, Prince Rhaegar is the rightful heir. Even your father's ingenuity can't sway the king's decision. Rhaenyra was his appointed heir as well, and she was still pulled down. Alicent countered, her tone steely. Our goal isn't the throne, but to unite all the allies we can and ensure we can defend ourselves. As she'd told Viserys, Rhaegar was set to become heir, and there was nothing she could do to change that. It was a source of her nightmares and fears. Rhaegar didn't want her as a stepmother and was mean to his half-brother, Aegon, undermining his confidence. What would happen to her and her children if Viserys died? She had considered showing weakness to ease relations with Rhaegar, but she was tired of being subservient and at the mercy of others. As queen, she had borne several princes and princesses for the kingdom and deserved high honor. She refused to live under anyone's thumb. Then you should join forces with the Balerion house. They are quite influential, Larys suggested, his eyes darting. Lady Lena has given birth to twin daughters, and your youngest son, Daeron, is 4. We could propose a marriage alliance. Impossible, Alicent replied sharply, frowning. The sea snake is a shrewd politician. We lack sufficient leverage to sway him. Larys hesitated, then shrugged. What's our next move then, Your Grace? His talents lay in gathering intelligence, not strategizing, unless the queen was willing to consider more sinister tactics. There is no next step, Alicent said, draining her goblet and covering her forehead. Viserys promised my father a return to King's Landing. Only then can we secure House Hightower's aid. The three daughters have shown signs of invading the Narrow Sea recently. Maybe we can use that to our advantage, Laurie's added, revealing more hidden information with a sly smile. Outside the window, a lush canopy swayed in the wind, with a bird's nest perched on top. A sparrow hopped between the branches, its beady eyes unblinking as it observed the room. In the dragon pit, Tormund, dressed in coarse linen, sat by a window, his pupils eerily vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes. After a while, he blinked, and his pupils reappeared. He looked puzzled, but committed what he had seen and heard to memory. There are traces of the three daughters in the Narrow Sea. He muttered to himself. Rhaegar was right. There are no secrets in the big city of King's Landing, except for those within the dragon pit, which was under Rhaegar's jurisdiction. 7 days later, a loud, deep dragon roar echoed over King's Landing, drawing the attention of onlookers. Before long, 3 shadows crossed the city skyline, heading towards the harbor. The busy townsfolk looked up to see 3 massive dragons soaring between the clouds, their wings outstretched. Dragons, 3 of them, they marveled. The people of King's Landing were used to seeing dragons. After all, the king had 3 dragon-riding children, but it was rare to see more than 1 dragon at a time. Sometimes Prince Rhaegar and Princess Rhaenyra would ride together, but it was pretty unusual to see 3 dragons at once. This extraordinary event was due to Rhaenyra's insistent request. Her father, King Viserys, unable to refuse her, agreed for her to accompany Rhaegar to Driftmark. Encouraged by Alicent, Viserys decided that if 1 dragon rider was good, then 2 were even better. On a whim, he pulled a sleeping Aegon from his bed, commanding him to join Rhaegar for the journey. This display was meant to showcase the royal family's power and their dragon's might. It wasn't just the 3 siblings making the journey. Lord Lionel Strong, the Hand of the King, had already arrived at Driftmark a day earlier, bringing a ship laden with gifts. The sky was a beautiful blue. Leading the way, Rhaegar rode his dragon Cannibal, its broad black wings slicing through the white clouds like a dark meteor. Behind him, 2 golden dragons followed closely. Rhaenyra, riding Syrax, wore a joyful expression, occasionally letting out cheers. Aegon, on Sunfire, trailed far behind, his face a picture of dejection, punctuated by long sighs. He had resigned himself to his fate. All he wanted was to stay hidden in the Red Keep, flirting with the maids and enjoying the privileges of a prince. But his father had suddenly assigned him a mission, one that required him to accompany his elder brother to the Balerion house, who weren't on good terms with them. He wasn't exactly thrilled about it. Not only was Aegon reluctant, but Sunfire also seemed equally resistant. The dragon's eyes were fixed on Cannibal ahead, and his usually agile wings were moving stiffly, as if he was afraid that the larger dragon might suddenly turn and devour him. However, their concerns were unfounded. No one paid them any mind. Rhaegar stood firmly on the saddle's footrests, arms outstretched, relishing the cool moisture from the crashing clouds. He glanced back at Syrax, who was struggling to keep up, and laughed heartily, proud of Cannibal's speed. "Rhaenyra, you're too slow," he called out, his voice filled with playful pride. Rhaenyra, chained at the waist and only able to sit upright in her saddle, looked sideways at her brother, shouting, "Slow down, you're losing Aegon." Aegon, far behind, could only sigh. Rhaegar, reminded of his younger brother, signaled Cannibal to reduce speed, ensuring they didn't leave Aegon and Sunfire too far behind. Soon, Rhaenyra caught up, and Syrax began flying alongside Cannibal. She loved riding dragons and loved her brother Rhaegar, but she especially loved flying with him, feeling the exhilarating freedom of the skies. Rhaenyra smiled and played along, enjoying the ride. Though it was just a formal trip, she was happy to be there. The 3 dragons flew swiftly, crossing Blackwater Bay, and arrived at Driftmark just before afternoon. Noon. After a long flight, the dragons finally reached Driftmark. This island was geographically closer to King's Landing than Dragonstone, and had a strategic advantage over Dragonstone in controlling the Narrow Sea. Driftmark had 3 main settlements: there were three main settlements: High Tide, Hull, and Spicedown. As they flew over the island, Rhaegar, Rhaenyra, and Aegon took in the sights below. The westernmost part of the island had a castle perched on a craggy cliff, which made it easy to defend. The other two towns were located near the narrow sea and were quite busy. Rhaegar noticed the many ships docked at the ports of these towns, a testament to their prosperity. "Let's go, we should land at High Tide." The dragons flew around in the sky, their riders getting a better understanding of the island's layout before they landed. As they got closer to High Tide, they heard a loud dragon roar from below, which caught their attention. Roar. Cannibal, sensing a potential threat, let out a warning growl, its green eyes alert. Rhaegar quickly scanned the area and identified the source of the roar as a clearing next to the beach, surrounded by grassy fields. There, a massive green dragon lay prostrate, its amber eyes fixed on the sky. Rhaegar's heart raced as he recognized the dragon, Vhagar, the last surviving dragon from the Targaryen family's early days. Born on Dragonstone in 51 BC, Vhagar was once ridden by Visenya Targaryen, sister and queen to Aegon the Conqueror. Later, Vhagar was claimed by Rhaegar's grandfather, Balon Targaryen, the Prince of Spring. Most recently, Lena Balerion became Vhagar's rider. Now, the dragon was 169 years old, a testament to its long and storied past. Rhaegar marveled at the sight, silently acknowledging the accuracy of Lauri's intelligence. Lena had indeed returned to Driftmark in secret. "That's Vhagar? It's enormous," Aegon exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Rhaenyra shot him a look of contempt. "I told you to get out more. Staying cooped up all day is making you useless." Roar! Vhagar saw the three dragons above it and twisted its massive body, roaring again to assert dominance over the territory. "Rhaegar, let's get out of here. We shouldn't provoke this old dragon," Rhaenyra urged, her voice edged with urgency. Everyone knew Vhagar's reputation for being bad-tempered. It was wiser to keep a safe distance. Rhaegar nodded. "Agreed. Let's move away." Roar! Cannibal, Rhaegar's dragon, growled lowly, a deep rumble emanating from its throat, clearly harboring hostility toward Vhagar. The green dragon was older and larger than Cannibal, and it left an impression. Cannibal's charcoal-black scales gave him a dark, intimidating look like a dark god. In contrast, Vhagar's skin was wrinkled and sagging. Its jaw hung loose, and the crown of its horns had fallen off long ago. Despite this, Vhagar exuded an aura of power and experience. Vhagar's body was covered in battle scars, with holes in its wing membranes from scorpion crossbows. Its cold, merciless eyes surveyed the newcomers, and it felt like an ancient war machine coming back to life. Rhaegar could tell that Cannibal was eager for a confrontation, so he chuckled bitterly. "We're not here to fight." Rhaegar couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and apprehension. Vhagar had fought for House Targaryen for over a century, and its combat experience was unmatched by any other dragon. Although Cannibal had beaten Vermithor and Silverwing, Vhagar's prowess was not to be underestimated. If a fight were to happen, Cannibal would need to wait until he reached his full strength, which could take over 100 years. Roar! Heeding Rhaegar's guidance, Cannibal reluctantly turned away, snorting in frustration but wisely choosing not to provoke the ancient dragon. Far from the beach, Rhaegar and his siblings rode their dragons towards High Tide. The three dragons flew around the city twice before landing, which was a clear signal to the locals that the Targaryen princes and princesses had arrived. With a resounding boom, Cannibal was the first to land, its massive body kicking up a gust of wind as it touched down in the open space near the tidal walls. Syrax and Sunfire followed, but kept a respectful distance from Cannibal, wary of the black dragon's aggressive nature. "Welcome, Prince and Princess," greeted a knightly dress guard captain, stepping forward from a group of station guards. "Lead the way, sir," Rhaegar commanded, assuming his role as the eldest and heir. "Follow me, your grace," the guard captain replied. With his silver hair, he appeared to be of Valyrian descent. Rhaenyra and Aegon joined Rhaegar, following the captain. High Tide Castle, perched on a high-altitude island, required them to traverse a path of verdant stones laid over the tides. Although the dragons could land directly in front of the castle, such an act would be seen as disrespectful to its owner. They were here to celebrate, and proper decorum was necessary. After about 10 minutes of walking up the cliffside path, the stone archway of High Tide Castle appeared before them. "This way, please, Prince and Princess," the guard captain said, leading them through the archway into a lush, open garden. The castle stood tall and proud, facing the stone archway. As they stepped through the door, they heard the clash swords. Rhaegar glanced over to see two men engaged in a sword fight in the garden. One of them, with dark skin and silver hair, Rhaegar recognized him. It was Balerion, the eldest son of the sea snake, a cousin who had always been fond of him. As the group passed through the archway, Rhaegar saw them. He wiped the sweat from his brow and called for a truce, then approached with a warm smile. "Rhaegar, Rhaenyra, welcome to Driftmark." Rhaegar greeted them, sheathing his sword gracefully. "It's been too long, cousin," Rhaegar replied with a warm smile, returning the gesture. At that moment, the castle gates swung open, revealing a man bearing a striking resemblance to the sea snake, accompanied by a silver-haired, dark-skinned butler. Rhaenyra leaned in close to Rhaegar's ear, whispering, "That's Vaemond Balerion, the sea snake's younger brother and Rhaenyr's uncle." Nodding in acknowledgement, Rhaegar focused his attention on Vaemond. With a dignified bearing and an air of arrogance, Vaemond approached and bowed respectfully. "Welcome, Your Grace," Vaemond greeted formally. "Greetings, Sir Vaemond. Your reputation precedes you," Rhaegar replied with polite courtesy. Then, casting a curious glance toward the castle, he continued, "I expected Lord Corlys, the sea snake, to welcome us. We come to celebrate Aunt Rhaenys' name day. Is he not joining us?" Rhaegar asked the question deliberately. The sea snake's domain was merely an earldom, and given Rhaegar's status as the heir, Rhaenyra's title as Princess of Dragonstone, and Aegon's position as the king's second son, proper etiquette dictated that Corlys Balerion should have led his entire household to greet them as a sign of respect for the royal family. However, they were met only by Vaemond and a steward, a clear insult to the Targaryen siblings. Vaemond, unfazed by the prince's inquiry, responded calmly, "My brother personally invited guests and, after a long journey, arrived home a bit earlier. He has already rushed to the Driftwood Throne Hall to properly welcome the prince and princess," he added. Rhaegar's smile faded, and his expression grew cold as he glanced at Rhaenyra. His hand tightened around the hilt of the Dark Sister's sword at his waist, and he addressed Vaemond with a measured tone. "Lord Vaemond, do you understand the proper etiquette for welcoming the heir to the throne?" "Of course, but my elder brother has just returned from a voyage and hasn't had time to change his clothes. He didn't want to offend you with his appearance," Vaemond replied smoothly, clearly having prepared his excuse. "Oh, you make a valid point," Rhaegar said, his tone laced with sarcasm, his gaze hardening. The sea snake was clearly trying to make statement. Sensing Rhaegar's displeasure, Rhaenyra quickly interjected, "Father has just returned from Claw Isle and meant no disrespect." "No, I feel no respect from Lord Corlys or the Balerion house," Rhaegar countered, shaking his head. He stared directly at Vaemond and commanded, "Fetch Lord Corlys and have him personally greet the royal guest he has sworn allegiance to." Vaemond attempted another excuse, but Rhaenyra, her temper flaring, cut him off. "Enough, Lord Vaemond. Your excuses are increasingly inappropriate." Having once been belittled by her own bannermen as the king's heir, Rhaenyra would not tolerate any slight against her brother. The atmosphere turned icy. Rhaenyra started to speak again, but the knight beside him discreetly pulled him back, signaling him to remain silent. Vaemond's frown deepened as he muttered, "Prince, Lord Lionel is also in the Driftwood Throne Hall. You should—" Swish! Before he could finish, the Dark Sister's blade flashed, its sharp edge pressed against Vaemond's neck. Rhaegar, Rhaenyra, and Rhaenyra exclaimed simultaneously, the tension in the air palpable. Rhaegar, Uncle Vaemond, didn't mean any disrespect. "What are you doing?" Laenor, as the heir of Driftmark, couldn't remain silent and pleaded helplessly. Rhaenyra pressed down on Rhaegar's sword arm, her expression tense. Rhaegar, we are here for peace. Put away the sword. Quiet, you should be convincing Ser Vaemond, not me. Rhaegar was unmoved, ignoring their pleas and maintaining his stance, his sword steady. At this moment, he knew the only thing he could do was to assert his authority. Compromise was not an option. Prince, you shouldn't be so impulsive. Vaemond's voice trembled slightly, feeling the cold steel of the Dark Sister against his neck. Being threatened by a teenage prince with a sword was unnerving. Who knew if the young royal, in a moment of hot-blooded impulse, might actually decapitate him? Rhaegar's expression remained cold and unyielding. Summon Lord Corlys to meet us. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. This visit was indeed meant to strengthen ties with the Sea Snake, but as the kingdom's heir, Rhaegar represented royal honor and could not tolerate humiliation. If the Sea Snake intended to challenge his authority, Rhaegar had only one response. No. The chill of the blade seeping into his spine, Vaemond's face paled. He hastily said, "Calm down. I'll fetch my brother immediately." As a warrior who had seen battle, Vaemond knew when to avoid danger. The murderous glint in the prince's eyes made it clear that continued defiance would end badly. Hearing this, Rhaegar's icy expression softened into a chilling smile. "So be it, Ser Vaemond." He lowered the blade of the Dark Sister and stroked its spine, his voice soft but firm. "You should hurry." Vaemond, humiliated and seething, managed to hide his anger behind a tanned face. He turned and walked back toward the castle. Rumor had it that the heir was known as the Kind Prince, a young man with a temperament similar to his father's. Experiencing this firsthand, Vaemond silently cursed. Kindness? Nonsense. This prince was a completely different person. "Rhaegar, I truly apologize for the poor hospitality," Laenor said, his face reflecting his internal conflict. He understood his father's intentions, but couldn't openly defy him. "No matter, just a few twists and turns," Rhaegar replied, sheathing his sword. He didn't enjoy these power plays, but knew they were unavoidable. The sharpness of his blade had earned him the respect he needed. Moments later, the castle doors opened again, and this time, the dignified sea snake, Corlys Balerion, emerged instead of Vaemond. "Father," Laenor called, rushing forward, fearing a confrontation. Corlys waved his hand, his expression calm. He approached Rhaegar, bowed respectfully, and then smiled pleasantly. "Prince, I sincerely apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. It was due to my hasty return. High Tide welcomes your arrival. Please accept the Balerion house's apology, regardless of the past." His words were carefully chosen to convey both an apology and a subtle assertion of his position. Rhaegar gave him a surprised look, then laughed. "I accept your apology, and it's also my fault for arriving so suddenly." This was a polite facade. Lionel had arrived at Driftmark a day early, and even with a raven, the sea snake should have known they were coming. It was a deliberate test of Rhaegar's reaction. Rhaegar's response had been clear and decisive. Whatever Corlys thought of it, he couldn't afford to be slow in his response again. "Please come in. I'll take you to the Driftwood Throne Hall, where both Rhaenys and Lionel are waiting," Corlys said, his smile fading as he regained his dignified bearing. Rhaegar nodded and followed. He took a moment to glance at Aegon, who was slouching. "Straighten your back and show your royal demeanor. Don't let outsiders look down on you," he chided. His words were a lesson for Aegon, but also a message to everyone present. Corlys remained unfazed and continued leading the way. Aegon, though internally grumbling, straightened up out of fear of his elder brother. Rhaenyra, amused by the situation, took Rhaegar's arm, sharing in the royal honor. Despite Rhaegar's rough approach, it was effective, and she admired his boldness. They walked through the castle gates, up the corner stairs, and into the Driftwood Throne Hall. It was, in essence, a replica of a throne room, spacious, with stone walls adorned with the Balerion house crest of a seahorse and a series of wave paintings. The interior of the hall was decorated with exquisite crystal chandeliers and various exotic treasures. In the center, flanked by lamps on either side, stood a weathered wooden seat. Laenor took the opportunity to introduce it proudly. "This is our family's driftwood throne, symbolizing the Lord of the Tides." Before Rhaegar could respond, the impatient Aegon interjected, "Oh, it's just a pile of rotten wood, isn't it?" Rhaenyra quickly glared at him, signaling him to watch his words. "Aegon, don't talk nonsense." Aegon glanced at Rhaegar, whose expression remained unchanged, and seeing that he didn't care, he crossed his arms and huffed. He wasn't afraid of his sister, and if Rhaegar hadn't rebuked him, why should he care? "Is the driftwood throne more legendary than the Iron Throne of the Red Keep?" he mocked. Laenor, maintaining his composure, responded with grace, "It doesn't matter. In addition to the driftwood throne, the hall is filled with trophies from my father and ancestors, including the mask of the crab feeder." Rhaegar finally spoke up. "All right, Aegon, show some respect." It was a soft reprimand, but enough to signal the end of the episode. The truth was, Rhaegar didn't care much for the driftwood throne or the Balerion family's heirs. It was a calculated move to allow Aegon to express disdain openly, gauging Laenor's reaction and pushing boundaries. Out of the corner of his eye, Rhaegar noticed Laenor's face darkening, and he couldn't help but smirk slightly. His father was right. It was useful to bring this stupid little brother along. "Prince," a familiar voice echoed as Rhaegar entered the center of the driftwood throne hall. He turned to see Lionel rising from the wine closet, his eyes somewhat agitated. Lionel's pace was brisk, and his usually stout frame seemed energized. He reached Rhaegar quickly, without pausing to catch his breath. Rhaegar glanced at the sea snake, who appeared unperturbed, and asked, "Lord Lionel, what's the matter?" "Prince, Lord Corlys placed me in the driftwood throne hall. Forgive me for not to being able to greet you in person," Lionel replied, his tone carrying a thinly veiled anger. He shot a glare at the sea snake's back, making it clear that Corlys had intentionally slighted him. Understanding the situation, Rhaegar embraced the trembling Lionel and patted him on the back. "You have been wrong, my lord." There was no point in retaliating openly. Rhaegar had already asserted his dignity and power. He could only offer Lionel comfort for the slight he had suffered. "As long as you remain unharmed, my own troubles are insignificant," Lionel said, regaining his composure. He understood the political maneuvering at play and had anticipated such treatment from the moment Vaemond had staged Corlys' appearance. "You are a loyal hand of the king, and the kingdom is fortunate to have you," Rhaegar said, releasing Lionel and offering sincere praise. Laenor stepped forward, changing the subject. "Wait a moment, cousin. Mother will be here soon." He began introducing the antiquities of the hall. Rhaegar cooperated, casting a few appreciative glances around the hall as they awaited Rhaenys' arrival. Meanwhile, the sea snake seemed detached, lost in his own world. He remained silent, walking to the driftwood throne and gazing at the half-broken mask with a blissful expression. He had anticipated a meeting with the king, a negotiation of sorts. Instead, he was faced with the children of the king, the hand of the king, and the heir of the throne. With the change of heir, our majesty has become more assertive, he mused with a smile, deciphering the king's attitude. But Corlys Balerion didn't care. He was the greatest navigator Westeros had ever seen, having crossed the ocean 9 times. He was responsible for the vast wealth of the Balerion house. His wife, Rhaenys Targaryen, is known as the queen who never was. Their family owned 3 dragons, including the mighty Vhagar. Such formidable power allowed him to stand proudly on the continent. Bang! Not long after, a side door in the hall opened, and a figure stormed in with an air of urgency. "Children, I'm late." Rhaenys entered, dressed simply, a joyful smile on her face. "Aunt." Rhaegar and Rhaenys met each other's gaze and smiled warmly before embracing. "Good boy. You've grown so much, stronger than your father even." Rhaenys pinched Rhaegar's sturdy arm, her bright eyes reflecting her pride. As a princess of the Targaryen dynasty, she had been estranged from her family due to tensions between her husband's family and her own. This reunion was a rare and precious moment for her. "Aunt." Rhaenyra stepped forward, greeting her with a smile. Rhaenys immediately let go of her nephew to embrace her niece. Surveying her, she complimented, "You look wonderful, and you've grown into a beautiful young woman. Life has been kind to you, and you look as beautiful as ever, Aunt." Rhaenyra knew exactly how to please her aunt, and her lovely smile reflected her genuine admiration. She had always looked up to her aunt and cherished their bond. After Rhaegar and Rhaenyra's greetings, Aegon finally approached, albeit a bit reluctantly and formally. "And a fine lad you are. You'll be your brother's greatest ally." Rhaenys embraced Aegon as well, her words wise and affectionate. Aegon, though feeling awkward, managed a shy smile. "Well, Rhaenys, we must properly entertain our guests from afar." The sea snake turned, a smile playing on his lips as he observed his wife's joyous reunion with her family. Rhaenys chuckled. "Indeed, it's good that you won't be kicking us out while discussing grand plans." She exchanged a knowing look with Rhaenyra, who walked over to the liquor cabinet and retrieved a bottle of wine. Rhaenyra patted her brother's shoulder and followed her aunt, preparing to pour the wine. After all, they were failures in politics, and important matters were best left to the men appointed to do so. Laenor, reading the room, pulled Aegon aside, clearing the floor for the upcoming discussion between the sea snake, Lionel, and Rhaegar. Rhaegar and Lionel exchanged glances before Rhaegar began. "Lord Corlys, my father has heard that the Triarchy is showing signs of resurgence. I assume you've heard the same." "I won't lie, Prince. The pirates of the Triarchy have indeed re-emerged, and my family's ships have already been plundered." Corlys spoke candidly, initiating the conversation. He went on, "The Triarchy has been pretty much inactive for years. With their previous defeat still fresh in their minds, they won't back down this time." "You're right, my lord." Rhaegar, recalling his father's instructions, said earnestly, "In the face of this renewed threat, the kingdom must respond decisively. I am here not only to celebrate Aunt Rhaenys' birthday, but also to invite you to King's Landing for a crucial discussion. The Balerion house boasts the most powerful fleet and admirals in Westeros. To defeat the Triarchy, the full support of the Sea Snake is indispensable." Rhaegar looked intently at Corlys, waiting for his reply. "It is the duty of a servant to serve his kingdom, and I am honored to do so," Corlys responded without hesitation, placing a hand over his chest solemnly. He continued, "My family has been greatly affected by the Triarchy's capture of the Stepstones. Your arrival here is a great relief to me." His words were sincere, without arrogance. Rhaegar was slightly taken aback by Corlys' willingness. Upon reflection, he realized that although the Stepstones were barren, they occupied a crucial geographic position. If the Triarchy controlled the Stepstones, the entire shipping route would be vulnerable to their raids, causing significant harm to the Balerion house, whose livelihood depended on maritime trade. Corlys' acceptance demonstrated his foresight and pragmatic approach. The exchange went smoothly. Lionel, looking pleased, added, "Lord Corlys, I hope that after Princess Rhaenys' banquet, you can return to King's Landing with me." His mission was to secure Corlys' support in the capital for strategic military discussions. With Corlys' agreement, Lionel felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. "Of course, I haven't seen His Grace in a long time, and I miss him," Corlys lamented. He was a shrewd politician, aware that no matter how powerful his house was, they couldn't thrive in isolation. Aligning with the royal family was essential for maximizing their benefits. "It seems you've had a productive discussion," Rhaenys approached with a tray, smiling warmly. Seeing his wife smile, Corlys mirrored her expression and said proudly, "Conversations among smart people are always easy and pleasant." "You are right. Viserys has chosen a worthy heir." Rhaenys kissed her husband's cheek and whispered in his ear, "Keep in mind that the Targaryens have no shortage of both geniuses and madmen." "Just a little test," Corlys replied softly, taking a glass from the tray and toasting Rhaegar. He preferred personal encounters over relying on rumors to judge a person's worth. The new heir's hardline stance made the upcoming battle for the Stepstones seem more manageable. "Would you like a taste?" "It's the red wine of Dorne," Rhaenys asked, pushing past her ambitious husband to hand the tray to Rhaegar. Thank you, Aunt, Rhaegar said, hesitantly reaching for the fragrant drink. Drink this, Rhaegar, Rhaenyra called from behind, carrying a glass of some beverage. Rhaegar smiled apologetically at Rhaenys and withdrew his hand, taking the glass from Rhaenyra instead. Rhaegar is a lightweight, Rhaenyra teased, taking his arm. One glass of wine, and he'll miss the dinner. Rhaenyra, Rhaegar protested, trying to stop her from revealing too much. He didn't despise alcohol to that extent, but he preferred not to drink. The scene drew laughter from the others. Corlys downed his drink in a single gulp and, with the air of an old sailor, laughed heartily. A man should know how to handle his drink, especially a Targaryen of blood and fire. Alcohol is the best fuel. Yes, how can an heir who can't drink entertain his advisors? Rhaenys added, smiling warmly at her nephew. The others, not daring to laugh too loudly, took wine cups from the tray one by one and toasted Rhaegar. Rhaegar shook his head and smiled ruefully. Amid the laughter, the tension in the room dissipated, and the two families seemed to be on good terms again. Rhaenys approached Rhaegar with a serious expression. There is one matter I need to discuss with you. What is it, Aunt? Rhaegar asked, remaining vigilant. Vhagar was still resting on Driftmark. Rhaenys sighed and spoke bluntly. You've seen Vhagar. She's the dragon of Lena. Vhagar is the last of the great dragons from the previous generation of Targaryens. Of course, I recognize her, Rhaegar replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, emphasizing Vhagar's rightful place in Targaryen lineage. The dragon belonged to the Targaryens, not just anyone who could claim to master her. I understand your point, but I'm not here to argue about that, Rhaenys said, shaking her head. Lena is my daughter. She carries the blood of both Targaryens and Valerions. She's back on high tide. What do you mean? Rhaegar asked, cautious about revealing his stance. I'm not here to plead for Lena's mistakes, Rhaenys continued resolutely. But her daughters are of pure Targaryen blood. They should not suffer for their mother's actions and deserve their legitimate rights as part of the crown. If you're pleading for your granddaughters, I may be able to help, Rhaegar said, frowning slightly. But Lena should make her own case for them. She's at the castle. I can call her. No need. I'm right here, came a magnetic female voice, cutting Rhaenys off. The side door swung open, revealing a figure of delicate, dark-skinned beauty. Lena! Rhaenyra's surprise was evident in her voice, her gaze reflecting a mix of emotions. Lena had been her closest childhood companion besides Alicent. After all these years, she had blossomed into a wife and mother. Rhaenyra, it's good to see you again. Lena's features bore the strong lines of her mother, her silver curls cascading elegantly around her tall, voluminous body. Sister, what brings you here? Laenor hurried forward, a hint of nervousness evident in his demeanor. Why the nervousness? We only have family in the room, Lena assured, her smile softening her words as she retrieved 2 swaddled bundles from the maid behind her. Observing this, Rhaenys sighed in resignation. Well, since you're here, you might as well explain it yourself. Rhaegar inclined his head, his gaze drifting to the swaddled forms in Lena's arms. Noticing his interest, Lena approached, gracefully extending the bundles towards him. Cousin, would you like to hold them? After a brief pause, Rhaegar accepted to hold the swaddled infants. Lena spoke tenderly. Father named them. The elder sister is Baela, and the younger, Rhaena. As he held the swaddled bundle, Rhaegar's posture stiffened slightly, his gaze resting upon the 2 tiny beings. To be honest, they weren't particularly adorable. Their skin had a reddish hue, and their eyes remained tightly shut, their small bodies appearing frail and delicate. Iya, apparently sensing his discomfort, the little girl named Baela squirmed in his arms, emitting a soft cry. As the cool air touched her skin, Baela's movements became more animated, her tiny mouth forming bubbles of excitement. Quite amusing, Rhaegar remarked with a chuckle, unable to contain his amusement. Turning his gaze to Rhaenys, he offered a smile. Consider it done, Aunt. Thank you, Rhaegar. Lena expressed her gratitude with a warm smile. Rhaegar waved off her thanks, his expression somber. There's no need for thanks. The child is innocent. Let me have a look too, Rhaenyra chimed in, joining Rhaegar's side to inspect the infants. Rhaegar exchanged a meaningful glance with Rhaenyra, their unspoken agreement reaffirmed. They had already discussed their strategy and were both committed to it. Night had fallen. Rhaegar was lying on the bed in a sumptuous guest chamber at high tide, idly thinking as he closed his eyes for a moment's rest. "We need to get ready soon. We can't be late for dinner downstairs," Rhaenyra said, carefully putting on her clothes at the dressing table. "I can get ready faster than you," Rhaegar said, his restlessness preventing him from moving as quickly as she wanted. His thoughts turned to the day's discussions, the tentative alliance between the royal family and the sea snake. Not only did he agree to give the two babies their legal rights, but he also forgave the mother. It was a gesture of goodwill and favor from the crown towards the Balerion house. It is now the sea snake's turn to reciprocate. Only one thing remained. Both sides avoided mentioning Demon. Lena's husband, the father of the two babies, seemed to have been forgotten. Rhaegar had a feeling that Demon's involvement in their lives might soon change. "Come now. There's much to discuss at dinner. We cannot dally," Rhaenyra interjected, interrupting his reverie and coaxing him out of bed with a gentle tug. "Fine, fine. I hear you," Rhaegar said, reluctantly getting up from his bed. "You're not a child anymore. Behave accordingly," Rhaenyra admonished playfully, delivering a light swat to his shoulder. "It's still early," Rhaegar said, hugging her back. He didn't want to let go of this moment. The weight of his responsibilities as heir weighed heavily on him, overshadowing his youthful spirit. Sometimes he wished he could be an explorer, not worrying about what others expected of him. "Rhaegar, I know it's been tough for you, but you must remain resilient for both me and father," Rhaenyra offered comfort, tenderly caressing his head. Rhaegar was only 13 years old, but he was already bearing a weight far beyond his years. Every night, when she woke up, she could hear Rhaegar's struggles, and it ached her heart. She often wondered if she would be able to withstand the pressure if the burden of the heirship were still on her shoulders. The castle hall exuded an air of grandeur and festivity. A long table took up most of the space in the center of the room, with the sea snake, Lionel, and Aegon sitting around it, chatting away as they waited for the other guests to arrive. Rhaegar made his way down the stairs, Rhaenyra and Lena flanking him. Each was holding a swaddled infant. "Come, join us for tonight's feast. We're indulging in a golden lobster. It's quite the delicacy," Rhaenys said, her eyes sparkling with joy as she welcomed them to their seats. The day had been pretty good, all things considered. There had been a reconciliation of sorts between the houses. The royal family had recognized Lena's daughters, and Rhaenys' upcoming name day celebration was on everyone's mind. As the guests settled into their seats and toasts were made by the sea snake and Rhaenys, the feast started. Rhaegar and Rhaenyra found themselves seated across from each other, right before Lena. They were laughing together and seemed to be enjoying each other's company. Before them, each had a plate of marinated lobster, a testament to the culinary skills of a house with a close connection to the sea. Rhaegar's eyes lit up as he enjoyed the delicious flavors. "Rhaenyra, you must try this plum cake. It's divine," Lena offered, extending a slice to her childhood friend. Graciously accepting the gesture, Rhaenyra's taste buds were transported to the days of her youth as she relished the sweet flavor of the cake. "Here, Rhaegar, have a taste," Rhaenyra said, playfully offering him a bite of the delicious dessert. As the evening wore on, the feast continued, with laughter and conversation filling the hall with joy. Meanwhile, outside high tide, the cannibal was lying on the cliffs, blending into the shadows. But as the wind howled and dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, the creature's eyes snapped open and it fixed its gaze on the approaching storm with intensity. The party kept going, with lots of laughter and good cheer in the hall. Laenor and Aegon were having a great time, drinking and singing and eventually dancing. Meanwhile, Corlys and Lionel engaged in amiable conversation, exchanging drinks and sharing stories. Rhaegar was enjoying the show, amused by Laenor and Aegon's antics and relishing the moments of closeness with Rhaenyra as she fed him. Despite the calm atmosphere, there was still a sense of unease. Out of nowhere, a loud bang reverberated through the hall as the door swung open, admitting an unexpected guest. The sudden gust of wind that accompanied the newcomer's entrance caught everyone's attention. Demon. Lena was the first to react. She looked at her husband standing in the doorway, and her surprise was clear. As the others turned their attention to him, Demon, dressed in his distinctive garb, greeted the assembly with a casual grin. "Hey there, Lena. Are you missing me already?" His nonchalant demeanor belied the gravity of his unexpected return. "Demon, who invited you back? Have you forgotten our agreement?" Lena's composure faltered, her urgency clear as she urged him to leave. Demon, however, seemed unfazed by her concern, his gaze sweeping over the gathering. Before anyone could interject, Rhaegar's hand slammed against the table, his expression darkening. "Rhaegar, calm yourself," Rhaenyra urged, her voice low as she attempted to defuse the tension. Undeterred, Demon sauntered further into the hall, his tone mocking as he addressed his great-nephew. Well, everyone's here. Miss me, dear nephew." Rhaegar's icy glare pierced through Rhaenyra's attempts to restrain him, his voice laced with contempt. "Uncle, do you dare to show your face here?" With swift strides, Rhaegar rose from his seat, his demeanor rigid as he advanced towards Demon. Unfazed, Demon met his gaze with a sardonic smirk, his stance defiant. "What? Only my wife is welcome home. Can I come back for a visit? You're a sinner who doesn't deserve the light of day." Rhaegar's voice cut through the tension, his grip tightening on the hilt of the Dark Sister's sword. "Uncle, last time we met, you left your own sword behind. What will you leave this time?" "Tizk, you're not as charming as you used to be," Demon replied, disappointment in his voice as he shook his head. His eyes were cold and determined, and he was still haunted by memories of a rainy night 7 years ago. Were it not for Lena's timely rescue, he and Caraxes would have been buried at sea. The clash was inevitable. With a resounding bang, Rhaegar and Demon collided, their gazes locked in a fierce struggle. Demon, towering over Rhaegar, exerted his strength, forcing Rhaegar back a step. "Uncle, have you no weapon left after losing the Dark Sister?" Rhaegar's voice was sharp as he swiftly unsheathed his sword, aiming a strike at Demon's waist. "Stop!" Several alarmed voices rang out as Demon deftly sidestepped Rhaegar's blow, countering with a press to Rhaegar's shoulder. "You're outmatched, kid," Demon sneered, his experience evident as he attempted to grapple Rhaegar. But Rhaegar wasn't finished yet. He quickly came back with a counterattack, aiming for Demon's heart with his elbow. "Stop! No fighting in my castle." Corlys stepped in with a loud order, calling for an end to the fight. One was the heir, the other the husband of his daughter. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Any harm done would have serious consequences. For either of them to die on his castle would be an unbearable disaster. One was the heir, the other the husband of his daughter. Neither of them bothered to listen to what he wanted to say. Rhaenyra and Lena sprang into action, rushing to separate the uncle and nephew. Rhaegar's hand moved to stab Demon in his belly, but he was halted by Rhaenyra's intervention, her grip firm as she pulled him away. "Rhaegar, no." Rhaenyra's voice was stern, her furious gaze fixed on Demon, while Lena held him tightly, restraining his movements. At the same time, a blood-red figure was seen in the night sky above Driftmark. Roar! A loud, thunderous roar suddenly shattered the silence, reverberating like a bell. From the dark clouds emerged a massive beast, its green eyes gleaming with menace as it fixed its gaze on the intruder. Roar! The blood-red figure was startled by the appearance of the dark beast and let out a warning roar before quickly retreating and distancing itself from the threat. Once Corlys and the women got involved, the tension inside the castle eased up for a bit. Demon, not happy about the confrontation, walked over to Lena's seat and sat down. Rhaenyra forcefully pulled Rhaegar back to his seat. Corlys, his expression stern, spoke in a deep voice, "I don't care what grudges you have. In my castle, you will not act recklessly. Don't take it personally. I just came back to have a look," Demon said, taking Lena's hand and stroking it. "Shut up," Corlys immediately rebuked, his tone a sharp warning. "You've seen everything you wanted to see. Do you want me to kick you out?" Though they were technically of the same generation, Corlys was 28 years older and had no qualms about reprimanding his son-in-law. Daemon snorted and turned his head, saying no more. He and Lena had already planned for the children's return to Westeros to restore their legal status. While the plan was originally to follow this step, Daemon, as their father, wanted to do it himself. What was the response? Daemon asked. The prince has recognized the royal status of Baela and Rhaena, Rhaenell replied, pinching Daemon's waist discreetly to warn him not to cause trouble. Rhaegar sat across from Daemon, staring coldly and contemplating whether another ambush was necessary. He had never liked his arrogant uncle and couldn't tolerate someone who disregarded the law. Calm down, he's just a lost dog, Rhaenyra whispered, stroking Rhaegar's cheek, worried that the conflict would reignite. After all, Daemon was a seasoned warrior, and she feared Rhaegar might suffer. Rhaenys, deciding to end the farce, stood up and raised her glass. Tonight is a feast for me to reunite with my loved ones, she announced loudly. Everyone here is a pillar of the kingdom or a member of my bloodline. Sweeping her gaze around the room, she continued, whatever your grievances, I don't want any surprises, at least tonight. Lena and Laenor were the first to respond, raising their glasses as their mother spoke. Corlys, intending to follow suit, glanced at Lionel and raised his glass. Lionel, catching Rhaenyra's signal, clinked glasses with her. By the end of the night, only Rhaegar, Daemon, and the watching Aegon remained silent. I agree, Daemon finally said, tapping the tabletop after Lena's persistent nudging. I respect your wishes, Aunt, Rhaegar echoed, his eyes darkening as he also knocked on the tabletop. Aegon watched in awe and quickly followed suit, tapping the tabletop with excitement. It was a rare treat to see his brother Rhaegar and Uncle Daemon clash. This trip to Driftmark was worth it, he thought to himself. With the tension eased, Rhaenys took a sip of wine, indicating her approval. The feast continued. A servant brought Daemon a chair, and a maid carried the two babies into the hall. Daemon, who was experiencing fatherhood for the first time, took his twin daughters in his arms and gazed at them with a mix of wonder and tenderness. He had almost been a father once before, to a boy, but the child's mother, a woman of low status, had been cast out by his ruthless brother, leading to a tragic miscarriage. Seizing the moment, Lena raised her glass and said sincerely, Cousin, thank you for forgiving my sins and restoring the identities of my two children. I offer you a toast. Rhaegar raised his glass and exchanged a meaningful glance with Rhaenyra. Lena, you've been away from Westeros for too long. Would you like to return to King's Landing with us, so my father can see the children? Rhaenyra asked. Of course, it would be my honor, Lena replied, her smile bright with hope for her children's future. Rhaenyra pondered for a moment, then raised her glass again. Lena, I love these two children, and I have an important request. Lena looked puzzled, unsure of what her friend meant. The children's last name is Targaryen, but their father is a sinner, Rhaenyra continued. I believe they should live in the Red Keep and be raised by the crown. Rhaenyra's request was logical. The children were indeed Targaryens by blood, and being raised at the Red Keep would ensure their integration into the royal family. It would be inappropriate to allow them to remain with Daemon or to be raised by Lena in Driftmark. Lena's eyes widened in horror. Rhaenyra, you want to take away my children? She exclaimed, her voice trembling with resistance. She had just given birth. How could she part with her babies? Lena, calm down, Rhaenyra said, understanding her friend's distress. The children will return to King's Landing, and naturally, as their mother, you can follow, care for, and be with them. This arrangement had been part of the initial plan she and Rhaegar had devised. The presence of a strong dragon rider and two new Targaryen heirs would be in the royal family's best interest. Lena's frown deepened, her eyes flickering with mixed emotions. She understood Rhaenyra's reasoning, but it didn't make the situation any easier. Her children were indeed Targaryens by blood, born into the royal family. Wait, Daemon interjected, frowning and resting his chin on his hand. When discussing the future of my daughters, shouldn't my opinion count? Rhaenyra glanced at him with a bemused expression, unwilling to engage. In her eyes, Daemon's words carried no weight. Prince Daemon, You are a wanted criminal of the kingdom, Lionel said, his face furious. Allowing you to sit at this table is already a courtesy for Princess Rhaenys' sake. It's ridiculous that you're fighting over my daughters and yet won't allow me, their father, to voice my opinion. Daemon mocked, leaning down to kiss his daughter's cheeks. Daemon, what is your true purpose for being here? Rhaegar demanded, his patience wearing thin. Daemon's sudden appearance was too suspicious to ignore. The room fell silent as everyone turned to Daemon, curiosity and skepticism in their eyes. Returning home seemed impossible for him. Since his betrayal, he lost his position. Daemon's arrogance melted away as he bowed his head and looked at his daughters. After years of wandering through the free cities, he was uncertain about what to do next. He and Lena, with their unbeatable dragons, were in high demand. Princes, nobles, and wealthy merchants were eager to offer them estates and riches. Daemon knew this was just a business transaction. He couldn't suppress his pride and submit to a foreign kingdom for wealth, using dragon power in exchange for comfort. He was of dragon blood, a pure Targaryen. The people of the free cities were unworthy of his service. In his dreams, he often recalled the glory of old Valyria, where the free cities once belonged. Those fat-bellied fools should have been slaves to the house of the Dragon Lords. Lena wasn't the only one longing for home. Daemon missed it too, especially after the birth of his daughters. He began to understand his brother Viserys' anger towards him. This realization spurred him to plan for his family's future, leading Lena to write to Rhaenyra, seeking mercy. Rhaegar, you're as sharp as ever, Daemon said, lifting his head high as he addressed his nephew directly for the first time. War is coming, and the kingdom needs my strength. Rhaegar eyed him with disdain. Uncle, the kingdom has the might of all the major lords and knights. Your help isn't indispensable. The pirates of the Three Daughters Kingdom are no small matter. The battlefield needs a wise and brave member of the royal family to lead the army, Daemon insisted, his face calm and confident. In the current House Targaryen, I'm the only adult male with the ability to command on the battlefield and possess a dragon. Don't you think you're too full of yourself? Rhaegar frowned, questioning Daemon's intentions. He couldn't believe Daemon was actually considering rejoining the family. Not at all. I'm simply stating the truth, Daemon replied, crossing his legs and speaking calmly. He was aware of his own situation and the challenges Westeros and his brother Viserys faced. Viserys couldn't go to war, and his nephews were still young and untested. This upcoming battle was Daemon's chance to clear his name and reunite with his brother. Rhaegar looked deeply into Daemon's eyes, trying to discern his true intentions. Rhaegar, Rhaenyra called softly, leaning down to whisper in his ear, "What are you going to do?" She understood the gravity of Daemon's words. The last battle of the Stepstones had lasted for years, and Daemon, along with the Sea Snake, had endured heavy losses. She didn't want her brother to risk his life in battle. Daemon could be a useful substitute if they could use Lena and the children as leverage. "No, I won't." Rhaegar ignored the implication of his sister's words. Looking straight into Daemon's eyes, he said solemnly, "The kingdom doesn't need a criminal like you, and you're not the only Targaryen who can go to war." He stood up, a strand of silver hair falling into his eyes, and declared forcefully, "When war comes, I will ride my dragon into battle and make the enemy pay with blood and fire." He then warned Daemon, "As for you, you'd better leave before the feast is over." Well said. Targaryen has no shortage of bloodthirsty men. Rhaenys, who had been watching silently, applauded. She then glanced at Daemon, her expression stern. "Daemon, adjust your attitude. No one is indispensable." She was reminding Daemon that if he wanted forgiveness, he needed to humble himself and seek Viserys' mercy, not negotiate with the younger generation. Daemon, anticipating rejection, remained silent. He knew he should have approached his brother Viserys to make peace, even if it meant risking his life. Anything was better than wasting his time here. Once again, the atmosphere dropped to a freezing point. Lena nudged her husband, urging him to leave. Daemon, however, remained seated, defiant. "Rhaenyra, I won't leave my children Lena asserted, "but I'll consider your offer carefully." Rhaenyra reiterated her proposal. "If you're not sure, I can adopt the children myself." "But you're not married," Lena pointed out. "It doesn't matter," Rhaenyra replied with a slight smile. "I have Dragonstone as my fiefdom, and I am qualified to adopt a daughter. As their adoptive mother, I will place dragon eggs in their cradles." Dragon eggs? Lena was a bit taken aback by the mention of such a precious gift. Restoring her children's royal status was important, but securing dragon eggs was equally critical. Several dragons resided on Driftmark. Vhagar, the mother of dragons, had laid many eggs. Dreamfire, Vermithor, and Silverwing were her direct descendants, though by the time Lena tamed Vhagar, she was too old to lay more eggs. Sea Smoke and Caraxes had never laid eggs. Malaise, known as the Red Queen, had a connection to egg-laying due to her distinctive red scales, but the royal family controlled all her eggs strictly, taking them all. To place dragon eggs in her daughter's cradles, Lena knew she had to seek the royal family's forgiveness and secure the eggs from them. This was a rare opportunity, and Rhaenyra's offer was tempting. "Rhaenyra, you are truly generous," Lena said, her mind racing with thoughts about the fate of her children. If possible, she wanted to renew the alliance between the Targaryens and Valerions. After all, her mother, husband, and children were all Targaryens. Rhaenyra smiled and said, "Think about it. You still have a few days before you return to King's Landing." She knew Lena to be sensitive and intelligent, and she trusted that Lena would make the right choice to avoid potential conflicts between the two houses. Their conversation served as a good diversion. The banquet had lost its lively atmosphere, and everyone present seemed disillusioned. Aegon looked around, amazed, as he cut into the roasted meat on his plate. Laenor snorted and rose to raise his glass, trying to lighten the mood, but no one paid him any mind. Most people were lost in their own thoughts, considering their interests. It was getting late, and the banquet was nearing its end. Daemon held his two daughters in his arms, lost in thought. He was only snapped out of it when one of the babies cried. "Lena, the baby seems to be hungry," Daemon said, frowning as he handed the swaddled infant to his wife. Lena was quick to pick up the baby and hand her over to the nursemaid behind her. Her corseted dress made it difficult for her to breastfeed. Like Daemon, Rhaegar remained silent, leaning back in his chair, chin resting on his hands, his eyes scanning the room. Daemon noticed his nephew's unease, and irritation welled up inside him as he walked over to Rhaegar. Daemon walked over to Rhaegar, putting one hand on the tabletop as he went. "How was my brother?" he asked. Viserys had often been cut by the Iron Throne, and after all these years, Daemon wanted to know how he was doing. "No one has angered him. Father is doing well," Rhaegar replied slowly, his eyes narrowing slightly. "And what about Alicent? That woman hasn't been rejected yet?" Daemon's eyes twinkled with curiosity as he brought up his old adversary. "She's fine, too. She has father and another son to look after," Rhaegar responded. "None of the Hightower women are any good, just trouble for the men," Daemon said with disgust. "She's given you a lot of trouble, hasn't she?" Rhaegar remained silent. "What, did I guess right?" Daemon leaned closer, trying to get a better look at his nephew. "Uncle, do you remember what I told you when you first came in?" Rhaegar asked, his head hanging low, hair messy around his ears. Daemon was slightly stunned, not understanding what he meant. Suddenly, realization dawned on him, and he followed Rhaegar's line of sight to the gold-plated clock on the wall. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The second hand of the clock completed its revolution, and the minute and hour hands jumped to 12 o'clock. Tick-tock. The clock struck midnight, marking the start of a new day. "A new day has begun, Uncle," Rhaegar said. As the clock chimed, Rhaegar jumped up and hit Daemon's head against the table. There was a crunching sound as the impact broke Daemon's nose. "My good uncle, you haven't learned your lesson from 7 years ago." Rhaegar's pupils narrowed with rage as he grabbed a table knife and plunged it into Daemon's left hand, pinning it to the tabletop. Rhaenys had said there would be no accidents last night, and he would honor that. He'd been waiting patiently for midnight. Puffed. Blood splattered as the silver dinner knife stabbed through Daemon's palm and nailed it to the tabletop. Ah! Demon let out a cry of pain as soon as he felt the knife pierce his palm. Outside the castle, roar! A sharp roar pierced the night as Caraxes revealed himself, sensing his master's danger. Without hesitation, it dove towards the castle. Roar! Cannibal, more prepared and faster, burst from the castle with a flap of its wings. Its coal-black body slammed into Caraxes, and it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This time, it was decided to tear this slim red worm apart. When attacked, Caraxes screamed in terror, slashing with its claws and opening its jaws to unleash scarlet dragon fire at Cannibal. Roar! Cannibal dodged the flames and bit down on one of Caraxes' wings, shaking its head and tearing the wing apart. After Rhaegar's training, Cannibal was really skilled at dragon combat. Destroying the wing first would make the opponent an easy target. As his flesh and blood were torn apart, Caraxes twisted his body frantically, using his long neck to bite Cannibal's neck. Stab! Sharp teeth pierced scales, and Cannibal roared with rage as blood spilled. It tore off a piece of flesh with one bite, and its huge dragon head swung around, smashing into Caraxes' head. With a thud, Caraxes was momentarily blinded, his sharp teeth yanking off more flesh. Cannibal wasn't fazed by the minor wound, and became even more ferocious. The dragon aimed for Caraxes' head and shot green dragon fire like a fountain. Roar! The flames bombarded Caraxes' face, causing him to scream as his sharp claws frantically tore at Cannibal's belly, desperately seeking a chance of survival. Inside the castle, demon screams echoed terrifyingly through the halls. Rhaegar's eyes widened, not expecting Rhaegar to strike so suddenly. "Uncle, I told you you have to leave something behind." Rhaegar's smile grew wilder as he nimbly pulled out his dark sister and slashed at Demon's pin paw. "Get off." At the critical moment, Demon reacted quickly, kicking Rhaegar in the abdomen. The force of the kick made Rhaegar stagger, and the sword he was swinging struck Demon's shoulder. "Ah, damn it." Demon, his spirit tense from the intense pain, quickly pulled the table knife from his left hand and threw it at Rhaegar's chest. Clang! Rhaegar's quick reflexes allowed him to block the dinner knife with the spine of his sword. "Go to hell." Seizing the opportunity to turn the tables, Demon picked up dinner plates from the table and threw them at Rhaegar, getting in the way of his sword swings. He then grabbed a chair and slammed it down on Rhaegar's face. "You're the one who deserves to die." Rhaegar raised his sword to block the chair and then kicked Demon in the chest. Wham! The Dark Sister couldn't block the blow, and the wooden chair shattered on Rhaegar's head, blood oozing from the wound. Almost simultaneously, Demon was kicked in the chest, spitting blood as he flew backward. Rhaegar, Demon, the uncle and nephew were too quick for anyone to intervene until it was too late. Rhaenyra, standing next to Rhaegar, was hit by the broken pieces of the chair, cutting her face and neck. In the emergency, she rushed to support the swaying Rhaegar. On the other hand, Lena sprang from her seat and ran to her husband's side. She was well-read in poetry and had some knowledge of medicine, so she knew the fight between uncle and nephew had been deadly and aimed at vital points. "Go away, I don't need you." Lena was about to check her husband's injuries when Demon pushed her aside and laboriously climbed to his feet on his own. Puffed, out of breath, Demon spat out another mouthful of blood. He staggered towards Rhaegar, picked up what was left of the solid wood chair, and raised it high in the air, ready to slam it down again. "Stop!" Rhaenyra, shocked and disoriented, instinctively grabbed Rhaegar and turned to shield him. "Get out of the way!" Before Rhaenyra could fall, Rhaegar hurriedly dragged her to the side and seized her chair. Compared to the dazed Demon, Rhaegar seemed uninjured, and his strikes were still fast and hard. Before Demon could strike, Rhaegar rounded the side of the wooden chair and smashed his legs. Wow! The second solid wood chair shattered, and Demon was knocked over, his head hitting the cold floorboards hard. "That's enough, stop it." Seeing this, Corlys was shocked and moved to intervene. On one side, Lionel rushed out, his bloated body blocking the way, his eyes sharp. "What do you mean?" Corlys glared. Lionel puffed out his chest and said in a deep voice, "We have complied with Princess Rhaenys' request, and now it's the second day." Though Lionel appeared obese, it was just middle-aged fat. In his youth, he had been a warrior who could wield a hammer, and his eldest son, Harwin, had inherited his strength. Laenor's face changed when he saw his father being stopped. Just as he stood up, a grease-stained table knife was pressed against his throat, forcing him to remain still. Turning back, he saw an excited Aegon, knife in hand, saying with a sinister smile, "Stay still, cousin." He too was a pure Targaryen, with madness lurking within him, and he couldn't afford to let a big show be interrupted. On the other hand, the fight between the two dragons continued. Caraxes, having battlefield experience, did not lack battle prowess. In a panic, its claws stabbed into Cannibal's belly, trying to gut it. Roar! Cannibal, not willing to let that happen, roared and kicked Caraxes away. With a flap of his wings, he rose quickly into the air and circled around the unsteady Caraxes. Soon, it found a weak point. Its huge body swooped down again, jaws wide open to attack Caraxes' neck. Boom! As it approached, Caraxes continued to spew dragon fire, trying to force the approaching black dragon to retreat. The flames seemed endless, as if they were inexhaustible. Cannibal, with his thick skin, managed to break through the fire with his eyes closed. Realizing the situation was dire, Caraxes stopped spewing fire and twisted its slender body to avoid the charge. Roar! Cannibal, faster, bit down on Caraxes' tail, dragging it. The tail, crucial for Caraxes' balance, was now a liability. Caraxes immediately turned its head and bit into Cannibal's neck. Boom! Cannibal let go of the tail and spat dragon fire, roaring. Puffed! Cannibal continued his attack, biting into Caraxes' wing. Dragon blood spurted into the night sky. Amidst Caraxes' screams, Cannibal's eyes were filled with rage as it greedily tore at the flesh, violently ripping one wing apart. With its wings severely damaged, Caraxes remembered the rainy night 7 years ago when it crashed into the sea. In fear, it struggled desperately, burning Cannibal's head with dragon fire. Cannibal twisted his head, sinking his claws into Caraxes' flesh and opening his mouth to bite at its neck. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar, like muffled thunder, filled the night sky with fury. In the next second, a huge beast comparable to a mountain rushed out of the clouds and opened its bloody mouth to attack the defenseless cannibal. In response, the cannibal bit down on Caraxes' neck, using it as a shield. Boom! A monstrous force struck, knocking Cannibal off balance and sending him tumbling to the ground. Roar! Caught in the middle, Caraxes let out a miserable scream and fell with Cannibal. At that moment, Cannibal got a good look at the beast that attacked him, the fierce and tyrannical Vhagar. A dragon shares the heart of its master. Rhaegar and Daemon fought, and Cannibal attacked Caraxes. Lena worried about Daemon, and Vhagar came to rescue his longtime companion, Caraxes. However, Caraxes was now in a terrible state. The 3 dragons were entangled, with Cannibal in the most dangerous position, back on the ground. Vhagar slowly descended, and Cannibal flapped its wings desperately to escape. Roar! Vhagar recognized Cannibal and immediately chased after it as it fled. As the 2 giants disappeared, Caraxes managed to move, flapping its intact wing to break its fall and avoid death. Still, it let out a mournful cry at the impact. It lay on its back, writhing in the shallows below like a long red snake. In the sky, Vhagar and Cannibal chased each other, creating a storm that swept across half of Driftmark. Cannibal quickly disappeared into the night clouds, planning to sneak up on them the old-fashioned way. Vhagar, more experienced in battle, spewed orange and yellow dragon fire that covered the sky. Roar! Cannibal burst through the flames, bloodthirsty eyes locked on Vhagar, biting into the opponent's thick neck. Roar! Roar! The struggle between the 2 dragons had just begun. Several roars were heard on Driftmark, one after the other. First appeared a red dragon with fierce reddish scales and a crown. Following was a slightly smaller white dragon with a light silver-gray body. Both dragons roared upon seeing cannibal biting Rhaegar. At the same time, two more golden dragons of similar size emerged from the night sky. The four dragons faced each other in the air, an uneasiness rising. Roar! The most handsome Sunfire, with the strongest temperament, locked his pupils on the larger Meraxes and charged. Its courage was immense. Last time it had dared to attack Dreamfire, and now it had no fear of malaise. Roar! Sunfire sounded the horn of war, and Sea Smoke roared, swooping down to face the angry Syrax. In an instant, the six dragons faced each other, fighting each other within the sky. The roar of the six dragons was so loud it woke countless people from their sleep. On the night sky, various colors of dragon fire competed and erupted, painting the sky in gold, scarlet, orange, and ghostly green. Roar! The battle intensified as Cannibal bit down on Rhaegar's neck, its claws piercing through the scaled armor. After years of growth, Rhaegar was still a formidable force. With excellent speed, it was not without a fighting chance. Roar! Bitten by the neck, Rhaegar let out a dull roar. Its claws immediately ripped open the belly of Cannibal, tearing a bloody gash. The old dragon's fury would make the younger generation understand the consequences of offending it. The dragon roars was loud and clear on Driftmark, startling the people in the castle. The banquet was already in chaos, the ground covered in wreckage. Daemon's consciousness blurred as the back of his head hit the ground. He hunched over, clutching his legs, cold sweat trickling from the pain. He had been careless. He hadn't known that Syrio had trained his nephew so well that even he had been bested. "You're getting old, uncle," Rhaegar sneered, looking down at the fallen man while holding onto the tabletop with one hand. Rhaegar was no longer a child, and he was not afraid of his uncle, even when fighting alone without relying on Cannibal. Roar! The dragons roared, and Rhaegar gasped, brushing his loose hair back. He felt Cannibal's fury and horror. Caraxes had been defeated, but it triggered a wild dance of dragons. "Prince, listen to the dragons' roars outside. What should we do now?" Corlys questioned angrily, his eyes full of worry. Dragons were not human. They were fierce beasts with ferocious temperaments. Once they fought, they wouldn't stop until death, and casualties were inevitable. The death of a dragon would be an irreparable loss to both the Balerion and Targaryen houses. "Lord Corlys, our priority now is Daemon. The dragon won't be able to intervene for a while," Rhaegar, connected to Cannibal's mind, assured, emphasizing the need to calm the people's agitation. "Daemon has been seriously injured by you. What threat does he pose?" Corlys fretted, his heart racing. "One dragon is enough to destroy a town, and there's no telling how many dragons out there will fight. They'll destroy Driftmark. The Balerion family tamed and bred dragons on Driftmark. This is the risk you should have accepted," Rhaegar dismissed, his mind clear, focused on resolving the situation. "Rhaegar," I sense Rhaegar's wrath. "It's engaged in battle," Lena warned, holding the dazed Daemon. As Rhaegar's master, she could clearly sense Rhaegar's current anger, which was beyond her control. "The one battling Rhaegar is Cannibal. I know that very well," Rhaegar declared, focusing on Daemon. Lena pleaded, "He came here seeking understanding, with no intention of offending your grace." She knew her husband well. The outwardly prodigal man had repented and wanted to atone by serving his kingdom. "But he shouldn't have appeared to me in such a manner," Rhaegar insisted, commanding Lionel. "You will personally escort him back to King's Landing in the morning." "Yes, Prince," Lionel affirmed solemnly, understanding the gravity of the task. Daemon, being the king's brother, meant Rhaegar couldn't risk killing him and being accused of kinslaying. Moreover, Daemon held value as a bargaining chip for the Balerion house. Lionel dared to think and act, instructing his servant to call the royal family's accompanying guards to take Daemon away promptly. Lena, uneasy, tried to stop them, but Corlys dragged her away. The Balerion house was only a vassal and could not stop the heir from arresting criminals. The dragons on the island were still raging, and now was not the time to argue over Demon alone. The farce is over. I'm going outside to see what's going on. Rhaenys, who had been sitting steadily in her chair, said as she stood up and strutted out the door with an ugly look on her face. She disliked the domineering demon and was equally dissatisfied with her husband. As a woman, her heart was full of anger and struggle. She couldn't control many political affairs, but she could control her own dragon. Maleys was also involved in the Battle of the Dragons, and the restlessness of her emotions pulled at her mind. She had to hurry and stop it. Seeing Demon being carried away by the guards, Rhaenyra breathed a sigh of relief and took Rhaegar's hand, inquiring, "Syrax is involved in the battle too. What's going to happen?" Her dragon was still very young and had no combat experience. This made her very worried. For a while, except for Rhaenys who had left earlier, everyone's eyes fell on Rhaegar. Rhaegar scanned them one by one and said with a determined face, "Any dragon rider, come with me. Cannibal is under my command. I will stop the fight." Saying this, he looked to Corlys and commanded, "Dispatch men, maintain law and order on the island, and seal off information for tonight." On the eve of a war, there were many spies lurking in the shadows. With the Triarchy as an enemy right now, news of infighting must not be leaked. "As you command. I hope you succeed in stopping the fight," Corlys responded, his heart in turmoil. Driftmark was the foundation of the family. It had to be protected. "Damn you, demon." Corlys cursed in his heart as he turned to deploy his soldiers. If not for Demon's sudden appearance, he would have been in a better position for negotiations at King's Landing. Now that Demon was captured, his daughter and wife would take the opportunity to get closer to the royal family, greatly reducing his influence. "Lena, come out with me and try to control Rhaegar," Rhaegar said, looking at the sorrowful Lena. He sighed, knowing that both her husband and father were too ambitious. Rhaegar took the lead and walked out of the castle, followed by the rest. They all felt the dragon's agitation, and they were all afraid. Roar! In the night sky, 6 dragons were fighting each other. Maleys flew in a circle, teasing the reckless Sunfire and spitting scarlet dragon fire. Sea Smoke and Syrax fought fiercely in the air, one with bites and the other with claws. The most eye-catching of all were the 2 adult dragons. The black cannibal weaved through the clouds, its green dragon fire falling like a swarm of comets. Rhaegar, even larger, swept through the winds as he flew, its eyes fixed on the cannibal. On closer inspection, it became clear that Rhaegar had lost a large chunk of flesh from his neck. If it weren't for his size, this bite would have killed any other dragon. In contrast, Cannibal was in a worse state. His abdomen was torn open with 2 large holes, and hot dragon blood kept pouring down. The head of the dragon was also scratched, a bloodstain piercing through one eye, but fortunately, its green pupil was intact. The city of Driftmark was in a state of chaos at night, with soldiers being deployed to the 2 towns on the island. "Maleys, please stop fighting and stay away from the battlefield." In the light of the torches, Rhaegar saw Rhaenys standing under a stone archway, shouting into the night sky. Most of the dragons were still fighting in the sky above high tide, except for Cannibal and Rhaegar, who were chasing each other. The dragon's roar was so loud that Rhaenys' cry was barely audible. Roar! Maleys, known as the Red Queen, was exceptionally gorgeous and was hatched from a nest of dragon eggs alongside Caraxes. With its speed, the young Sunfire was easily fooled. Many years ago, Maleys was known as the fastest dragon in Westeros history, easily surpassing Caraxes and Rhaegar in the sky. In tonight's dragon fight, it showed off its speed perfectly. Sunfire didn't even get a chance to touch it. It was far behind, like a cat playing with a mouse. "Maleys, please stop fighting." Rhaenys was still shouting, looking at the swarming dragons with a heavy face. Roar! Amidst her shouts, Maleys seemed to have heard her voice. The red dragon stopped its attack on Sunfire and looked down at Driftmark below with vertical pupils, searching for the figure of its master. Rhaenys was overjoyed and waved her torch, shouting, "Stay out of the battlefield, Maleys." Roar! Maleys spotted her master and blasted away the chasing Sunfire with a burst of dragon fire. After sensing Rhaenys' wish, its pupils flashed with a diffused color, and it easily shook off Sunfire, disappearing into the night. It was a lazy dragon with a strong bond with its master, and it did as it was told to get out of the fight. Roar! Losing his opponent, Sunfire was enraged. His pupils fell on Sea Smoke, who was fighting with Syrax, and he rushed over without thinking. His golden scales were charred black by malaise, and in his fury, Sea Smoke became his next target. Syrax, Rhaegar, and the others ran out of the castle, and Rhaenyra immediately saw the bloodied Syrax and cried out in shock. Syrax seemed to sense the emotions of his rider, and his tearing motion stiffened for a moment. Roar! In an instant, it was slapped upside the head by a wing of the enraged Sea Smoke, who continued to tear at his opponent. Sunfire also rushed over and slammed his head into Sea Smoke. The three dragons attacked indiscriminately, and dragon flames flew all over the sky. Good fight. Sunfire quickly teared apart. Witnessing his own dragon fighting, Aegon was filled with excitement and laughed wildly as he applauded. Shut the fuck up. The situation was urgent, and Rhaegar kicked him down, hating to stitch his mouth shut. Aegon rolled twice on the ground, looking at Rhaegar in fear and gritting his teeth in secret. Rhaegar is out of control, its heart filled with rage. At that moment, Lena came slowly, speaking in a disoriented manner. It's all right. Rhaegar's speed is a weakness. Rhaegar looked at the cannibal spewing dragon fire in the night sky with a grave expression on his face. The cannibal was younger and had a more flexible body. As long as he did not get into close combat with Rhaegar, he would not be in danger. Rhaegar closed his eyes slightly and tried to communicate with the cannibal with all his heart, hoping to end this dance of dragons as soon as possible. Roar! In midair, Sea Smoke screamed miserably. Syrax and Sunfire's dragons surrounded and attacked it, tearing its flesh. In just a few moments, Sea Smoke was bruised and bloodied all over. Rhaegar, quickly tell your dragon to stop this. Sea Smoke can't hold on much longer, Laenor said, looking anxious and pacing back and forth. Sea Smoke was his dragon, and they had been together for more than 10 years. He could feel Sea Smoke's pain. Don't rush. Cannibal has to shake off Rhaegar's pursuit first. Rhaegar chided harshly, mentally establishing a connection with Cannibal. He didn't want any dragons to fall in this farce either. Every dragon in the sky came from the Targaryens. If any dragon died, the one who would lose the most would be House Targaryen. Roar! Finally, Cannibal sensed the will of its master and roared as it looked down. It was in a furious state, the pain from its wounds stimulating its nerves. Cannibal, distract Rhaegar. The moment he made contact, Rhaegar shouted subconsciously and stared at the old dragon in the sky. This old dragon was clearly out of control. If they kept fighting, they'd both lose. Roar! Cannibal looked back and sprayed a mouthful of dragon fire, boosting its speed and rushing into the clouds above, flying straight out of Driftmark. After spending many years raiding Dragonstone Island, Cannibal had not only built up a strong physique, but also developed a cunning nature. It was really angry about the old dragon's attack and wanted to tear it apart. However, its flames couldn't get through the old dragon's thick armor, and it couldn't gain the upper hand in close combat. Rhaegar, enraged and focused solely on killing Cannibal, struggled to catch up with its heavy body. When it chased Cannibal out of Driftmark, the dragon had already hidden in the night and disappeared without a trace. Roar! Having lost its target, Rhaegar was particularly agitated, spitting out dragon fire randomly and shaking its nose in search of the scent. After a while, it seemed to have caught the scent of blood left behind by Cannibal and chased after it in the direction of the narrow sea. The two dragons left Driftmark, but the three remaining dragons were still at it. Sunfire, seemingly crazed, spewed dragon fire and attacked both Sea Smoke and Syrax indiscriminately. The two dragons, reacting with ferocity, turned their heads to bite his neck and legs, intent on taking down this reckless foe first. Don't! Sunfire, run! Aegon, seeing the dire situation, scrambled to his feet, urging and shouting into the air. He didn't want Sunfire to die here. Rhaegar, Syrax, is being held back. It and sea smoke will tear Sunfire apart, Rhaenyra said, desperate to control the situation. She could contact Syrax, but the battle was fierce and beyond her control. Don't worry, Cannibal will be back soon. Rhaegar held a torch and looked out into the dim night sky. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark figure emerged from the other side of Driftmark, heading straight for the three entangled dragons. Boom! Green dragon fire sprayed from afar, enveloping the three dragons like a landslide. Each of the three dragons was wounded, and their injuries sizzled and popped under the burning flames, emitting the odor of burnt sulfur. Immediately after, the huge black shadow, carrying the dragon flames, charged at the three dragons, dispersing them in one go. Roar! Sea Smoke, being the closest, suffered the greatest impact, instantly smashed into the cliff below, screaming miserably. Sunfire was also dazed by the impact, shaking his head and roaring. The green flames died out, revealing Cannibal, who stared fiercely at the two golden dragons. Syrax, who had been with Cannibal for many years and knew its terror, followed his master's orders and fled. Sunfire, still not grasping the situation, roared furiously at Cannibal. Boom! Just as the roar echoed, Cannibal swooped down, halfway reversed, and its thick dragon tail whipped Sunfire like a long whip. Without even a scream, Sunfire was instantly whipped away, falling onto the shallow beach nearby. In that moment, it recalled its fear of Cannibal and immediately came to its senses. Twisting its body, it dug into the sand to avoid Cannibal's sight. Cannibal's pupils indeed focused on it, assessing whether it would continue to resist so it could vent its anger. Seeing Sunfire trembling in fear, Cannibal let out a low growl and turned its gaze to Sea Smoke. Sea Smoke had just climbed up, a large section of its scales broken, dragon blood roasting the grass underneath. Roar! Feeling the murderous gaze, Sea Smoke didn't care about the pain, awkwardly spreading its wings and flying back to its nest on Driftmark. Cannibal looked at the retreating Sea Smoke and snorted, its pupils filled with disdain. Apart from that old dragon, there wasn't a single dragon on the entire island that could challenge it. It looked back at the dark night in the distance, a trace of jealousy flashing in its eyes. Its wings vibrated, creating a gale as it flew toward the city below. At the stone archway, a cluster of torches was lit. Rhaegar watched Cannibal's figure, his face calm, but his thoughts turbulent. Demon's sudden arrival interrupted tonight's feast. The presence of uncle and nephew in the same room and the clash of dragons shattered the fragile peace, leaving a scene that couldn't be undone. Rhaegar sighed inwardly, silently scanning the Balerion people and formulating a strategy. As the chaos subsided, Rhaenys' expression eased, and she was the first to speak. Rhaegar, your dragon is extraordinary. With decades of experience handling dragons, she had barely managed to communicate with Malays and control it enough to leave the battlefield. The black dragon not only gave up fighting Rhaegar, but also managed to lure it away and force the rest of the dragons to retreat. This was something no ordinary dragon rider could achieve. As the dragons stopped fighting, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. Although several dragons had sustained varying degrees of injury, especially Sea Smoke and Sunfire, who had been severely wounded by Cannibal, they had at least survived. "And tonight's events are far from over," Rhaegar said, lowering his eyes and secretly communicating with Cannibal. "Rhaenys, the dragons have flown away. Is the matter settled?" Corlys, wearing light armor, strode in with a team of guards, anxiously asking his wife. When the dragons were fighting, there had been unexpected disturbances on the island. He had already sent his men to quell the disturbances and put the whole island on alert. Looking at her husband with a complicated expression, Rhaenys hesitated. "Corlys, roar!" Before she could finish, a roar like a bell rang out, and a gust of wind pressed down on high tide from above. In the night, Cannibal swooped down, extinguishing the torches in the wind. "On guard!" Sea Snake's expression suddenly changed. He rekindled his torch and shielded his wife behind him. He had dreamed of more dragons in the Balerion house. But like Viserys, he had an inexplicable fear of the power of dragons. Years of sailing had taught him that nature was so powerful that even a seasoned sailor could do nothing but hide from it. In the eyes of the sea snake, dragons were more than human beings. They could be used, but they were dangerous. The guards formed a circle to protect Rhaegar and the others, hastily rekindling the torches. Under the firelight, the darkness was dispersed once again. Until then, a shadow emerged, enveloping half of high tide. Lord Corlys, in addition to responding to the Triarchy, it seems we also need to discuss the ownership of the dragons. Rhaegar's voice echoed faintly, reaching everyone's ears. The sea snake, who was getting on in years and had poor eyesight, squinted as he looked at Rhaegar under the stone archway. Rhaegar hung his head slightly, facing away from everyone, his silver hair blowing in the night breeze. Prince, the dragon riders of my family are of Targaryen blood, and our two families have been joined in marriage for generations, Corlys said, locking eyes with his wife, his heart pounding faster and faster. He felt a bit nervous as he spoke these words, as if he himself was not convinced of what he was saying. "Oh, really?" Rhaegar's voice was indifferent, and he laughed softly. "Since that is the case, it is even more important to discuss this in detail and establish a perfect system to ensure that no one with ulterior motives jeopardizes the friendship between our two houses." As he spoke, he slowly turned around. Under the flickering torches, the crowd could faintly see an even larger, dark figure standing behind the stone archway. Rhaegar scanned over the Balerion people and said lightly, "What do you say, Lord Corlys?" A gust of wind blew, and the cannibal stretched out its broad wings. Its bleeding dragon head was more than a match for the towers of high tide, and its green pupils looked down on everyone. The sea snake's eyes widened. He secretly swallowed his saliva and gripped his wife's hand tightly. No one could ignore the presence of such a dragon. Rhaegar put his hands behind his back, took one step forward, and asked, "Aunt Rhaenys, you are a princess of Targaryen. Do you agree with my proposal?" "Rhaegar, I am a woman and cannot decide the fate of my house," Rhaenys said, holding her head high and gazing fearlessly at her nephew. She was a sharp, intelligent woman. From the moment she took command of the dragon, she had married and had children, competed for the Iron Throne, and fought numerous battles. But it was not to be. The land of Westeros is ruled by men, and because she is a woman, she will never have as much say as the men. She became a victim of her family's marriage, a subordinate to her husband. She known as the queen who never was, but could only be like her dragon, the Red Queen Malaise, lazily coiled on Driftmark. She spent her days in a pretty boring routine. "Andy, it is not your fault that you were born a woman. You possess wisdom that is no less than that of Queen Visenya," Rhaegar said, convinced that Rhaenys' heart was still with the Targaryens. He advised her, "I can secure you a new seat at the small council. The Targaryen dragons must not go abroad. They must be commanded by a Targaryen." He planned to form an order of dragon knights, not only to gather the dragons of the Balerion house, but also to put an end to future family marriages and the dilemma of dragons following outmarried daughters away. "What duties do you intend to give Rhaenys?" Corlys asked, suspicion filling his voice as he heard about the council and the ownership of the dragons. Rhaegar glanced at him but did not respond. Corlys frowned at the situation, still wanting to pursue the question. "Roar!" Cannibal roared, and green dragon fire illuminated the entire high tide, casting everything in an eerie emerald glow. As the flames surged, the temperature rose sharply, creating a stifling, suffocating heat. Rhaegar stood in front of Cannibal, his skin flushed and radiating a heat that rivaled the dragon's. With his blood boiling, he was oblivious to the discomfort, and he sternly warned, "Lord Corlys, dragons are the wealth of the Targaryen house. This is not up for debate." He felt his father had been too lenient, allowing the sea snake and the Balerion house to increasingly disregard the royal family's authority. Initially, Rhaegar hadn't considered a strategy to reclaim the Balerion dragons. Now he had a plan, and with newfound strength, he was determined to act decisively to avoid future trouble. Enough! They can't take the heat, Rhaegar, Rhaenys exclaimed, holding her husband, who was struggling to breathe in the intense heat. She and her children were of true dragon blood, but her husband, being only of Valyrian descent, could not withstand the dragon's flames much longer. "Do you agree with my proposal, Aunt?" Rhaegar asked, ignoring her plea. Tonight was the perfect opportunity. The Balerion dragons had fled, and their morale was low. He wasn't going to let this chance slip away. "Rhaegar, do you truly intend to grant me such authority?" Rhaenys asked, her eyes crinkling in disbelief as she looked at her nephew. She wasn't after power for herself. She just wanted to change her husband's mind and ease the tensions between the Targaryens and Valerions. She never expected such an opportunity to present itself this way. "You are a princess of the royal family, in line with the wishes of our great-grandfather Jaehaerys, and I trust you," Rhaegar affirmed, without the slightest hesitation. Though people remained skeptical, Rhaegar wouldn't completely entrust the Balerion household to Rhaenys. It was precisely her dual identity, both Targaryen and Balerion, that allowed her to bridge the gap and achieve peace without bloodshed. With this reassurance, Rhaenys looked down at her husband's pained expression and made up her mind. Raising her head again, she met Rhaegar's gaze and said, "I accept your proposal. There are only 3 families of old Valyrian descent left, and unity is our only way to preserve our power." "You've made the right choice, Aunt," Rhaegar said, his voice clear as he clapped his hands. Roar! The dragon finally stopped its flame, let out a final roar, and lifted its wings, soaring into the sky. The old dragon might come back to Driftmark at any moment, so it had to remain vigilant. As the dragon fire died down, the temperature gradually dropped, and the air began to circulate again. The sea snake gasped for air, his pupils slowly regaining their focus. Moments ago, he felt as if he had seen the stranger. He felt this feeling before, many years ago. It was something that happened to him when he was young. He was on a ship that was caught in a storm, and all the people on it were swept away by the waves. Rhaenys, her eyes firm, stroked her husband's cheek and advised, "Corlys, we should unite with the royal family." She had been married for many years and didn't want to see her husband go astray. "Fine, I'll listen to you on all counts," the sea snake agreed, breathing heavily. He recognized the stark difference between how Viserys and his son handle matters. He decided to abandon his original intentions and reconsider his house's future. "It's good that you've realized this. We missed our chance. We should learn to let go," Rhaenys said, referring to the failed bid for the 101st Grand Council succession. The sea snake had always been haunted by this, believing that if his wife were elected successor, the Balerion house could ascend in status. This lingering sense of inadequacy was a significant reason for his estrangement from the royal family. Laenor and Lena approached their parents, sensing the somber mood. Rhaenyra walked over to Rhaegar, while Aegon, gritting his teeth, stood behind him. A circle of guards with torches surrounded the two families, each taking their side. "The danger's over, and so is the feast," Lena said, forcing a smile at the 3 Targaryen siblings. "Go back and rest. It's late," the sea snake said, his legs sore and weak, trying his best to maintain a dignified image as he invited the Targaryen siblings to return to the castle. Things had come to a head, and it was impossible for the Balerion house to rebel against the kingdom at the risk of mutual destruction. The sea snake had traveled the world and cultivated broad-mindedness along the way. He wouldn't lose his composure over one setback. "Thank you, Lord Corlys. You and your family are indispensable friends of the royal family." Rhaegar nodded respectfully, and the matter was concluded. 3 days later, Driftmark was buzzing with activity as guests from all over the realm arrived, filling the harbor with ships to celebrate Rhaenys' name day. The celebration was a huge success, exceeding everyone's expectations. As the host, the sea snake, along with his eldest son, Laenor, welcomed and entertained the castle's guests. 2 days earlier, Laenor had returned to King's Landing, bringing along the bound demon. Lena volunteered to accompany them, taking her 2 children to King's Landing as well. Rhaegar had not yet returned, though some fishermen reported sightings of it at sea. Snake didn't object to Lena's decision. He decided to go along with the idea of reintegrating under royal rule, and he trusted that Viserys would not trouble his daughter. After the celebrations, he planned to take his family to King's Landing to discuss matters concerning the 3 daughters and his wife's new responsibilities. As a seasoned politician, he was determined to reclaim what the Valerions had lost and solidify their standing with the crown. Hull Town, a grand theater, bustled with activity. To celebrate the Queen Who Never Was Named Day, numerous theater actors and circus troupes flocked to Driftmark, eager to profit from the festivities. Rhaegar was sitting on the 2nd floor, watching the show. The play was about the 101st Council succession crisis, which is a story that's been told many times before. As expected, the actress playing Rhaenys was quickly overpowered by the actor playing Viserys, which symbolized her failed bid for succession. Boring show. Why doesn't the kingdom ban these plays that mock the royal family? Rhaegar remarked, popping one red grape after another into his mouth. He glanced curiously at the seat beside him. A bunch of clowns, that's all, Rhaenys replied, draped in a black robe, her legs crossed as she watched the performance calmly. She showed no sign of annoyance, even critiquing the actresses for their appearance, saying they damage her image. Auntie, it's your name day. Are you sure you don't want to go back to the castle? Rhaegar asked casually. Rhaenys shook her head. I've already shown my face. I don't want to entertain those female guests. It's too annoying. So, are we just going to watch this poor performance? Rhaegar speculated about why Rhaenys had brought him here. Why not? Rhaenys retorted. This is the kingdom's prejudice against women. I'm sure Rhaenyra has seen quite a few similar plays. There are very few theater troupes in King's Landing, Rhaegar remarked, seemingly irrelevant. When he was elected heir, King's Landing was filled with plays about the sleeping dragon bringing down the realm's delight. The performances were cut short that night, with the actors' tongues removed. Nobody knew who was behind it, but it effectively put an end to the theaters. Rhaenys, recalling rumors she'd heard, asked, Are you going to take back Laenor and Lena's dragons? Rhaegar shook his head. Once a dragon recognizes its master, it won't accept another. Back in old Valyria, the 40 Dragonlord families maintained their glory through a parliamentary system. Here in Westeros, the Targaryens are the only Dragonlord family. I've decided to form an order of dragon knights to bring dragon riders outside the Targaryen family under the crown's jurisdiction. Is that why you chose to put me in charge? Rhaenys asked, not surprised but a little impressed. Targaryen rule comes from dragons, and only dragons can destroy dragons. Rhaegar quoted their great-grandfather Jaehaerys. I will caution Corlys to abandon his illusions, Rhaenys sighed, leaning back in her chair and closing her eyes. Seeing that his aunt had lost the will to talk, Rhaegar stood, grabbed a handful of dates, and left. The celebrations were over, but a crucial negotiation in King's Landing awaited. The 3 daughters' kingdom loomed in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. The kingdom's instability prevented it from focusing on external threats. After leaving the theater, Rhaegar wandered aimlessly through the streets, taking in the sights of Hull Town. Living on an island where land is scarce, most people earn their living through handicrafts. Stalls lined both sides of the street, bustling with activity. In addition to the local crafts, there were many other profitable businesses: gambling houses, brothels, and fighting rings. Rhaegar, dressed in a black suit with his silver hair and handsome face, stood out in the crowd. Many of the women on the street approached him, offering to show him a good time. Despite his stoic expression, Rhaegar, being young and somewhat naive, felt a flicker of excitement at the prospect. As he hesitated, his expression still blank, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Raising an eyebrow in interest, he brushed past the insistent women and made his way to the mouth of an alley at the end of the street. Hey, you're so wet and so beautiful, Aegon said naked to a big, fat woman as he worked out vigorously, sweating like rain. Aegon! Rhaegar's eyes widened, unaware that the boy had begun whoring so early in his life. Like a good brother, Rhaegar did not understand Aegon's excitement about having sex in the street, but he chose to tolerate it. Aegon's genitals were visible, and Rhaegar's eyes held a playful, contemptuous expression. But when he took a closer look at the woman in Aegon's arms, his face hardened and his mouth opened wide. "What is it, handsome?" the woman asked. The lady who had invited him followed, looked at the sex in the alley, and said amusedly, "That's my mother. Do you prefer mature women?" "No, no, no. I like the young and beautiful ones." Rhaegar, slightly disturbed and deeply shaken by Aegon's taste, left the scene in a hurry. He swore that the old woman had the same effect on him as the Shadowbinder he had fought as a child. The seven hells. How did Alicent teach her son? Ignoring the tempting invitations, Rhaegar left in a hurry. He had no intention of prolonging his stay for even a minute. It was noon. The sunlight on the island was blindingly bright, so intense that people could barely keep their eyes open. Running out of the bustling street, Rhaegar learned from passers-by that he had entered the largest dark alley in town. After understanding Aegon's outlook on life, Rhaegar felt a calmness wash over him, allowing reason to triumph over desire. He continued to wander through the town until he reached the harbor of Hull. The harbor was teeming with ships, and workers were busy loading and unloading goods under the scorching sun. Just as he was looking for a shady place to rest, a commotion erupted in the harbor. "Come quickly! There's a lifeboat drifting over. There are dead people on board covered in blood." The harbor buzzed with shouts as sturdy sailors jumped into the sea to guide the lifeboat back and bring the bodies ashore. Rhaegar turned his gaze to the scene. One of the deceased was richly dressed, with an arrow lodged in his heart. Soon, soldiers rushed in, carrying away the dead and restoring order. "Looks like something happened," Rhaegar murmured as he silently returned to high tide. The routes of the narrow sea, the stepstones, and other nearby waters were generally considered safe. Judging by the condition of the boat, it appeared to have been attacked, likely by the pirates of the Triarchy. On his way back, Rhaegar encountered a tense Rhaenys, accompanied by a group of guards. "I just received news that a group of pirates appeared in the waters of the Stepstones and intercepted a Volantis fleet," Rhaenys said solemnly. "I saw the boat that failed to escape in the harbor," Rhaegar recounted. "Corlys has tried to keep the news quiet to avoid panic among the guests. We need to get back quickly." Rhaenys, known for a fiery temper, understood all too well the threat the pirates posed. High Tide Castle. The guests were still enjoying the banquet, blissfully unaware of the brewing trouble. Rhaenys led Rhaegar through a dark passage into the driftwood throne hall, where the sea snake awaited them. Seeing his wife and Rhaegar, the sea snake quickly rose from his driftwood throne. "The scouts have returned," he said in a grave tone. "It's the pirates of the Triarchy. This attack appears to be a pre-war test. Should we gather the fleet?" Rhaenys asked directly. "No. Too much commotion will alarm the guests," the sea snake replied. "The raiding pirates are operating in small groups, and the fleet wouldn't be able to catch them." The sea snake's face was serious as he analyzed the situation. "The pirates of the Triarchy always retreat after a skirmish. If we dispatch the fleet now, they'll be long gone before we arrive. After looting a fleet, they'll need to transport their plunder, which takes time and effort," Rhaenys said thoughtfully, then smiled. "If the fleet can't catch them, the dragons certainly can." The sea snake frowned, uneasy. "The pirates know our strength. Their ships are equipped with scorpion crossbows. In the last battle of the Stepstones, the scorpion crossbows had posed a significant threat, forcing Caraxes and sea smoke to avoid direct confrontation during sea battles. "It doesn't matter," Rhaenys said confidently. "At most, only a few pirate ships will have scorpion crossbows. Maleys is the fastest dragon. They won't be able to hit her." The sea snake hesitated. His wife was right. Maleys was incredibly fast and could reach the Stepstones in an hour. But he worried about her safety. His eldest son Laenor was occupied with the guests, and he couldn't bear to send Rhaenys alone into danger. His hesitation was interrupted. "Lord Corlys, I can go with Aunt Rhaenys," Rhaegar volunteered. The sea snake frowned. "Prince, the pirates of the Triarchy are not mere poachers. It's too risky." He knew that Rhaegar was the king's eldest son and the kingdom's heir. Allowing him to face such danger could make him a traitor to House Balerion if anything happened to Rhaegar. "You don't have to worry," Rhaegar said confidently. "You've seen the cannibal's strength. A few pirates are no match." Rhaegar was eager to gauge the strength of the three daughters' pirates himself. He'd heard a lot about their prowess and wanted to see it firsthand. The sea snake's face was grim as he glanced at his wife, his eyes questioning. He would have preferred to let the pirates go rather than send Rhaenys and Rhaegar into peril. "Are you ready to face blood and fire? A bunch of pirates? I don't care," Rhaegar said with a light laugh. The dragon he rode was a predator, a true beast of battle. The pirates posed little threat unless, like Queen Rhaenys during the conquest, he was unlucky enough to be struck by a scorpion bolt. The aunt and nephew quickly made their decision and sprang into action. The sea snake deployed a small team to leave the harbor first, heading toward the stepstones under the guise of a routine patrol. Rhaenys and Rhaegar slipped out of the castle, making their way to find their dragons. Several dragons now resided on Driftmark. Among them, the most noticeable was Caraxes, who had crawled from the shallow beach to the rocks. This red dragon, known as the Blood Wyrm, was badly injured, with one wing broken and scales missing all over his body. Despite the severity of his wounds, the dragon's impressive resilience had saved his life. Due to his wing injury, Caraxes had temporarily lost the ability to fly. He now relied on soldiers to feed him cattle and sheep. Once healed, he would be returned to the Dragon Pit or Dragonstone Island. Shortly after, Rhaegar mounted the saddle on the cannibal and rushed to the eastern coastline to meet up with Rhaenys. Meleys's lair was there, undisturbed and perfect for catching large deep-sea fish. Roar! The cannibal roared and leapt into the air, leading the way out of Driftmark. Meleys, the fastest dragon in history, followed swiftly, her powerful wings cutting through the air as she caught up. The two dragons soared together for a while before Meleys, like a red lightning bolt, overtook the cannibal. Despite his efforts, the cannibal struggled to match her speed. "No wonder Aunt Rhaenys is so confident," Rhaegar thought, watching the red dragon with awe. After about an hour, Meleys slowed, allowing the cannibal to catch up, and the two dragons flew side by side. Below them, a rocky island emerged from the endless sea, appearing like scattered pieces of rubble on a blue canvas. "Rhaegar, this is the Stepstones," Rhaenys called out clearly from Meleys' back. Rhaegar looked down at the dense, scattered islands below. It was his first time seeing the Stepstones, a significant and contested location in the Narrow Sea. The Stepstones were once part of the Arm of Dorne, connecting Westeros to the land of Essos. Thousands of years ago, the old Valyrian freehold invaded the cities of Essos, enslaving many, including the ancestors of the First Men. Overwhelmed, the First Men invaded Westeros from the Arm of Dorne, then ruled by the Children of the Forest and the Giants. The Children used powerful magic to shatter the Arm of Dorne, creating the Stepstones. Located between the broken Arm of Dorne and the disputed lands, the Stepstones became a haven for pirates. The free cities of Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh frequently fought for control of these islands. When the three cities united to form the Triarchy, they annexed the Stepstones and swept away the pirates. However, the Triarchy's navy was worse than the pirates, imposing high tolls, abducting women and boys for brothels, and robbing ships. This was one of the reasons the Sea Snake joined Daemon in the First Battle of the Stepstones. A strategic location, right in the middle of two continents on the main navigational route, Rhaegar mused, realizing why the Stepstones were so fiercely contested. It was no wonder wars were fought here year after year. Roar! Cannibal suddenly let out a cry, turning its head toward the southeast corner of the island. "You smell blood?" Rhaegar asked, becoming serious. Roar! Cannibal responded by flapping its wings and heading in the direction of the scent. Rhaegar called out to Rhaenys, and the two dragons flew together. "Be quick, cut down these wimps. This is the last ship of the day. Hurry up and grab it." The sounds of shouting and fighting grew louder as they approached a hidden cove where several blood-stained ships were anchored. As Cannibal arrived overhead, Rhaegar saw pirates swarming onto a large ship, smashing and looting it while attacking its defenders. "Shall we intervene, Aunt?" Rhaegar asked, frowning at the scene below. "Watch out for stray arrows, and make sure your dragon flies high enough," Rhaenys warned before diving down on Malaise. "Dracarys!" she cried out. Malaise unleashed a torrent of scarlet flames, incinerating the looting pirates. Their screams filled the air as they turned to charred corpses. Rhaegar, initially stunned, laughed. "Cannibal, stay alert for hidden arrows. Let's join the fray." Roar! The smell of blood had roused Cannibal's aggression. With a roar, the dragon dived, wings outstretched. Boom! Green dragon fire erupted from Cannibal, raining down on the pirates jumping into the sea. "Cannibal, target that pirate ship and sink it," Rhaegar commanded, directing Cannibal toward the largest vessel. "It's a dragon. Watch out for the dragon fire." "Shoot arrows," the pirate leader shouted, rallying his men. The pirates, though terrified, obeyed and loosed their arrows at the dragons. In a flash, arrows rained down. Malaise, agile and swift, ascended before the arrows struck, leaving a trail of dragon fire that set the ship's mast ablaze. Roar! Cannibal, more domineering, faced the arrows head-on, spewing a torrent of flames that turned the projectiles to ash and molten metal. This level of attack was no match for a dragon. "Retreat! Abandon the supplies and get back to the ship," the pirate leader shouted, fear in his voice as he ran back to the ship, commanding the helmsman to set sail. Boom! Rhaegar wasn't about to let them escape. Cannibal swooped down, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that engulfed the warship. In moments, the ship was ablaze, the flames consuming it as the pirates' screams of agony filled the air. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind whistled past, and a steel spear shot out from the darkness. "Cannibal, left wing down," Rhaegar shouted, spotting the spear in time. Cannibal sensed the danger and deftly adjusted its flight path, narrowly avoiding the spear. Rhaegar scanned the area and spotted a small, inconspicuous island with another pirate ship lurking behind it. "Cannibal, burn them all," he commanded, his voice cold as he glared at the pirate ship launching arrows. Roar! Cannibal roared and flapped its wings, heading towards the target. Whoosh! Seeing the dragon approach, the pirates frantically reloaded their scorpion crossbows and fired more steel spears. Cannibal's eyes flashed with disdain as it easily tilted its body to dodge the second spear. "Dracarys," Rhaegar ordered. While dodging the projectiles, Cannibal flew above the pirate ship and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, engulfing the vessel in flames. Boom! The pirate ship nearly capsized under the intense spray of dragon fire. The mast snapped in the middle, crashing down. The sailor manning the scorpion crossbow didn't have a chance to dodge and was crushed beneath the falling mast, his body incinerated by the flames. "Keep burning, sink the whole ship," Rhaegar commanded, urging Cannibal to continue its fiery assault. With the threat of the scorpion crossbow neutralized, Cannibal hovered in the air, unbothered by the remaining arrows, and bathed the entire pirate ship in green dragon fire. Rhaegar sat in his saddle, vigilantly scanning for any escaping enemies. It was his first encounter with the fearsome pirates of the Triarchy, and he was determined not to let his guard down. The only way to ensure victory was to completely engulf the ship in flames. After a while, Rhaenys arrived on Malaise and called out, "Rhaegar, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but I did spot a scorpion crossbow," Rhaegar replied, signaling Cannibal to stop its onslaught. Below them, the pirate ship was reduced to a smoldering wreck. "You're so cautious," Rhaenys remarked, tugging on Malaise's reins as she surveyed the devastation below. The ship was completely incinerated, with not a single pirate or weapon left intact. "It's good to be cautious," Rhaegar said with a grin, steering Cannibal towards the merchant ship that had been rescued. Rhaenys nodded and guided her dragon to follow. Back on the remote island where the battle had taken place, the remnants of the pirate ship continued to burn, with the dragon fire consuming everything. The merchant ship nearby had also been affected, with its hull scorched and its canvas still smoldering. Poof! A charred hatch burst open, and a group of emaciated, unclothed people scrambled out. "The slave traders are dead. Let's run. Blessed be the Lord of Light. The flames purify the sins." This ragged group, comprised of the old and young, men and women, fled in panic. "Are these people slaves?" Rhaegar's face darkened, his voice turning cold at the mention of slave traders. Westeros vehemently opposed slavery, and the slave trade was forbidden. This was his first encounter with a slave ship. Slaves exist everywhere, except in Westeros and Bravos, where slavery is explicitly outlawed. Rhaenys responded, her tone muted and her brow furrowed in distaste. Having traveled extensively with her husband's fleet, she had witnessed the harsh realities of slavery, especially in places like Lys, Myr, Tyrosh, and Slaver's Bay, where slaves were treated like livestock. "Shall we go down and take a look?" Rhaenys suggested, noting Rhaegar's revulsion. "Good idea. This ship won't last long." "Let's transfer these people to another merchant ship," Rhaegar agreed, guiding Cannibal to lower its altitude. "Dragon Lord! Dragon Lord!" The slaves fell to their knees, bowing in fear as the dragon approached. The Dragon Lord families of Old Valyria still haunted the memories of Essos. Rhaegar called out loudly, "Where are you from? And where were you being taken?" "Great Dragon Lord, we were sold from all over the world, and this ship was bound for Pentos," an elderly, gaunt man replied, his voice raspy. "Pentos?" Rhaegar was taken aback. Pentos, a free city, had an agreement with Bravos to prohibit slave trading. However, it wasn't unusual for Pentos to covertly defy this ban, as it wasn't bounded by Westerosi ideals. Rhaegar pondered this, realizing that despite surface agreements, the reality of slavery continued in the shadows. As Rhaegar was deep in thought, a man crawled out from among the kneeling slaves, trying to sneak away. "He's a pirate!" someone shouted, exposing the escapee. Before the pirate could react, the surrounding slaves stormed him, subduing him with punches and kicks. Rhaegar watched coldly, not intervening. He had already sensed something was off about this man. The other slaves were all thin, but he was robust and strong. Suddenly, the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed, and the attacking slaves scattered in panic. Rhaegar looked over. A thin, young girl stood up, holding a dagger in one hand and the pirate's severed head in the other. Clang! The girl dropped the dagger, her chest heaving slightly, and she stepped forward. The other slaves moved aside to let her pass. When she reached a group of slaves, she fell to her knees, holding the pirate's head low without a word. Rhaegar studied her. She was as thin as a reed, with messy black hair and a pale, exotic face. "What's your name?" Rhaegar was intrigued by her swiftness in killing. "Sarah." The girl's voice was hoarse, and she looked weak. "Are you also a slave?" "I haven't been sold," Sarah replied, her voice faltering between words. Rhaegar glanced at the girl among the slaves and instructed, "Take care of her for now. A fleet will take you away tonight." She had guts, but Rhaegar had no time for trivial matters at the moment. "Great Dragon Lord, where will the fleet take us?" the dry, thin old man asked with trepidation. Rhaegar paused and looked up at Rhaenys. These folks weren't slaves for sale or resettlement. Seeing his difficulty, Rhaenys stepped in. "First, we'll transport them to Driftmark. Those who can't find work there will be sent to King's Landing." She was experienced in such matters. Slaves often included women, children, young laborers, and various craftsmen. In a stable environment, they could find a way to live. "Good, let's do that," Rhaegar agreed, preparing to return to Driftmark. "Wait," the foreign girl hurriedly spoke up, excitedly saying, "Honorable Prince, I have a treasure to present to you." Rhaegar paused, intrigued. "Oh, what kind of treasure?" There were several merchant ships in the vicinity, and it was uncertain what kind of treasure might be found among them. His explorer's system missions required such treasures of long tradition or rare materials. "It's a long sword made of Valyrian steel," the young girl answered immediately. Rhaegar's eyes lit up with excitement. A Valyrian steel longsword was worth a fortune, and there were few in all of Westeros. Moreover, Valyrian steel contained magic, which, with certain experiences, could trigger an explorer's mission. Valyrian steel longsword? Where is it? Rhaegar asked eagerly. In the slave master's cabin. He used that sword to demonstrate its sharpness by chopping off the head of a female slave, Sarah said weakly. The thin old man was shocked by the news and hurriedly urged the stronger men around him. Quickly, find that sword for the Dragon Lord. The other slaves rushed into the ruined cabin, searching everywhere despite the burning wood. Soon, they overturned a charred body, and a long, dark sword fell beside it. The thin old man retrieved the sword and used a piece of hemp cloth to carefully wipe away the ashes, revealing the true appearance of the Valyrian steel longsword. Great Dragon Lord, only your kindness and wisdom are worthy of this precious sword, the frail old man said, struggling to lift the Valyrian steel longsword with both hands. The effort made his body tremble, indicating the sword's considerable weight. Seeing the Valyrian steel longsword, Rhaegar's heart surged with excitement. He leaped from Cannibal's back and landed with a thud beside the charred remains of the pirate leader. Despite the foul smell emanating from the charred armor, Rhaegar's eyes were fixed on the sword as he approached the old man. As Rhaegar took the sword into his hands, he paused, a smile spreading across his face. "It's actually a great sword," he exclaimed. Swords came in various types, and this one was particularly special. The common ones were hand-and-a-half swords, like Blackfyre, the standard sword of his house. But great swords, long swords, short swords, they all had their unique attributes. It was said that the Starks of the North possessed a Valyrian steel great sword named Ice, passed down through generations. Rhaegar examined the charred hilt and the blade, his fingers tracing the palm-sized surface. Though the sword's surface was blackened by dragon fire, the distinctive water-patterned steel of Valyria shone through. The material was exceptional. The wooden handle was burned and worn, and the blade bore the scars of numerous battles, its edges chipped and pitted. The quest is now open. Retrieve the lost Valyrian steel greatsword. The system beeped in Rhaegar's mind. He grinned, summoning the system interface. Lost Valyrian steel greatsword. Exploration progress, 0.5%. Thanks to these pirates, I've acquired a Valyrian steel greatsword, Rhaegar thought, gripping the hilt with both hands. He swung the sword twice, testing its balance and weight. It's a bit heavy, not ideal for prolonged combat, he mused. With the relic, true dragon's blood, Rhaegar's physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary men, enhancing his endurance and strength. His current sword, Dark Sister, was originally designed for women, long, thin, and increasingly inadequate for his needs. This Valyrian steel greatsword could replace Dark Sister. Overjoyed with his new sword and the quest it presented, Rhaegar felt a surge of gratitude. He pointed to the young girl who had brought him the sword. "Take good care of her. If she can't find work, she can come with me to King's Landing." This sword had been delivered to him by this slave ship, and he felt a responsibility to help these destitute people. Wrapping the greatsword in a piece of burlap, Rhaegar secured it to his back. Roar! Cannibal, sensing Rhaegar's intention, lowered his altitude to allow Rhaegar to climb the soft ladder draped around his neck. As the dragon and his rider ascended into the sky, Rhaenys eyed the heavy sword cradled in Rhaegar's arms with envy. "You really are lucky," she remarked. Valyrian steel, a magical product from the ancient Valyrian freehold, was exceedingly rare. When the doom befell Valyria, the secrets of forging Valyrian steel were lost, along with most of its creations. Today, only a handful of Valyrian steel artifacts remained. A heavy Valyrian steel sword was a priceless treasure. "Thank you for letting me go," Rhaegar said with a genuine smile. "With this sword, House Targaryen gains another ancestral weapon." "These slaves presented the sword to you, not me," Rhaenys teased, her head held high. "Just don't let Corlys see it. He'll go mad with envy." House Balerion had a long history dating back to Valyria, though it was once a minor noble house. Many years ago, The Valerions possessed a Valyrian steel weapon, a scimitar called sea foam. It was lost on a voyage, leaving House Balerion without a Valyrian steel heirloom. The Targaryens, also of Valyrian descent, were among the most prominent dragon lords, possessing the ancestral swords Blackfyre and Dark Sister, as well as the lesser-known Dragonhorn dagger. House Celtigar was rumored to have a Valyrian steel battle-axe. House Balerion, however, had no such weapon. The sea snake, Lord Corlys Balerion, had sailed around the world, harboring dreams of acquiring a Valyrian steel weapon. Unfortunately, his dream had yet to be realized. Rhaegar's grin widened. I can't wait to see Lord Corlys' envious and jealous expression. The sword was now his, and no one could take it away. He relished the thought of flaunting it in front of the cunning old man, Corlys. Rhaenys shook her head, laughing at her nephew's antics. I don't want to talk to you, you lucky devil. Rhaegar issued orders for the boatload of slaves to wait. Then, the dragons and Rhaenys returned to Driftmark. The feast on Driftmark lasted for several days and concluded successfully. One by one, the large ships that had brought the guests began to depart from the harbor, returning to their respective islands. A sizable ship with seahorse sails was anchored in the harbor, with sailors maintaining order and laborers loading supplies. Prince, the Stepstones Islands are scattered and disorganized. My family's fleet can only set up defenses on Bloodstone Island. Any wider area is out of reach, Sea Snake reported in a low voice as he stood on the pier, watching the goods being transported onto the ship. Rhaegar stood beside him, nodding in understanding. To fortify the entire Stepstones Islands, we would need watchtowers, fleet patrols, and soldiers stationed at fortresses. It's beyond the capabilities of House Balerion alone. The Stepstones consisted primarily of two large islands, Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island. In the last battle of the Stepstones Islands, the pirates of the Triarchy had defended these two islands, avoiding direct conflict and delaying the battle indefinitely. Currently, the Triarchy had not yet captured the islands, presenting an opportunity for the kingdom to send troops and repair the defense fortifications. When we return to King's Landing, I will inform my father of the situation, Rhaegar said. I'll strive to secure funds from the treasury to fully arm the Stepstones Islands and bring them under the kingdom's protection. As they spoke, a group of bare-chested old shipwrights disembarked from the ship, accompanied by their apprentices, and approached the two men. Lord Corlys, the ship's inspection is complete, and everything is in order, reported a short, stout, silver-haired old shipwright respectfully. Sea Snake glanced at him and nodded. Thank you, Master Hammer. Yes, Lord Corlys, Master Hammer replied, accustomed to his lord's condescension. He then led his companions away. With no outsiders to disturb them, Sea Snake and Rhaegar continued their discussion about the defense of the islands. Prince, we should take action as soon as possible. The pirates of the Triarchy could invade the Stepstones Islands at any moment, Sea Snake advised. Without proper defenses, we risk repeating the failures of the last battle. Sea Snake's analysis was sound and highlighted the urgency of the situation. Rhaegar listened attentively, scanning the harbor. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the short, stout old shipwright, Master Hammer, squatting in front of a stall selling oranges, bargaining with the vendor. Beside him were two small figures, two little boys with silver blonde hair and dark skin. They reminded Rhaegar of the bastards he had seen on Dragonstone. As the seat of House Targaryen, Dragonstone had many bastards, with blood relations often tangled. It was surprising to see that even the traditionally old-fashioned and noble House Balerion had its share of bastards. The transportation of goods was completed, and Rhaegar and Rhaenyra arrived with dozens of slaves in tow. Rhaenyra looked exhausted, holding her forehead. We left behind many elderly, women, and young men. The rest are mainly children and craftsmen. Driftmark, being relatively prosperous, offered opportunities for the elderly and women to engage in handicrafts, and for the young men to find work lifting and carrying at the pier. However, the children could not fend for themselves, and with no orphanage on Driftmark, they would have to follow the larger ships back to King's Landing. The craftsmen, on the other hand, had a choice: stay on Driftmark or follow the Dragon Lord who had saved them. With their skills, they wouldn't lack work anywhere. "Thank you for your hard work. Let's leave as soon as everyone is on board," Rhaegar said warmly, squeezing Rhaenyra's shoulders appreciatively. "Go find Aegon. Who knows whose bed he's in tonight?" Rhaenyra retorted, clearly irritated by Aegon's infamous behavior. Rhaegar's expression darkened slightly, reflecting his distaste for Aegon's indiscretions. The thought of his brother's questionable taste in women cast a shadow over his mood. With all preparations complete, the sea snake boarded the great ship and set sail. Meanwhile, the dragon riders mounted their dragons and flew ahead to King's Landing. As the day wore on, the dragons arrived at the dragon pit. Maynard, the dragon pit maester, led the dragon keepers forward, greeting them joyfully. "Prince, we are happy for your safe return. Nothing happened recently, right?" Rhaegar asked casually as he dismounted from the dragon. Maynard glanced at the listless Aegon and cautiously replied, "The king has appointed the former hand of the king, Otto Hightower, as the Master of Civil Affairs, a new advisor position. He will return to King's Landing to take up his post in the next few days." "A good thing. I expected it," Rhaegar said with a playful smile. He had delayed asking about the street cleaning program, anticipating Otto would take the lead and relieve some pressure from him. Now it seemed his plan was falling into place. Alicent's influence on the king was certainly effective. Rhaenyra, stretching and looking weary, interrupted. "Are you done talking? It's been cold all day, and I need to go back and take a hot shower." "It's not my fault. You and Aegon's dragons are too slow. If I hadn't waited for you, I would have been back as early as Aunt Rhaenys," Rhaegar teased, taking her hand. They left Aegon, who was struggling with fatigue, to take the carriage back to the Red Keep. The next day, the Sea Snake's fleet crossed Blackwater Bay and arrived at the harbor of King's Landing. As the heir, Rhaegar personally went to meet them. The Sea Snake commanded the sailors to unload the royal supplies from the ship, one box after another, and explained several dozen slaves also disembarked. "You can take them away." With that, the sailors brought out the slaves. Rhaegar nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Lord Corlys." Eric, one of the guards, stepped forward to lead the group away. The children would be nurtured as future citizens of the kingdom, and the artisans, whose skills were invaluable, would be put to good use. After leaving the harbor, the Sea Snake, accompanied by his wife and eldest son, made their way to the Red Keep in grand fashion. Along the way, Rhaenys informed him about Lena's situation. She was safe and well cared for in the Red Keep, with several maids and nannies under Alicent's personal supervision. In the Red Keep, King Viserys had prepared a grand feast to welcome House Balerion. In fact, the Red Keep had been hosting banquets for the past few days. First, they welcomed Lena and Rhaenys, followed by Laenor and his family. At the banquet, all the advisors raised their glasses and celebrated with great enthusiasm. No one brought up the matter of the stepstones, ensuring the feast concluded smoothly and joyfully. Nightfall. Rhaegar left the banquet early and returned to his room alone. He sat at the round table, took out the Valyrian steel heavy sword, and began to habitually stroke it, his mind filled with anticipation. He summoned his system interface and checked the records of the previous day's exploration. Lost Valyrian steel heavy sword. Exploration progress, 100%. This exploration is complete. Please pick up the lost treasure. Relic retrieved successfully. Checking. Detection successful. Judged to be an excellent grade relic. Sword of the Nameless. The small letters at the bottom of the screen prompted. An ancient relic returned to the hands of the ancient bloodline. It needs a resounding name. Rhaegar's fingers traced the bumpy blade as he mused. The heavy sword is made of Valyrian steel, but it isn't as prestigious a relic as Dark Sister. He pondered the difference. Dark Sister had been a Targaryen house sword for generations, steeped in legendary history. Its storied past elevated its status. The Valyrian steel heavy sword, while of excellent material, lacked such a background and a legendary name. This, he concluded, was why it was deemed inferior in the system's exploration hierarchy. Over the years, Rhaegar tried numerous explorations within the Red Keep. He had examined the remains of Meraxes and Quicksilver, just like he did with Balerion's skull. He had even sat on the Iron Throne, wearing Aegon the Conqueror's black iron crown. Yet, none of these triggered an explorer's quest. Rhaegar theorized that Meraxes and Quicksilver had died too young to become a relic. The Iron Throne and the Black Iron Crown, though significant, had been cast for over a century and lacked the ancient resonance needed for an exploration trigger. He realized there was only one item in the Red Keep that could truly trigger an exploration quest: Blackfyre, the Targaryen house sword carried by his father, Viserys. When he asked for it under the pretext of observation, his father said it was too early and promised to hand it over when Rhaegar came of age. Rhaegar had been disappointed, but decided not to push the matter. In the meantime, he had collected exotic treasures and antiques from Westeros and the Free Cities. Despite his efforts and expenses, only a few of these items had triggered exploration quests. He had almost depleted his mushroom caravan funds in the process. Knock, knock. A soft knocking came from the door, followed by Rhaenyra's voice. "Rhaegar, I'm coming in." Creak. The door opened, and Rhaenyra, wearing a striking red dress, strode into the room. Rhaegar looked up with a smile. "The banquet is over. I thought you would still be dancing." Helping Alicent organize the banquet was exhausting enough. "I had no energy left to dance," Rhaenyra replied, collapsing onto the bed. She glanced at the Valyrian steel heavy sword in Rhaegar's hands and asked curiously, "I heard you ask the Sea Snake to invite skilled craftsmen from Qohor. Are you planning to recast this sword?" The production process of Valyrian steel had been lost, but the master blacksmiths of Qohor were known for their ability to recast Valyrian steel. "Yes, the blade is blunt, and it's too heavy," Rhaegar said, swinging the heavy sword twice. Its weight was impractical for continuous battlefield fighting. He had decided it would be better to recast it into a hand-and-a-half sword of the right weight, then give the newly forged Valyrian steel sword a fitting name, as the system hinted, and collect it as a relic. Rhaenyra tapped her lips thoughtfully, but showed little interest. As a woman, she had no place on the battlefield and wouldn't need the best weapon. After a moment, she said, "There will be a council meeting tomorrow to discuss the alliance between the Crown and House Balerion. It's only natural that we must draw in allies before the war," Rhaegar said, unfazed by the news. Rhaenyra's eyes gleamed as she added mysteriously, "I've heard some new information. Otto is returning to King's Landing." "This was already known," Rhaegar replied, puzzled. "No, there's more. Besides Otto, the High Septon of the Faith of the Seven will be accompanying him," Rhaenyra said seriously. "There are more and more followers of the Seven Gods in Fleabottom. Rumors about the war are spreading, and the people are beginning to show signs of rejecting House Balerion. Otto's alliance with the Faith is to incite the people." Rhaegar frowned, dismissing the tactic as a minor annoyance. "I have to admit, it's a clever move," Rhaenyra said, annoyed. "The Faith of the Seven have always been adept at causing trouble for the royal family. Public opinion can be extremely influential." "It's fine. I'll shut them up," Rhaegar said after a moment of thought, deciding how to handle the matter. With war approaching, he needed to ensure stability within the realm and prevent anyone from undermining their efforts. Rhaegar set the heavy sword aside and stood up. "I'm going out. You should rest." "Where are you going?" Rhaenyra asked, surprised. "To find a good helper," Rhaegar replied, leaving the room with Eric, who had been guarding the door. Inside the banquet hall, the nobles were singing and dancing, each seeking a partner to dance with. In stark contrast, the dungeon of the Red Keep was dark and damp, with creepy crawlies everywhere. "Prince, you don't need to come in person," Eric, dressed in black, advised as he followed Rhaegar into the dungeon. Rhaegar, also dressed in black robes, surveyed the dungeon environment himself, walking deeper into its depths. Eric sent the guards away and hurriedly followed him. Before long, they arrived at the far end of the dungeon. The sound of chains clinking echoed through the narrow, dark corridors. Rhaegar approached a single cell, peering inside. "Prince, I didn't expect you to come and see me in person," Syrio said, surprised to see Rhaegar. Syrio had assumed the prince didn't care if he lived or died. Though Rhaegar would occasionally take him out for training, He was usually locked up without a second thought. Rhaegar glanced around the cell, noting its relative comfort. It was dry, clean, and had a mattress, far better than the public cells. Syrio looked as he always did, with his fluffy brown curls, unkempt stubble, and a perpetual smile. "It's time to redeem yourself for your past mistakes. I'm going to let you out," Rhaegar said with a smile. "Oh, and what do you have in mind for me?" Syrio asked, intrigued. After years in the dungeon, he was eager for a change. "I want you to form an intelligence organization and train some killers," Rhaegar said bluntly. Syrio, hailing from Bravos and known for his water dancing, was accustomed to fighting and assassination. Rhaegar intended to use those skills. "Thank you for your trust. I won't let you down," Syrio replied decisively, holding out his shackled hands. Rhaegar signaled to Eric, who stepped forward to unlock the chains with a key he had prepared in advance. As this was happening, Rhaegar turned and spotted another familiar face in the corner of the dungeon. "Uncle, how are you holding up?" he asked. In another single cell, Demon lay on his bed, shackled hand and foot. Rhaegar glanced around Demon's cell, noting a chair, a toilet, and heavy bedding, special provisions. Demon rolled over, turning his back to Rhaegar, and remained silent. On the first day of his imprisonment, his brother Viserys had visited, berating and degrading him, almost to the point of execution. Since then, he had been left to rot. "Never mind. You clearly don't want to see me," Rhaegar said. With Syrio freed, Rhaegar decided not to press Demon further and led the way out of the dungeon. He had more pressing matters to attend to. After dropping Syrio off at the dragon pit, Rhaegar returned to his room. When he pushed open the door, the candles had long been extinguished. After a busy day, he felt the weight of exhaustion. He took off his shirt and slipped into bed. The quilt was warm, and he leaned into the fragrant softness, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Cole knocked on Rhaegar's door to let him know that the king had called a royal meeting. Rhaegar, still sleepy-eyed, hurriedly ate a quick breakfast before heading to the meeting. "Keep your collar neat. Today's meeting is important," Rhaenyra said, adjusting his wrinkled attire with a worried look. Rhaegar let her fuss over him while he silently chewed his bread. "You should be thanking me," Rhaenyra muttered in exasperation, rolling her eyes. Although she was enjoying herself, this was supposed to be Alicent's duty. When they arrived at the entrance to the council chambers, they could hear Tyland's voice through the thick wooden door. "Your Grace, the Stepstones is a land of constant conflict. The money spent on warring, building fortresses, and maintaining them will be astronomical." The two siblings exchanged a glance, sharing a look of helplessness. In addition to the bravery of soldiers, the most important aspect of war is logistics and provisions. Once the war started, money would be spent like water. Princess Ser Stefan, the king's guard guarding the doorway, greeted them and personally pushed open the wooden door. The meeting suddenly came to a halt. Rhaegar walked into the hall and took a look around. As usual, the former advisors to the realm and his father, Viserys, were there. Rhaegar took note of the 3 new chairs at the table. Besides the one he had secured for Rhaenyra, the remaining 2 were presumably for the Sea Snake and his wife. Taking his seat, Rhaegar looked at Tyland, who was standing in front of the table, and asked, "Did I arrive before Lord Corlys?" "The King's Guard just went to call him. He is on his way," Tyland answered honestly. Rhaegar didn't mind. Last night's banquet had lasted very late, making it understandably difficult for the elderly to get up early. "While Lord Corlys is not here yet, we should address any urgent matters," Rhaegar suggested, thinking of the impact of the war and deciding to discuss it first. He picked up a stone ball and played with it in his hand. "Prince, this is my estimated war damage report," Tyland said, handing over a prepared list. Rhaegar accepted it politely. Viserys, looking weary and in poor spirits, leaned back in his chair. "Lord Lionel, you go first," he said, unable to sleep at night with the thought of the impending war. Lionel stood up and began his analysis. "Your Grace, in the face of the 3 daughters' advance, we should mobilize as many of the kingdom's lords as possible to support our troops. The Stormlands are the closest to the Stepstones Islands. Lord Baratheon will definitely give his full support, Lionel continued. Bormund is Rhaenys' uncle, and he has always been a staunch supporter of the crown, Viserys agreed. In addition, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the Westerlands will all be able to mobilize soldiers to supplement our strength, Lionel suggested. Imagination is beautiful, but reality often falls short of expectations. Just as Lionel finished speaking, the Master of Laws, Jasper, stood up with a grave expression. Viserys cast a glance at him and asked, "Why do you say that, Lord Jasper?" Though not as dignified and forceful as his grandfather Jaehaerys, Viserys had no problem gathering his bannermen to defend the kingdom. "Your Grace, war is a terrible machine that affects the entire body, and the kingdom's enemies are not only the pirates of the Triarchy," Jasper said solemnly. According to intelligence, Prince Martell of Dorne is likely to renew his alliance with the Three Daughters and lead his army to join the front battlefield. The Ironborn of the Iron Islands are also eager to take part, moving frequently around Lannisport in an attempt to disembark and pillage. How can this be? Viserys was taken aback and looked to Lionel in Thailand. "Yes, Your Grace," Lionel replied. "My brother even wrote to me recently that some Ironborn tried to infiltrate Lannisport. He caught and executed them." Thailand showed a troubled expression and spoke the truth. The Ironborn have always been a thorn in Lannister's side. So, it is difficult for the West to provide help. Viserys grimaced, somewhat displeased. "Rest your anger, Your Grace," Thailand said nervously. "The situation in the Vale is not good. The mountain clans, led by the Stone Crows tribe, are causing turmoil everywhere. Lady Jane is overwhelmed." Lionel immediately followed. In the Riverlands, the Bracken and Blackwood houses are in conflict over boundary stones. They have been killing each other's people, with tensions escalating towards war. Viserys froze at the words. Damn it, the kingdom was peaceful all day long, but now that a war is looming, turmoil erupts everywhere. Bad news after bad news left Viserys, so angry he leaned back his chair, panting. First, there was Dorne, a constant thorn in the kingdom's side. Then the Ironborn, who only knew how to burn and pillage. Now, even the Vale and Riverlands were in trouble. At this rate, rebels would be at the gates of the Red Keep by the time he woke up tomorrow morning. "Father, don't worry. It's not as serious as you think." Rhaenyra hurriedly walked behind Viserys and patted his back. Her father had been born in a time of peace, and the sudden war was putting him under great stress. Rhaenyra was afraid he wouldn't be able to cope. The advisors looked at each other in disbelief, all worried about the coming war. Rhaegar looked around the room, frowning as he saw the anxiety in their faces. "My lords, the war has yet to come. Do not be overly pessimistic." He knocked on the tabletop to draw attention to himself. "Prince, what is your advice?" The Master of Coin, Lyman Beesbury, who had been silent all this time, spoke slowly and with great solemnity. Beesbury, an old man loyal to the royal family all his life, was one of the people who wanted peace in the kingdom the most. Rhaegar put down the stone ball and sat upright. Cowardice before battle was a taboo. As the heir, he had to say something insightful to boost morale. Rhaegar took a moment to contemplate, then spoke with a steady and confident voice. "My lords, Westeros has a long history of conflicts. During my great-grandfather Jaehaerys' reign, the kingdom enjoyed a period of peace. And it has remained so for decades now," he continued. "During these peaceful decades, the people of the kingdom have thrived, but many issues, large and small, have been hidden beneath the surface. It is not necessarily a bad thing that these issues reappear with the threat of war," he asserted. "Only when the hidden tumors of the kingdom are revealed can we cut them out." His voice was strong and assured, and his words resonated with reason. The advisors were silent and lowered their heads, understanding the truth in his words. In their high positions, they knew well that peace had dulled their vigilance, making them fearful at the prospect of war. "Rhaegar, what you say is very reasonable. In the face of war, how should the kingdom respond?" Viserys, looking haggard, asked, his eyes full of expectation and gratitude for his eldest son. As a king who had only known peace, Viserys felt ill-equipped to organize a war. Fortunately, his son possessed a temperament akin to his grandfather's and great-grandfather's, capable of handling the pressure. Rhaegar's gaze fell on Tyland and Jasper as he said, "The last time there was a conflict in the Stepstones, Dorne allied with the Triarchy, clearly revealing their rebellious intentions. Now that the Triarchy is back, the Dornish will certainly not stand by without meddling in the war. Should we send a messenger to negotiate with Prince Martell of Dorne?" Tyland hesitated. "Send a messenger, but do not count on it too much," Rhaegar replied. "The Triarchy is fighting a foreign war far overseas, while Dorne is on the continent of Westeros. If war breaks out in the Stepstones and the Prince of Dorne leads his army to the border, the kingdom must be prepared in advance." Rhaegar signaled Cole to fetch a map of the continent and began analyzing it step by step. "There are 3 paths for Dorne to invade the kingdom: the Prince's Pass, the Bone Way, and the sea." Pointing to a spot on the map, Rhaegar said seriously, "The Bone Way has rugged terrain, making it difficult to advance a large number of troops. The Dondarrion House in Blackhaven should send troops to guard this road. The Prince's Pass has always been Dorne's first choice for invading the kingdom. House Tyrell and Highgarden should send heavy troops to set up a defensive line there. And as for the sea, we can basically rule it out. Communicate with the Stormlands and ask Lord Bormund to set up a naval defense supported by Valerion's patrol fleet. That way the Prince of Dorne won't make any rash moves. Dorne is like a pack of hungry wolves, always trying to take a bite out of the kingdom." Viserys spat, visibly calming as he listened to his son's organized analysis. Hand of the King Lionel spoke up. "Your Grace, the Prince's defense is thorough. With his bannerman support, Dorne won't be able to cause much trouble." Rhaegar's statement was logical and based on the defense and attack strategy dating back to Aegon the Conqueror's time. More importantly, his words boosted the advisor's morale. Tyland quickly found Lannisport on the map and said, "The Ironborn have been plundering us for years. My brother can cope if we send heavy troops to guard the harbor." The Ironborn believed in taking by force rather than hard labor. Lannisport had been looted before, and the Lannisters were always wary of the Ironborn. "Your Grace, the Blackwood and Bracken clans in the Riverlands have not yet come to blows. Perhaps we can send someone to mediate," Lyman Beesbury suggested, aiming to resolve the Riverlands issue. Viserys looked at the map and frowned. "What about Lord Grover Tully of Riverrun? He is the Lord Paramount of the Trident and should manage these troubles. Lord Tully is old, and the actual ruler of Riverrun is his son," Lionel explained, helplessly adding, "Unfortunately, Lord Tully's son is mediocre, and the lords of the Riverlands do not follow his orders. A bunch of wastrels." Viserys cursed, waving his hand dismissively. "Lord Lionel, your house is also in the Riverlands, so this matter will be handled by you." Lionel hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "I will do my best to persuade the 2 houses as an emissary of the royal family." The strong house, enshrined in the prestigious Harrenhal, was also one of the lords of the Riverlands. However, the Blackwood and Bracken families had histories stretching back thousands of years and were renowned nobles in the region. Their feud was long-standing and bitter, each side determined to annihilate the other. Just a few years ago, when Rhaenyra toured the continent, a Bracken heir had been killed by Samwell Blackwood, a mere child at the time, further deepening the animosity between the 2 houses. Viserys, relieved to have found a solution to one problem, asked, "What about the Vale?" "The Mountain Clans are a bunch of uncivilized barbarians." The Mountain Clans were a persistent threat in the Vale. Lady Jane's father and brother, the last lords of the Eyrie, had been killed in an ambush by the Stone Crow tribe, an incident that had caused a sensation. This, Lionel began, but couldn't find solution. The other advisors were also deep in thought. The Mountain Clans, familiar with the Vale's terrain, could easily evade capture and were difficult to quell once they rebelled. Just then, the door to the council hall creaked open, and Corlys and Rhaenys entered, hand in hand. "Gentlemen, forgive me for being late," Corlys greeted calmly, holding his head high. He had been up late the previous night, and upon waking, had quickly dressed to join the royal meeting. Lord Corlys, Princess Rhaenys, the advisors greeted them. Having worked together for many years, they were no strangers to one another. Corlys nodded in response, leading his wife to their seats. He first thanked Viserys. "Thank you for the place you prepared for me, Your Grace. You are now an ally of the kingdom and should not be treated poorly," Viserys smiled, gesturing for them to sit. Corlys, unsurprised, sat with his wife, taking a black stone ball from the tray and placing it on the table. Seeing this, the advisors also sat and placed their own stone balls on the table, marking the official start of the meeting. Corlys, the focus of this meeting, was the first to speak. "Your Grace, the pirates of the Triarchy have already begun plundering merchant ships. We need to act swiftly. We were just discussing the losses and troop deployments," Viserys said, smiling faintly. "In response to the aggression of the Triarchy, the kingdom will spare no effort in its counterattack, which cannot be done without your family's support." He glanced at Lionel, who nodded in understanding and took out a warrant. "Lord Corlys, in view of your illustrious deeds and experience against the Triarchy, the king appoints you as Navy Commander and Commander of the battle for the Stepstones." Corlys glanced at the smiling Viserys, accepted the commission, and said, "Thank you for your Grace's trust. I will fulfill my duty." This appointment had been the result of long deliberation. No one else was better suited for the position of Commander of the Navy. After a pause, Corlys asked, "Your Grace, my family will fully support the war effort. How many troops will the kingdom send?" This time, with the royal family backing the battle for the Stepstones, Corlys was determined to avoid the heavy losses his family had suffered in the past. The exact number is still under negotiation, but a conservative estimate is that the kingdom can send 3,000 men and 100 warships, Viserys estimated, considering the resources of the nobles. The Crownlands was directly under the Targaryen dynasty's control, and every bannerman was fiercely loyal. With all due respect, that is far from enough to sustain a long war. Corlys frowned, clearly dissatisfied. The last battle of the Stepstones had been fought primarily by his family's fleet and demon. They had hired more than 3,000 mercenaries from the free cities alone. The lords of the kingdom's realms have yet to receive news of the battle of the Stepstones. "We need some time," Lionel explained. "Then it should be soon, Lord Hand of the King," Corlys urged. "The Stormlands are closest to the Stepstones, and Lord Bormund is a royal supporter. He will definitely back this battle. As a city by the sea, Storm's End also relied on port taxes to accumulate wealth. The Baratheon family was naturally on their side." Grand Maester Melas interjected, "No problem. Once this meeting is over, the ravens will fly to the Seven Kingdoms." The next step was to address a series of defensive issues based on the fullness of the treasury. Watchtowers needed to be built on the Stepstones, troops stationed there, and fleets patrolling the islands. Each of these required a considerable amount of money. Every time Corlys proposed a garrison arrangement, Master of Coinlyman's eyelids twitched a little. He closed his eyes in pain. Finally, Corlys broached the key issue. "Your Grace, the battle requires the air superiority of dragons. How many dragons should our two houses deploy?" Corlys looked serious, understanding the critical importance of this point. Viserys didn't answer immediately. His eyes swept over Rhaegar and Rhaenyra beside him, hesitation evident. There were 3 dragon riders in the royal family. Rhaenyra, being a woman, wasn't fit for battle. Rhaegar, his eldest son and heir, needed to stay in the Red Keep to ensure stability. Viserys didn't expect much from his second son, Aegon, either. For selfish reasons, Viserys didn't want any of his children to go to war. The battlefield was a place where not only frontal combat, but also treachery and backstabbing occurred. His great-uncle, Aemon Targaryen, was a member of House Targaryen. He was the third-born child of King Jaehaerys I Targaryen and Queen Alysanne Targaryen. It was a battle just like the battle for the Stepstones. Aemon led the charge on a battlefield astride his formidable dragon, Caraxes. Tragically, Aemon did not fall to an enemy's blade, but was instead assassinated in his own tent, despite being one of his grandfather Jaehaerys' best sons and chosen heir. Corlys stared at Viserys, sensing his hesitation. This displeased him greatly. The battle for the Stepstones was not just Valerion's battle. If the royal family did not send a dragon rider, did they expect him to bring his wife and children to the battlefield? As he pondered how to press the issue, Rhaegar spoke up. "Father, the war is being led by the crown. We cannot back down." Rhaegar stood up and said calmly, "When the war begins, I will ride cannibal to the battlefield, as I have promised Lord Corlys." "Rhaegar, when did you make this decision?" Viserys was visibly distressed by his eldest son's declaration. He would rather send his second son, Aegon, than risk Rhaegar. "Father, the crown needs to set an example. If the Targaryens who control the dragons do not go to war, who will follow us?" Rhaegar spoke softly but resolutely, seeing the situation clearly. He was the heir of the realm and the master of the adult dragon, Cannibal. If he did not go to war, how could he expect his sister Rhaenyra or brother Aegon to do so? A cowardly act would make him the laughingstock of the Seven Kingdoms. The only way to gain honor and secure his future claim to the throne was to lead by example, making a name for himself on the battlefield and earning the respect of the soldiers of the Seven Kingdoms. "You've grown up and formed your own ideas," Viserys admitted, unable to refute his eldest son's logic. Overwhelmed with emotion, he reflected on how, if Balerion hadn't died of old age, he might have become a king with a formidable war record through battle. Turning to Corlys, Viserys made a firm decision. The royal family will send 2 dragons to support the defense of the Stepstones. 2 dragons? Corlys hesitated for a moment, glancing unconsciously at Rhaenyra behind the king's back. Did the king intend to send the princess to the battlefield as well? "No, Rhaenyra is my daughter, and I will not put her at risk," Viserys asserted firmly. "I have 4 sons, 2 of whom have tamed dragons, and they will fight on behalf of the royal family." "Prince Aegon." Corlys frowned and exchanged a look with his wife, Rhaenys. As far as they remembered, Aegon was an unremarkable young man, and his dragon was not yet fully grown. Such a noble youth might contribute less to the battle than experienced officers. Viserys was adamant. Rhaegar is going to war, and as his brother, Aegon must help. In truth, he did not want Rhaegar to face the battle alone. At least with Aegon, Rhaegar would have some familial support, someone to watch his back. In Viserys' mind, the importance of his 3 younger sons combined paled in comparison to Rhaegar's. Corlys, understanding the king's logic, agreed, "Very well. 1 more dragon will reduce the casualties of many soldiers." Historically, the concept of a second son serving as a safeguard in battle was not uncommon. Since Rhaegar was going to war, it made sense for Aegon to follow, ensuring that any potential power plays at home were kept in check. Rhaenyra remained silent, listening to the men's discussion. She, too, wanted to follow Rhaegar into battle. She had a dragon and was not merely an ordinary woman with no capabilities. Rhaegar, however, felt a pang of helplessness. He did not want Aegon to go to war. The boy wasn't cut out for it. As his brother, Rhaegar would have to take care of him on the battlefield, ensuring he wasn't shot down by a scorpion crossbow. "How many dragons does your house intend to send, Lord Corlys?" Viserys asked directly, his gaze intense. He had committed 2 of his sons, and the Balerion house similarly had 3 dragons. He expected their participation to be no less than his own. Corlys hesitated, ignoring his wife's insistent look, and responded, "Your Grace, Lena has just given birth, and Vhagar is still wandering the narrow sea, unable to take part in the battle." Viserys tapped his fingers on the table, unmoved. "I will lead Vaemond and Laenor in the Battle of the Stepstones, while Rhaenys stays on Driftmark to oversee family affairs and patrol the channels," Corlys explained, his tone steady. He continued, "All the men of my family will be on the battlefield, but we can only deploy 1 dragon. Laenor see smoke." Viserys' expression darkened at this. He had committed both of his sons to the fight, yet Corlys seemed content to keep his wife and daughter safely away from the front lines. His lips twitched in irritation, but he restrained himself. He refused to allow Rhaenyra to go to war because she was a woman. Rhaenys and Lena, also women, had their own significant reasons, one to manage the family, the other having just given birth. It was indeed not appropriate to force them into battle. Lord Corlys, have you asked Aunt Rhaenys' opinion? Rhaegar suddenly spoke, his gaze shifting between Corlys and Rhaenys. Lena had been a bridge between their families, living in the Red Keep to raise her children. Rhaenys was no ordinary woman. Her dragon, Malaise, was a full-grown force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. Corlys' earlier statement had left Rhaenys looking disheartened, a sign that the decision was not mutual. Facing Rhaegar's question, Corlys responded curtly, "If Rhaenys doesn't stay on Driftmark, who will take care of my family?" He conveniently ignored the fact that his siblings Vaemond and Laenor, his eldest son, were already going to war. Someone had to manage the home front. Rhaegar, undeterred by Corlys' deflection, turned directly to Rhaenys. "What do you think, Aunt?" He believed that his aunt had no desire to remain hidden in the background. Leading her dragon into battle was fitting for the greatness of the queen, who never was. All eyes turned to Rhaenys. Corlys averted his gaze, pretending indifference to his wife's answer. "Corlys' proposal is for the greater good, and as his wife, I support him," Rhaenys began, her voice steady. Then she shifted her tone, revealing her true feelings. "Personally, I look forward to riding my dragon into battle and defeating the pirates of the Triarchy." Turning to Viserys, she added seriously, "Cousin, Driftmark needs a Balerion presence, and my daughter can fulfill this duty without difficulty." "Rhaenys!" Corlys exclaimed, surprised by her declaration. They had long planned to exchange Lena and the child for a return to Driftmark, using Rhaenys' involvement in the war as a cover. If possible, they had even considered ransoming Daemon to fill the gap. Viserys, slightly stunned, frowned in confusion. Were the two not on the same page? Rhaenyra, sensing the underlying tension, glanced at Rhaegar in surprise. Rhaegar, with a knowing smile, reassured her. "Lord Corlys, Aunt Rhaenys has always been eager to serve her kingdom." He had promised Rhaenys a role at the council, and now it was time to fulfill that promise. "Father, when I was on Driftmark, I discussed with Aunt Rhaenys adopting reforms regarding the ownership of dragons by the Targaryen and Balerion families," Rhaegar said earnestly. The issue of dragon ownership was too significant to be overlooked. Mishandling it could lead to civil unrest and bloodshed between the families. Viserys narrowed his eyes, his tone firm. "Oh, the dragons have always belonged to the Targaryens. What is your point?" The Balerion dragons originated from Targaryen lineage. When Jaehaerys was in power, Rhaenys brought the first dragon to Driftmark upon marrying Corlys. Later, during the succession contest between Rhaenys and Viserys, Jaehaerys did not oppose Laenor going to Dragonstone to tame Sea Smoke. Lena had tamed Vhagar at 15. At that time, Viserys, seeing her as Rhaenys' bloodline and feeling guilty for refusing her marriage, had tacitly accepted Lena's taming of Vhagar. However, this did not mean he recognized the dragons as Balerion property. "Your Grace, the point was raised by the prince," Corlys said in a low voice, weighing the pros and cons of the decision for his house. Viserys turned to his eldest son and asked sternly, "Rhaegar, what are your thoughts?" Long ago, Viserys had recognized the importance his eldest son placed on dragons. Whether it was taking control of the Dragon Pit or the ongoing Dragon Pit reforms, it was clear that Rhaegar had a deep connection to these creatures. He believed Rhaegar must have a better solution when he proposed the allocation of the giant dragons. Ahem. Rhaegar cleared his throat and spoke thoughtfully. "Father, you are well versed in the history of the old Valyrian freehold and know how the 40 Dragonlord families fought endlessly among themselves." "Of course," Viserys replied, his eyes darkening as he recalled the terrifying power described in the histories. At its peak, old Valyria had over 1,000 dragons, and the entire continent of Essos was subjugated under its might. The internal conflicts must have been fierce. "This is precisely what I want to address," Rhaegar continued. "The prestige a dragon brings to a family name, to a house, is immense." Rhaegar scanned the room, his gaze resolute. After the Doom, only one Dragonlord family remains in Westeros, and even in the entire world, the Targaryens. The mention of the Dragonlord bloodline silenced the room. Dragons were magical creatures with supernatural power. No family could ignore the Targaryen dragons and their unique dragonlore bloodline. Of all the advisors, Tyland had the most to say on this topic. During Rhaenyra's time as heir, Tyland and his brother Jason Lannister had each mounted campaigns against her, seeking the power associated with her status and hoping to add the Dragonlord bloodline to their family, enabling future generations to tame dragons, as the Valerions had done. Prince, my wife Rhaenys is a true Targaryen princess, and my children have Targaryen blood, Corlys said slowly after a moment of silence. He feared that Rhaegar's proposal would deprive his children of the right to rule the dragons. The Valerions' greatness was due not only to their sea fleet, but also to the deterrent power of their 3 dragons. Lord Corlys, hold your tongue. The prince has more to say. Grand Maester Melas reminded him in his usual old-fashioned way, hands clasped in his sleeves. Corlys looked at him with a flash of disgust. He detested the maesters of the Citadel, whom he saw as self-righteous and bookish. Rhaegar, now that you've mentioned the uniqueness of House Targaryen, what do you propose for House Balerion? Viserys asked, puzzled. Couldn't they just take the dragons back by force? Even so, they should wait until the war ended, rather than risk losing an important ally like the Sea Snake before the conflict began. Father, be at ease, Rhaegar said, giving his father a reassuring look. There is only one House Targaryen, but the Dragonlord bloodline will continue to spread through the realm through marriage. Women will always marry out. There's no stopping it, Rhaenys interjected with a frown. Then we need restrictions, Rhaegar declared. I propose adding a new seat in the small council specifically to manage issues, such as the marriage of Targaryen family members and the education of heirs. What's the point of that? Viserys asked, his doubts deepening. It had always been the patriarch's right to govern his family members. He was not only the king, but also the head of House Targaryen. Establishing a royal seat to manage family affairs seemed like a division of his authority. Father, our great-grandfather had 12 children in his life. How many are still alive? Rhaegar asked rhetorically. Viserys was speechless. Jaehaerys had been a wise king, but the latter half of his life had been fraught with loss. His chosen heirs, Aemon and Balon, had died. Several of his daughters died in childbirth or from illnesses or injuries. A few sons and daughters who were unruly or disobedient left the kingdom. If not for his uncles and aunts, Viserys wouldn't have had the chance to become king. Viserys fell deep into thought. The Targaryen bloodline had never flourished. Aegon the Conqueror had no brothers, only a pair of sisters. He had 2 sons in his lifetime, one of whom died early in his reign. One of his sons died young after inheriting the throne, and the other rebelled against his nephew and died on the Iron Throne. After 3 kings, Jaehaerys, I succeeded to the throne and had 12 children, but none of them survived. In Viserys' lifetime, there was only one brother, Daemon, and a cousin, Rhaenys. Suddenly, an absurd thought struck Viserys. Will my 6 children grow up safely? In an instant, Viserys' scalp tingled, and he sat up straight. Gazing eagerly at his eldest son, he gulped and asked, Rhaegar, your proposal is good, but how will the new royal seat manage the outflow of blood? Simple. The Targaryens have a brief family history, and every member is recorded, Rhaegar explained bluntly. Female members marry out of the family, and children are distinguished by their last name and whether they are qualified to hatch dragon eggs and tame dragons. Either the last name is Targaryen, or they follow their father's last name. The Targaryens have dragons. Those with their father's names do not. The Westerosi tradition is that children inherit their father's name. Corlys interrupted, his face suddenly changing. Dragons come from old Valyria, Rhaegar replied, his expression unwavering. The new position I propose is the Master of Dragons. Newborns who follow the Targaryen surname are raised by the royal family and receive dragon eggs and dragon taming training. And only one newborn in the direct line of each allied family will be able to take the Targaryen surname. These 2 key rules were clear. One was to add to the royal bloodline, ensuring the family name and upbringing thoroughly integrated the newborn into House Targaryen. The second was to prevent allied families from having numerous children with Targaryen daughters and using their numbers to overshadow the rights of the royal family. Prince, your conditions are too harsh. According to your proposal, both Lena and Laenor will have to change their surnames to Targaryen. Corlys grimaced, struggling to suppress his emotions. The so-called Master of Dragons position would first restrict House Balerion. Lord Corlys, you must understand one thing. Dragons have never belonged to the Valerions, Rhaegar rebutted calmly. Lena and Laenor's ability to harness dragons was granted by my great-grandfather and father. I will not deprive them of their family name or their dragons. But with the establishment of the position of Master of Dragons, House Targaryen will be united as one and not allow the emergence of a second Dragonlord family. The restriction was aimed at House Balerion. The Targaryens now had only 3 dragon riders, the same number as the Valerions. In the end, who was the true Dragonlord family? Prince, Laenor is not yet married. Will his heir have the qualifications to change his family name? Corlys asked, calming down slightly as he continued to fight for his heir's future. Not necessarily, Rhaegar admitted. Laenor is the son of Aunt Rhaenys, and unless he marries another Targaryen, his children will be purely Valerion. This had to be clearly stated. The only way to change a family name was through a direct line of Targaryen members. A very stringent regulation, suitable for the foundation of a new system, Viserys remarked, his eyes lighting up as he listened to his eldest son's proposal. Dragons had always been the foundation of House Targaryen. The royal family's control over dragons could never be loosened. Rhaegar's idea of a Master of Dragons and the system of changing surnames for newborns were both cornerstone strategies that would be beneficial in the future. With that in mind, Viserys turned to Rhaenys and asked with a smile, "Cousin, what do you think of this proposal?" Corlys lowered his gaze to his wife, deep in thought. He didn't want his wife to agree to this proposal. It would mean that House Balerion would be disqualified from riding dragons after Laenor's generation. Rhaenys took her husband's hand, her eyes firm. "I agree with this proposal," she exclaimed. Her last name was Targaryen, and her family's honor had been a part of her life. There was no reason for her not to support what was beneficial to the family, even if it shattered her husband's unrealistic fantasies. Rhaenys, Corlys' eyes were complicated, and his hands trembled slightly. "Corlys, I've been pretending to be deaf and dumb for years, and I don't want to live that way anymore," Rhaenys said, gripping her husband's hand. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes smoothed as she spoke. "I respect your choice, but we have our own family and children," Corlys said, taking a deep breath and advising his wife to consider the situation. His words were meant not only for her, but for everyone in the room. House Balerion had complied with the rules and should be compensated accordingly. Rhaegar and Viserys exchanged a look, understanding passing between them. Viserys patted his daughter's hand that was resting on his shoulder, stood up, and smiled. "Cousin, the position of Master of Dragons must be led by a Targaryen mature enough to have a calm disposition, and you are the best choice. And you would be willing to take away the power of the throne?" Rhaenys asked, giving him a sidelong glance, her tone cool. She knew her cousin's indecisive nature all too well. Rhaegar has made the importance of the Master of Dragons position clear, and the royal family has ignored that matter for far too long, Viserys said, unfazed by her tone. "You and I came from the fire and blood. We should trust each other." "You're always so smooth-talking," Rhaenys said, her expression softening as she looked at her husband. Corlys pursed his lips and nodded lightly. He was a victim of the Master of Dragons system's benefits, but had to admit its importance. He wanted to oppose it, but the power was not in his hands. When the pirates of the Triarchy Kingdom attacked, Driftmark was the first to be jeopardized. If he left now, he would only be giving away his house business and the dragons, effectively excluding himself from the center of power. Patience. A politician must be aware of this. "Your Grace, I am willing to accept the position of Master of Dragons," Rhaenys said with a smile. "Very well. Lord Lionel, you will arrange the inauguration ceremony and ensure it is completed within 3 days," Viserys replied, his smile widening as he handed the task to the hand of the king. Lionel felt overwhelmed by the increasing responsibilities. Touching on his chest, he cheered himself up and calmly said, "It is my duty to share your burdens, Your Grace. Now that I've joined the small council, can I be honest?" Rhaenys asked, looking around. "I have always encouraged the advisors to speak candidly," Viserys replied, settling back into his seat comfortably. "Then I will speak," Rhaenys said, raising her chin. "As for the number of dragons to go to war, I nominate myself as the vanguard. But according to Lord Corlys, you will stay on Driftmark." Tyland, the master of ships, hesitantly glanced at the sea snake. "My daughter Lena can manage Driftmark. She's not only a Balerion, but also married to a Targaryen," Rhaenys said frankly. "I agree," Rhaegar said, smiling. "Lena has written to me about missing her homeland, and I think she will gladly accept." "What do you think, Your Grace?" Rhaenys asked bluntly. "I believe in Lena's abilities, but her children are still very young." Viserys hesitated slightly, glancing at Rhaenyra. Rhaegar immediately picked up the conversation. "When the war comes, my sister can travel to Driftmark to take care of Lena and the newborn. If Rhaenyra is the adoptive mother of the two children, is this arrangement still valid?" Rhaenys probed without hesitation. Rhaenyra smiled lightly. "Of course. When I go to Driftmark, I will bring 2 dragon eggs to place in the children's cradles." "You'll be a good mother," Rhaenys nodded, her eyes pleased. The position of Master Dragons was a double-edged sword. Accepting it would mean that Valerion's descendants would lose their right to ride dragons. It was a conflict of power. Lena and her children were meant to bridge the two houses, to be considered half-members of both. Rhaenyra's promise to bring dragon eggs as compensation was a strategic move. In one go, the Targaryens addressed the bloodline and dragon issues. Balerion kept her existing dragons, and Rhaenys became an advisor in the small council, earning the trust of the royal family on her daughter's behalf. It was the best possible outcome. With the issues between the two houses resolved, the council returned to discussing the triarchy. "Lord Tyland, as master of ships, you will be in charge of war preparations," Viserys explained. "Yes, Your Grace," Tyland replied solemnly. "Now, I need a leading general to assist Lord Corlys in deploying the king's army," Viserys said, his gaze falling on Cole, who was serving beside him. Sensing the king's scrutiny, Cole's breath hitched, and he stood straighter. "Sir Cole, you have never been to war. Do you have the confidence to take on this great responsibility?" Viserys asked, smiling. As the honor of leading the army fell upon him, Cole's spirits lifted. "Absolutely, Your Grace," he said with suppressed excitement. "Very well. I appoint you commander of the king's army to aid Lord Corlys," Viserys said, pleased with Cole's boldness. The kingdom had been at peace for too long without a decent leader. He had to choose the best of the available options, and he chose Cole, the loyal and brave captain of the Kingsguard. Corlys glanced at the two men and shook his head, laughing. He didn't worry about a young man who had never led an army before. Tyland thought for a moment and said worriedly, "Your Grace, the time it takes for the Ravens to deliver news is too slow, and the situation in the Vale and the Reach is complicated. It can make things harder. What solution do you propose?" Viserys asked, feeling his head spin at the mention of the chaos. Tyland pondered for a moment and suggested, "Lord Lionel can handle the Riverlands. The Ravens will be sufficient for sending letters to Storm's End. The main problem lies in the Vale and the Reach." He avoided mentioning the North. That bitter, cold land had always been out of touch with the rest of the kingdom. By the time the Starks lead their armies south, the war would likely be over. Tyland continued, "The unrest in the Vale is troublesome, but Gulltown has harbors that can support warships and large numbers of soldiers. While House Tyrell and the Reach must defend against Dornish invasion, House Redwine on the Arbor has a powerful fleet that can support the battlefield. Additionally, Old Town in the Reach and White Harbor in the north are among the largest ports in the kingdom." The crowd listened quietly, agreeing with his analysis. Rhaegar asked, "Lord Tyland, Old Town and the Arbor are fine, but White Harbor is too remote, and Gulltown has to support the Eyrie. Prince, while the war has not yet begun, We should do our best to expedite our preparations, Tylan said. Rhaegar waved his hand, signaling him to continue. Tylan said, the royal family has dragons, which fly faster than ravens, and a member of the royal family is more persuasive than a letter. A good idea, Viserys raised an eyebrow. But there are too many places to travel for my children to cover them all. Your Grace, Aegon's maternal grandfather's family is House Hightower in Old Town. If Aegon travels there, Lord Hobart will naturally help him communicate with the Tyrells and the Redwynes, Tyland explained. Princess Rhaenyra can go to White Harbor and convince House Manderly to send troops. Prince Rhaegar and Lady Jane are cousins, and the dragon could deter the mountain clans and gain the support of Gulltown. It made sense, and Viserys' old habit of hesitation kicked in. He looked at Lionel, hoping he would give his opinion. Lionel, always careful with his words when it came to royalty, said in a low voice, the trip to the Vale may be accompanied by danger. The mountain clans are not to be underestimated. Several lords of the Eyrie have died at their hands. Corley spoke up. Your Grace, the mountain clans in the Vale are nothing more than a bunch of fools, and the dragons will overwhelm them. Rhaenys thought for a moment and commented, let Laenor go. He has harnessed sea smoke and can bring word of the true state of affairs in the Vale. Viserys hesitated. He was tempted to agree to Rhaenys' request, but Rhaegar, as the heir, was more likely to represent the crown. Grand Maester Melos rummaged through his satchel, seemed to remember something, and said indistinctly, Your Grace, I have a letter from the Vale here that may clarify the situation. A letter with a red lacquer seal was taken out, received by Cole, and handed to the king. Viserys opened the letter and read it carefully. Runestone, Lady Rhea, to hold a wedding. He muttered, his lips moving slightly as his voice trailed off, and he gradually frowned. After a moment, Viserys handed the letter to Lionel, displeased. Lady Rhea of Runestone and her cousin Gerald Royce are engaged and intend to organize a wedding. After Daemon left for the Free Cities, Lady Rhea had sought Viserys multiple times to urge for a divorce. Viserys, annoyed, had finally acceded to her request. Now, Lady Rhea had found someone to marry. Jasper grimaced and said, Runestone is in the center of the Vale, and if Lady Rhea is planning a wedding, it seems the situation in the Vale isn't too bad. Lionel quickly read through the letter, his expression surprised. Hesitantly, he said, the letter says that Lady Jane will be traveling to attend the wedding, and they hope members of the royal family will attend. Tylan couldn't hold back a laugh and hurriedly covered his mouth. Lady Rhea remarried and invited the royals. Is she inviting her ex-husband Daemon? That foolish woman. No wonder my brother couldn't stand to be bed her, Viserys muttered, grimacing at the thought of his former sister-in-law. Your Grace, that is actually good news, Lyman said slowly and methodically. The Vale is at least still stable, and sending a dragon rider there will provide considerable support. Viserys understood and turned to his eldest son. Rhaegar, what do you think? Opening up Gulltown's harbor would enable troop support from the entire Vale, a significant advantage. Rhaegar smiled. No problem. The mountain clans are less of a threat now. They're hardly as dangerous as the savages of Cracklaw Point, and the cannibal will take care of them. Father, I'll go with Rhaegar, Rhaenyra pleaded, resting her head on Viserys' shoulder. Viserys frowned. You still need to go to White Harbor. I haven't seen Cousin Jane in a long time, and I can keep an eye on Rhaegar. Rhaenyra used Jane as a pretext, uneasy about her brother traveling to the Vale alone. That's one more thing to worry about. Viserys sighed, rubbing his brow. Rhaenys interjected. Laenor is up to the task. Corlys is close friends with Lord Manderly. He'll bring back good news. Rhaenyra smiled gratefully at her aunt, who shook her head and avoided her gaze. Rhaenys' two granddaughters were still waiting for their dragon eggs, so establishing this connection early was beneficial. Seeing the family united, Viserys felt a rare warmth and urged, Go and come back quickly. You still have 2 more children to look after. I will, Rhaenyra promised, happy to travel with Rhaegar in a dragon once more. The meeting ended, and the advisors went about their business. Night fell quickly over the Red Keep. In the dimly lit forge room, the constant clanging of metal echoed. Before a massive furnace, a foreign blacksmith wielded a hammer, striking a freshly forged rippled steel sword. An apprentice busied himself with the furnace, while another polished the sword on the floor. Creak! The wooden door to the forge room opened, and Rhaegar, dressed simply, stepped lightly inside, scanning the room. The fire from the furnace cast a red glow over half the chamber, the heat palpable. Rhaegar spotted her brother reclining in a chair and approached him with a sigh. Rhaegar had insisted on checking the progress of the weapon forging and hadn't even eaten dinner. Facing the fire, Rhaegar had fallen asleep, his pale cheeks flushed with the furnace's heat. Rhaegar opened her mouth to wake him, but decided against it. Rhaegar's sleep was always troubled, and she didn't want to disturb him when he finally found rest. "Sleep well. You have your own little kitchen. You won't go hungry," Rhaegar whispered, sitting on the edge of the recliner and gently stroking Rhaegar's face. The blacksmiths continued their work, unfazed by her presence. In his dream, Rhaegar found himself by a vast lake with an island at its center. The noon sun glistened on the turquoise water as a black swan played nearby. Roar! A dragon's call echoed, and a silver dragon soared above the lake, its wings casting shadows over the water. The dragon flew past, followed by an army of thousands, each soldier's armor and weapons gleaming in the sunlight. Rhaegar watched from afar, transfixed. The young man riding the dragon had silver blonde hair and a familiar, though indistinct, face. He carried a long sword at his waist and a spear on his back. The massive dragon and its accompanying army circled the great lake and landed on its northern shore. Roar! Another dragon's roar, deep and thunderous, echoed across the sky and earth. A fierce wind swept through, and a pair of immense dragon wings blotted out the sun, casting the entire lake into shadow. Rhaegar's eyes widened in astonishment as he saw a colossal black dragon hovering above. This dragon, covered in black scales with scarlet-red horns and wing membranes, had cold, merciless eyes that resembled the god of death. A name surfaced in Rhaegar's mind: the Black Dread, Balerion. "Uncle, you have usurped power and seized the throne. Surrender!" the young man on the silver dragon shouted, drawing his long sword. Rhaegar looked at Balerion's back. Seated in a black iron saddle was a tall, powerful middle-aged man with short silver-gold hair. Rhaegar's mind cleared, and he realized, this is the battle at the God's Eye Lake. He remembered the brief history of House Targaryen. The cruel Rhaegar, I had killed his nephew, Aegon Targaryen, north of the God's Eye Lake. "My nephew, the throne is mine, and you will not escape today," the middle-aged man on Balerion's back laughed, his voice thick and powerful. Roar! Balerion's wings beat mightily, and he lunged at the silver dragon. Balerion was the largest dragon ever seen in Westeros. Compared to him, the silver dragon looked like a sparrow, tiny and vulnerable. Roar! Balerion's speed was incredible. He closed the distance quickly, ignoring the silver dragon's dragon fire, and tore off one of its wings with his powerful jaws, swallowing it whole. The silver dragon had no power to resist. With a final scream, it and its rider plummeted to the ground, perishing together. Boom! When they hit the ground, a burst of blood from both dragon and rider sprayed tens of meters, staining the grass by the lake. Rhaegar was horrified by Balerion's power. The world around him began to shake, and the dream started to shatter. Click! A crunching sound came from beneath him. The ground was covered in frost. When Rhaegar looked up, snow began to fall, quickly covering the bloody dragon's corpse. Roar! In the sky, Balerion roared again, spewing hot dragon fire, dark with smoke. Rhaegar stood there, dumbfounded, his body chilled by the cold wind as he gazed up at the fiery contrast in the sky. Waking up, Rhaegar frowned slightly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as his arms and legs twitched involuntarily. Rhaegar, startled, Rhaenyra quickly called his name, realizing his distress. Rhaegar often had nightmares, and whenever this happened, she would wake him. Ah! With a sharp cry, Rhaegar's eyes snapped open, and he sat up straight. "Rhaegar, are you okay?" Rhaenyra asked anxiously, gently pressing his shoulders and shaking them. Rhaegar, wide-eyed, murmured, "Ice and fire." The scene from his dream was still vivid in his mind, but he didn't mention Maegor's kinslaying or the tragic death of the Silver Dragon. Instead, the snow and dragon fire seemed to be imprinted in his memory, replaying over and over. "What ice and fire? Did you dream about the Song of Ice and Fire?" Rhaenyra, recognizing the phrase, grew even more concerned. "No, not ice and fire." Rhaegar gasped heavily, holding his forehead. "I dreamt of Maegor's kinslaying." "What were you dreaming about, anyway?" "All that nonsense," Rhaenyra sighed, cuddling into his neck and leaning against his chest. In the past, Rhaegar hadn't reacted so violently to his nightmares. Feeling her warmth, Rhaegar's racing heart began to calm, and he closed his eyes in silence, though he still had a headache. The snow and dragon fire were what had woken him, and this was not a good sign. Rhaenyra, sensing his turmoil, gently rubbed his scalp and whispered, "It's like you haven't grown up." Rhaegar wanted to retort, but instead hugged her waist. He had only had a nightmare and was under a bit of pressure. The sound of hammering continued in the background as the blacksmiths worked. After a while, Rhaegar sniffed the familiar light fragrance and suddenly remembered his identity as a man. "Ahem, I'm better," he said, breaking away from the warm embrace and coughing lightly to cover his embarrassment. Rhaenyra smirked at him, withdrawing her hands and folding them behind her back. "Prince, the sword is cast." The blacksmith spoke in High Balerion, giving Rhaegar a much-needed distraction. "Good. Let me see," Rhaegar said eagerly, walking quickly to the fireplace. The blacksmith, an old man with curly chestnut-colored hair and a worn face, held a long, narrow box lined with red cloth. Rhaegar looked at him expectantly. The blacksmith looked solemn and motioned for him to lift the red cloth. Rhaegar did so, revealing a long, gleaming sword inside the box. The long sword was a standard hand-and-a-half sword, its blade covered in the distinctive watery pattern of Valyrian steel with razor-sharp edges. The hilt and pommel were made of grayish bone, shaped like a dragon's claw. One side featured a sharply curved dragon's back toe, while the other side displayed the first 3 toes of the dragon, carved as a single piece. The hilt was carved with fine dragon scale patterns, curving slightly at the end, making it look as if the claws of a giant dragon extended from the sword. Surveying the recast Valyrian steel sword, Rhaegar felt a surge of satisfaction and gripped the hilt, lifting it from a box. Buzz! Swinging the sword, the blade cut through the air with a soft, reverberating hum, reminiscent of a dragon's roar. "Good sword. Excellent craftsmanship," Rhaegar exclaimed, holding the sword with one hand and rubbing the blade with the other. "The hilt looks like a dragon's claw. This sword shall be named Dragon Claw." "Cohort blacksmiths are world famous." "It's true," Rhaenyra said, joining him. "Dragon Claw is a fitting name." "Of course, I've been thinking about this name for days," Rhaegar replied proudly, handing the sword to her. "Look at the hilt and the jaw. I used a piece of Balerion's dragon horn, which is as strong as meteorite iron. Only you would think of such a thing." Rhaenyra admired the freshly forged Valyrian steel sword. "With this, our family will have 3 ancestral swords." "It's more than that," Rhaegar said, pointing to the furnace with a mysterious smile. The melted Valyrian steel from the heavy sword left enough material. Even after forging Dragonclaw, there's still quite a bit of Valyrian steel left. After retrieving Dragonclaw, Rhaegar and Rhaenyra left the forging room and returned to their respective chambers. Walking through the dimly lit corridor, Rhaegar occasionally stroked the hilt of Dragonclaw, savoring the texture of the dragon's horn. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, the Sword of the Nameless has been activated. You have obtained." Rhaegar's spirits lifted as he summoned the Explorer's system interface. Mysterious scroll. Grade, excellent blue. Function, a mysterious scroll from old Valyria that brings you the treasures of your homeland. Evaluation, a scroll of mystical magic, you'll love it. With a soft pop, a parchment scroll about the length of a small arm materialized out of thin air. Rhaegar caught it immediately, opening it with great anticipation. The scroll was yellowish, depicting a magnificent building complex. The Red Keep. Rhaegar recognized the drawing instantly. Besides organizing banquets and tournaments, his father's hobby was stone carving, and his bedchamber was filled with ornaments from old Valyria. It was said that Alicent had captured his father's heart through stone carving. Examining the scroll closely, Rhaegar frowned. This looks like a quest-like relic. Could it be a treasure map? Relics bestowed by the explorer's interface often had mysterious powers, becoming more enigmatic with each exploration. Buzz. As if sensing his doubts, the scroll glowed faintly, and the lines of the painting gradually morphed into coordinates. Accustomed to magical occurrences, Rhaegar wasn't surprised. He studied the coordinates, which slowly aligned with the map of the Red Keep in his memory. This seems to be Father's room, Rhaegar said, realization dawning on him. The scroll was pointing to Blackfyre's location. Rhaegar shook his head and smiled. The scroll can help me find relics with the conditions for exploration. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Might as well try to explore Blackfyre again, he mused. With his imminent departure for the Vale, this could be a fortuitous opportunity. He went to a nearby window and looked out into the night. It was just after dark, and a crescent moon shone brightly. His father probably hadn't gone to bed yet. Rhaegar left the kitchen and made his way to his father's room. Just as he was about to knock, the door opened from the inside. Alicent, dressed in a green gown, stepped out and bumped into him. "Ah, Rhaegar," Alicent exclaimed. Recognizing him, she took a few steps back. "Queen," Rhaegar greeted simply, stepping aside with his hands behind his back. Alicent, covering her chest with one hand, nodded lightly and quickly left. Rhaegar noticed her red eyes and teardrops. Frowning slightly, Rhaegar wondered, could this be about Aegon's participation in the Battle of Stepstones? Ahem. Viserys' hoarse voice came from inside the room. "Rhaegar, is that you at the door?" "It's me, father," Rhaegar responded, walking into the room. Viserys, in his pajamas, was leaning against a round table in the living room. He beckoned his eldest son over and sighed. "Come, sit here." Rhaegar obediently sat down opposite him and asked with concern, "What is it, father?" "A woman's kindness," Viserys replied, looking ill. "You wanted to see me at this late hour?" "Yes, to share God news with you," Rhaegar said, removing the scabbard from his belt and handing over Dragonclaw. "Oh, your Valyrian steel sword is finished," Viserys noted, knowing his son had recast a heavy Valyrian steel sword. He drew Dragonclaw, its cold aura shimmering in the dim light. Examining it, Viserys smiled. "Valyrian steel is very rare. This is a fine sword." "The blacksmiths of Qohor are indeed skilled," Rhaegar said with a smile, glancing around the room until his gaze fixed on Blackfyre hanging on the wall. Standing up, he reached out to take down Blackfyre. "Want to compare the two swords?" Viserys asked with a smirk, noticing Rhaegar's movements. Rhaegar laughed, resuming his seat with Blackfyre in hand. A system beep sounded in Rhaegar's ears. "The quest mission has begun. The target is the Valyrian steel sword, Blackfyre. Blackfyre. Exploration progress, 0.3%. Exploration mission triggered. Please wait for the exploration progress to complete." Viserys chuckled. "You've been interested in Blackfyre since you were a child. Are you looking to trade for Dragonclaw?" Rhaegar shook his head firmly. "Blackfyre symbolizes kingship. I'm more suited to wield Dragonclaw right now." Viserys, twirling Dragonclaw in his hands, asked, "A sword forged in battle. What do you think it symbolizes?" "It was made for battle, so, to me, it symbolizes fearlessness," Rhaegar replied thoughtfully. He had actually wanted to say war. The Targaryens had two ancestral swords. Blackfyre symbolized kingship. Dark Sister embodied bravery, loyalty, and protection, qualities attributed by Queen Visenya. The one thing missing was a symbol of war and conquest. Rhaegar hoped Dragonclaw would represent that, helping him defend the kingdom's glory. Not a bad idea. Fearless courage is rare, Viserys mused, unaware of Rhaegar's deeper thoughts. He sighed, feeling his own lack of such courage. Both father and son fell silent, the room heavy with contemplation. After a long pause, Viserys glanced at Rhaegar, surprised he hadn't gone to bed. Rhaegar was waiting for the quest to progress, having woken up from a nap and not feeling sleepy. Searching for a topic, Viserys asked, "Rhaegar, you're 13 now, old enough to be engaged." Rhaegar looked up, puzzled by the sudden shift to his marriage prospects. Viserys continued, "Do you have someone you favor?" "No, I haven't thought about it," Rhaegar quickly replied. He rarely ventured outside the king's domain, and the noble ladies he met always seemed eager to devour him with their eyes. None of them truly interested him. What about following the family tradition? Viserys pressed. Rhaegar paused, understanding his father's implication. He had considered it, but his feelings for Rhaenyra were complicated, and their relationship had always been platonic. "You're good at many things, but slow in matters of the heart," Viserys observed. "Look at Aegon. He understood love at 11. What about you?" "I haven't," Rhaegar mumbled, his head drooping as he fidgeted. It wasn't that he was slow to develop. He was just preoccupied with remodeling the dragon pit, practicing martial arts, and mastering dragon riding. He had too many responsibilities. Viserys rubbed his forehead, worried about his eldest son's emotional intelligence.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.